At the beginning of every NBA season, each team has one ultimate goal, and one player achieved that goal more than any other player in NBA history. William Felton Russell, also known as Bill Russell. Bill Russell was the leader of the most dominant NBA dynasty of all time. Russell famously led his team to 11 NBA championships and an incredible 8 straight NBA titles. Despite the fact that he was the best player on the most dominant team in NBA history, many still discredit Bill based on the numerous narratives about his game and about the era he played in. Many say he played against weak competition and benefited from the fact that he played in the 1960s. I'll be exposing these narratives, but first, let's take a look at Russell's abilities as an athlete. Many people today think Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell dominated as regular big men who just happened to play in the 60s. But what those people fail to realize is that despite the fact that they were 7'1" and 6'10", Russell and Chamberlain were two of the most athletically gifted players in NBA history. For example, Bill Russell might have been the highest leaper in all of NBA history, a vertical leap that is said to be as high as 48 inches. Bill Russell was ranked 7th in the entire world in the high jump in 1956 and 3rd in the USA. When it comes to his leaping ability, he wasn't just superior to all other players in the NBA, but also superior to most of the greatest Olympian athletes all over the world. Bill was also incredibly skilled as a 6'10" center. He had the quickness to take the opponent off the dribble, and he had the ball handling skills to get the rebound and take it coast to coast and finish at the rim. Bill was also one of the greatest passing centers in NBA history. His career high in assists per game for a season was 5.8. When you realize how skilled and how athletic Russell was, it's easy to see why he stood out amongst his peers and won so many championships. As I mentioned in my last video, the idea that Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain played against a bunch of short white guys is a full-blown misconception. The average height of the NBA player in Bill's era was 6'6", and today it is 6'7". It wasn't any different at the center position either. Bill Russell did a lot of his all-time great basketball against guys who were actually bigger than him. A 6'10" Bill Russell was often matched up against centers like a 6'11" Walt Bellamy, a 7'3" Swade Halbrook, a 6'11" Ray Felix, a 7' Walter Dukes, a 7' Mel Counts, a 6'11" Nate Thurmond, and of course, the 7' 1" Wilt Chamberlain. Bill Russell's critics also like to bring up how in Bill's era, he played in an NBA with only 8 to 14 teams. Although most youngins today use this to discredit Bill Russell, many actually use this as a point of emphasis for Bill Russell's greatness, and I'll explain how. Less teams meant the greatest players had to face each other more times. In an 80-game regular season, Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain would face each other as many as 18 times in a single season, and that's not even including the playoffs. Also imagine if our current NBA was shrunk down to 10 teams. Now have the 20 eliminated teams redistribute their talent to the other 10 teams in the league. Every team would be stacked with star players and rich in depth. This league sounds overpowered and hard to believe, but in reality, this was the type of league Bill Russell dominated in the late 50s and 1960s. With so few teams and such a small concentration for the NBA's talent, rosters were loaded and many capable role players were left without a job in the NBA. Bill once even used this narrative against Michael Jordan while the two were debating their greatness on the golf course. Bill told Jordan that his championship against the Phoenix Suns wouldn't have happened in Bill's era, since a key role player, John Paxson, wouldn't have been there to hit the game-sealing three-point shot, but instead, John Paxson would have been up in the stands, since he wouldn't have been good enough to make the 10-team league. Whether or not the entirety of that statement holds true, you gotta admit, that's a pretty solid shot for Bill to take at Jordan. Russell dominated a legitimate era of NBA basketball against men who stood taller, using his athleticism, high basketball IQ, and team style of play. To go along with his 11 NBA titles, he has 5 MVP awards. He was an All-Star every single season except his rookie year, and he has an absurd 22.5 career average for rebounds per game. If the Defensive Player of the Year award had been given in Bill Russell's day, many believe Bill Russell would have won the award more times than any other player in NBA history. Not only was he a terrific rim protector and a shot-blocking machine, but no matter who he was guarding, including Wilt Chamberlain, Bill would regularly hold his opponent far below his usual production. On top of all of that, Russell accomplished something that the other GOAT candidates never did. After Red Auerbach retired, Russell was actually appointed as the head coach of the Boston Celtics in 1966 while he was still playing. Bill went on to lead the Celtics to win 2 championships in the 3 years that he was the player coach of the team, which were also his final 2 seasons in the league. Just imagine in today's day if a contending team had a head coaching vacancy and instead of hiring a new coach, they announced they're making a player their coach. For example, imagine if Steve Kerr left his coaching spot and then Steph Curry became the new head coach and led the Warriors to multiple championships as their coach, their leader, and as their best player. That stuff would be legendary, but that's exactly what Bill Russell did, and it's a travesty that it's so rarely mentioned. Bill's marvelous career was also full of legendary moments and clutch performances, like in the 1968 season when he led his Celtics to come back from a 3-1 deficit in the playoffs to win the championship before LeBron made it cool. How about when Bill Russell dropped 30 points and 40 rebounds in Game 7 of the 1962 NBA Finals to clinch a close overtime victory? To us youngins who didn't live to see it, we just know about the 11 championships, but don't remember all the details. The reality is, Russell was a clutch performer who came through for his team when it mattered most over and over again. Bill Russell and the Celtics went to a Game 7 in the NBA Finals 5 times, and all 5 times Russell came through for his team and they won the championship. We can only speculate how many Finals MVPs Bill Russell would have had if they had awarded him in his era, but it definitely would have been enough to make Michael Jordan's 6 look cute in comparison. He wasn't the most tremendous scorer, and he never once averaged over 20 points per game in a season, but that's not what he needed to be for his team's success. Bill Russell was the ultimate team player. Most of the all-time great players are a system within themselves. If you stick Wilt Chamberlain into a great team, the team becomes about Wilt Chamberlain. If you stick LeBron James into a great team, the team becomes about LeBron James. And if you stick Michael Jordan into a great team, the team becomes about Michael Jordan. Bill Russell is one of the few legends who you can't say that about. He won't change the integrity of the roster, and he won't mess with the chemistry in any way. He doesn't have to have the ball in his hands. He's unselfish, he's a terrific leader, a legendary rebounder, and one of, if not the greatest defender ever. Bill Russell will only make your team function better no matter who's on it. Period. Case closed. In Bill Russell's own words, he simply stated it like this: "The way I play, my team wins." This is why Bill Russell is the greatest player of all time. Let me tell you something. For a while, they were saying that I was the greatest. And before me, it was Magic who is the greatest, and then it's Michael's turn. But open up the record book and it will be obvious who the greatest is. Wilton Norman Chamberlain. I'm starting off my GOAT series with arguably the most dominant player in the league's history. Wilt was so astonishing that he had Larry Bird believing that he was the greatest, and by the end of this video, you might be convinced of it too. Just like the great Larry Bird mentioned, to see Wilt's dominance, you don't have to look any further than the NBA record book. Wilt has a total of 67 individual NBA records. No other player comes remotely close to that total. Take a look at some of the list here that includes the most points in a game, most points per game for a season, most 50-point games, and so on. Also consider the fact that block shots were not a statistic when Wilt played, which was something that he was arguably the greatest ever at doing, and which we'll touch on more later. If blocks had been factored in, Wilt's list of records would have been undeniably much longer. The list just doesn't stop. I don't have enough time in this video to go over every single record and every single incredible athletic achievement of Wilt Chamberlain. They're just seemingly endless. Here's the question, though, that sparks many debates about Wilt's legacy. Why is it that he achieved all those records that no other player can even touch? Personally, I believe it was a combination of several things. First and foremost, as far as abilities are concerned, Wilt was arguably the greatest athlete in human history. He was basically a demigod. The man stood 7 foot 1 inches tall with a 7 foot 8 inch wingspan. He had a 40+ inch vertical leap that some speculate got as high as 50 inches. He was a high jump champion at college, he was a long jump athlete, and he had insane speed. Wilt once ran a 40-yard dash in 4.6 seconds, and according to eyewitnesses, Wilt was apparently barefoot in that sprint. To put that in perspective, LeBron James ran a 4.6 in 2012, which was the prime of his career. LeBron also wasn't barefoot in that sprint. At an event, Wilt and Jim Brown challenged each other to a foot race. For those who don't know, Jim Brown is considered by many as the greatest running back in NFL history. His job in the NFL was to run with the football, and he was the best to ever do it. According to eyewitnesses, Wilt Chamberlain beat him comfortably in a foot race. Jim Brown, obviously frustrated by the outcome, challenged Wilt to a rematch. Wilt obliged, and he beat him in a foot race a second time. Wilt was also freakishly strong, and actually had Arnold Schwarzenegger's seal of approval as the strongest NBA player to ever live. During the filming of their movie together, Wilt and Arnold would constantly hit the gym together, and what Arnold explained was that Wilt would come into the gym and kill it in the weight room to such an extent that all of the weightlifting his bodybuilding peers were doing looked like child's play compared to Wilt Chamberlain. He could bench press up to 550 pounds among countless other jaw-dropping feats of strength. Wilt was also the gold standard of stamina. In the 1962 season, Wilt averaged 48.5 minutes per game. That's more minutes than there are in a complete game. That was possible because of the overtime games that Wilt had played that year. The only instance where Wilt took a rest during that season was a game where he had been ejected by the referee. Other than that single instance, Wilt Chamberlain played the entire NBA season without needing a single rest. So in summary, Wilt was huge, he was the baddest, he was the fastest, he was the strongest, and he never stopped. He was essentially a giant NBA 2K character with all the sliders up. He had the physical prowess and abilities to dominate even today's game. When you put all of that together and drop that player into the 1960s, well, it's no wonder he averaged 50 points and 25 rebounds for a season. Despite all of his astonishing God-given ability, people still try to diminish his legacy and act as if Wilt's success was more because of the era he played in than because of his abilities. One of the biggest narratives that people will point to was that Wilt Chamberlain played against a bunch of smaller 6'3" white guys in his era, and that's why he dominated. Let me be clear here. This narrative is an ignorant and contagious myth. It's a complete and utter lie, and honestly should be seen as offensive to anyone who witnessed Wilt Chamberlain in his prime and has proper respect for what the man was capable of. The season Wilt averaged 50 points, there were 9 teams in the league, and every team in the NBA, with the exception of one, had at least a 6 foot 10 inch center to defend Wilt Chamberlain. The Packers had a 6'11" Walt Bellamy. The Celtics had a 6'10" Bill Russell. The Nationals had 7'3" Swade Halbrook. Knicks had a 6'10" Phil Jordan and a 6'10" Darrell Imhoff. Lakers had a 6'11" Ray Felix. Royals had a 6'10" Bevo Nordman. And the Pistons had a 7 foot Walter Dukes. These men were dominated to such an extent that they looked like children up against Wilt, not because of their size, but because Wilt Chamberlain was a beast. To put this in an even greater perspective, the average height of the NBA player in today's game is 6 foot 7 inches tall. The average height of the NBA player in Wilt's playing days was 6 foot 6 inches tall. 1 inch is the difference between the average NBA player today and the average NBA player in Wilt's era. Yet the cancerous NBA casuals community will have you believing that Wilt Chamberlain did his damage because he played against a bunch of white Kevin Harts. Now listen, I'm not saying that the game hasn't evolved, or that the general athlete isn't greater than the general athlete of years past, to a certain extent. Of course, I believe that definitely to be true, that athletes have evolved. But I think it's absolutely hilarious when people try to use this narrative against legends of years past. If anything, we should be completely awestruck by Wilt Chamberlain's athletic stature coming from a man who played in the 60s. Here's an example of what I mean. It's been well documented, and we're all pretty well aware, that LeBron James takes good care of himself. It's been reported that LeBron spends $1.5 million a year on his body. He uses modern-day training, supplements, and programs, and takes full advantage of them as he should. Many players in the modern NBA take advantage of modern technology to enhance their athletic abilities. Wilt Chamberlain was an athletic freak who was essentially an overpowered NBA 2K player despite the fact that he played in the 60s. Now imagine taking a young Wilt Chamberlain and placing him in today's modern era, where he was allowed to spend $1.5 million a year on his body and use to his advantage all of the modern training, programs, and supplements. What kind of freak of an athlete will we be talking about then in Wilt Chamberlain? This is why it blows my mind when people try to use the evolving athlete narrative against Wilt Chamberlain instead of for Wilt Chamberlain. So not only was Wilt incredible and played against other big men in his era, but he also had to fight through lots of abuse and would regularly take a beating each game, similar to the beating Shaquille O'Neal had to endure during his playing days. During Wilt's rookie season, he actually shocked many Warriors fans by publicly flirting with the idea of retirement. He was tired of constantly facing double and triple teams and absorbing all the hard fouls the opponents were inflicting upon him. Tommy Heinsohn, who was a forward for the Celtics and an opponent of Chamberlain, put it this way: half of the fouls against Wilt were hard fouls. He took the most brutal pounding of any player ever. At this point, we've established Wilt's records, his physical prowess, and his dominance over a legitimate era of basketball. But what about his accolades? Well, he was the Rookie of the Year, he was also the MVP his rookie year, he was the MVP of the league a total of 4 times, he has 7 scoring titles, which were all consecutive, and he led the league in assists once. And he's a 2-time champion and a Finals MVP. All of today's defensive awards and statistics were not calculated in Wilt's prime, but if they had been, he surely would have had more defensive accolades to add to his total. For example, Wilt was the ultimate rim protector. According to several players, Wilt once had a game against the Detroit Pistons where he blocked 26 shots. If that's a little too difficult for you to believe, then you will have to accept 23 blocks as a career high for Wilt, because he blocked 23 shots on a nationally televised game on Christmas Day in 1968 while playing for the Los Angeles Lakers versus the Phoenix Suns. This makes Wilt Chamberlain comfortably the unofficial record holder for most block shots in a single game. Honestly, it makes sense that Wilt would be capable of such numbers. Wilt has the MVPs, records, accolades, and abilities, but still some discredit him for the fact that he only won 2 championships, especially when Bill Russell played in the same era as Wilt and won 11 championships. Wilt's team in Philadelphia and in San Francisco were nowhere close to the overall talent of Bill Russell's Boston Celtics. Russell had guys like John Havlicek, Tom Heinsohn, Sam Jones, Bob Cousy, and Bailey Howell. These were all guys who ended up in the Hall of Fame and were each capable of carrying the Celtics on any given night. Although Wilt had some help, it was never nearly to the extent that Russell had. Not only that, but this was during the generation of no free agency, meaning that really the only way players ended up changing teams is if they got traded. And when your team is stacked and dominating, why would you trade anyone anyway? When you look at it that way, you can begin to see how Wilt could have been the better player, even if Russell's teams were the ones that were always winning. By the time Chamberlain finally joined the Lakers and had greater players around him, he was 32 years old and was only averaging 20 points per game. If Chamberlain had been on the Lakers earlier in his career, the amount of championships for Russell and Chamberlain would likely have been much different. With all of that being said, Wilt Chamberlain still dominated everyone, including Bill Russell, when it came down to the individual matchup statistically. Even Chamberlain's record 55 rebound game came against Bill Russell. One last story for you guys before I wrap this video up. I have a good friend who's a little older than me. He's in his mid-30s and his parents were having a barbecue and invited me and my group of friends over to watch a Warriors game. My friend's dad is almost 70 years old and he's been an NBA fan almost his entire life. Growing up, he watched all the greats play from the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and he still loves the NBA today. The NBA wasn't really popularized until Magic Johnson and Larry Bird arrived in the 80s, so fans like my friend's dad are extremely rare because not only do you have to be old enough to have seen those eras, but you also have to have loved the NBA before it rose to high levels of popularity. My friend's dad meets each criteria. We were having some drinks, just chillin', when the conversation of the GOAT came up. Us young guys shared some opinions, but then my buddy's dad said Wilt Chamberlain was the greatest. I said, "Really? You've got him over MJ?" And then he looked at me straight in the eyes and said, "Johnny, I've seen Jordan, LeBron, Wilt. I've seen all of these guys with my own two eyes. Wilt Chamberlain is easily the greatest player of all time." Now, I'm not telling you that you should believe that Wilt is the GOAT just because some random person I know says so, but his comments did make me think. Are we too quick to rule out generations past? Is our own personal nostalgia or recency bias so strong that we can't even truly consider the greats who came before us? Listen, if a man averaged 50 points and 25 rebounds in today's day, the sports world would be losing their minds. We've become so accustomed to the numbers that Wilt put up that we tend to sweep Wilt's accomplishments under the rug like it doesn't mean anything or like it didn't even happen. It's so long ago and most of us didn't actually see it, so it doesn't resonate with us. But the reality is, a man scored 100 points in a single game by himself against other pro basketball players, and actual people witnessed it and were amazed by it. A man averaged 50 points for a season and 38 points as a rookie. There was a man who dominated his opponent statistically more than any other player in NBA history, and it's not even close. When it comes to comparing the greats and their level of production in their prime, Wilt Chamberlain has no rival. This is why Wilt Chamberlain is the greatest player of all time. Kobe Bean Bryant, the greatest player of all time. Does that sound like a reach to you? To many it does. There aren't many who make this claim outside of the biggest Kobe fans in Los Angeles, but by the end of this video, you'll likely see that Kobe has a stronger case as the GOAT than many people give him credit for. Kobe is a fierce competitor, a perennial winner, a 5-time NBA champion, and one of the greatest scorers in NBA history. For years, I have been saying that Kobe is the most amazing player I've ever seen in a literal sense. No player has ever left me in awe more than Kobe did. He did things on the court frequently that you would think no other players could do. Incredible footwork, astonishing fundamentals to go along with his elite athleticism, a remarkable ability to focus on the task at hand and play through injuries that shouldn't be humanly possible, and the ability to frequently hit seemingly impossible shots, whether it was with multiple defenders on him, being off balance, being under contact, or from deep range, or all of the above. It didn't matter. Kobe could do it all offensively, and often did during his prime, just about every game he played. Kobe also has quite a resume from a statistical standpoint as well. He's 4th on the NBA's all-time scoring list. He's made the most game-winning shots in NBA history. In 2006, he had the 2nd greatest scoring performance in NBA history, scoring 81 points against the Raptors. Just a month prior to that game, he did something that I think was arguably even more impressive when he scored 62 points in only 3 quarters against the Dallas Mavericks, an elite Mavericks team that was ranked 7th defensively and went on to the NBA Finals that season. Not only did Kobe score 62 and 3 quarters against one of the best teams in the league, but he actually outscored them through 3 quarters, 62-61. No player in NBA history has ever outscored the opposing team by himself. When Wilt Chamberlain scored 100 points in a single game, he wasn't even close to that feat, and yet Kobe had a realistic chance at outscoring an NBA Finals team single-handedly if he had simply played in the fourth quarter of that game. The list of achievements goes on. He was an 18-time All-Star, 12-time All-Defense Team, 4-time All-Star Game MVP, and 2-time Finals MVP. Despite Kobe's historic and GOAT-worthy career, many try to invalidate some of his accomplishments with various narratives about his career. One of the narratives people use is that Kobe was a sidekick to Shaq during their 3 championships together. They'll say that Shaq carried Kobe, or at the very least, Shaq was clearly the best player during their dynasty days. Let me start by picking apart this ridiculous narrative year by year and show you how these years actually strengthen Kobe's GOAT argument. The year 2000 was Kobe and Shaq's first championship run. Throughout the regular season, Shaq averaged 29 points and 13 rebounds on 57% shooting, while Kobe averaged 22 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists on 47% shooting. This was the only championship season where Shaq was clearly the better player, but even with that being said, neither Shaq or Kobe could have won the championship without the other player. Everyone remembers Shaq dominating the NBA Finals and securing Finals MVP, but they also forget the road to the Finals. In the Western Conference Finals against the Blazers, it was Kobe who balled out in Game 7 when the Lakers needed it most. Kobe outscored and out-rebounded Shaq in the deciding game with 25 points, 11 rebounds, and 7 assists compared to Shaq's 18, 9, and 5. It was Kobe, more so than Shaq, who led the 15-point comeback in the fourth quarter, hitting plenty of clutch shots. Although Shaq went on to be the Finals MVP against the Pacers, many forget that Shaq fouled out in Game 4 of the NBA Finals. It was a 21-year-old Kobe who took over in overtime and won the game for the Lakers. A 21-year-old on the NBA's biggest stage in its most crucial moments hit clutch shot after clutch shot to seal the game for his team. That's something a 21-year-old NBA player doesn't normally do. But then there's Kobe Bryant. The following season in 2001, Shaq may have been the Finals MVP then too, but Kobe was probably the MVP of the West playoffs. Kobe averaged 29 points, 7 rebounds, and 6 assists on 47% shooting throughout the playoffs. In the 4-game sweep over their rivals, the Sacramento Kings, Kobe averaged 35 points, 9 rebounds, and 4 assists on 47% shooting. In the Western Conference Finals against the team with the best record in the NBA, the San Antonio Spurs, Kobe led the 4-game sweep, averaging 33 points, 7 rebounds, and 7 assists on 51% shooting. That is not the stats of a man who was carried. That's the stats of a 22-year-old assassin who was championship ready and seizing the moment. The season after that, in the 2002 Western Conference playoffs, Kobe was once again arguably the MVP. He led the Lakers in scoring 2 of the 3 rounds, and the games were filled with clutch Kobe moments. So not only was Kobe not carried during their 3 championship runs, but he was arguably the best player during the tougher Western Conference playoffs 2 out of their 3 championship seasons. And again, Kobe was only 21 to 23 years old during these runs. If that isn't information that supports someone's GOAT case, then I don't know what does. After the Kobe and Shaq split in the summer of 2004, Kobe would be left to compete in the tough Western Conference with a horrible supporting cast. This is one of the most unique aspects of Kobe's GOAT case, is the fact that Kobe may be the only GOAT candidate who spent the prime of his career with a terrible supporting cast. Over the next 3 years, Kobe's starting teammates would often be some combination of Lamar Odom, Smush Parker, Chucky Atkins, Luke Walton, Kwame Brown, and Chris Mim. Holy crap, talk about having to carry a franchise. Throughout those 3 years were some of Kobe's most historic moments. He scored 81 points, 62 in 3 quarters, 50 in 4 straight games, averaged 35 points, and so on. This was Kobe's best basketball of his career, but it was likely because it was the most motivated he had been in his entire career. With the recent split with Shaq, the narrative was present and growing stronger that Kobe could not win a championship without Shaq. A determined Kobe was desperate to destroy that narrative, but his opportunity didn't come until the Lakers secured Pau Gasol in a trade during the 07-08 season. It was then that the Lakers immediately started winning, made 3 straight trips to the finals, and won 2 more championships. As crazy as this may sound, I personally don't think Kobe gets enough credit for the Lakers' 2 championship runs for his 4th and 5th ring. For one, how many players in NBA history have won multiple championships with 2 different rosters and with different co-stars? Magic didn't do it, he always had Kareem. Jordan didn't do it, he always had Pippen. Duncan didn't do it, he had Manu and Parker for 4 of his 5 championships. Kobe did something that's never been done in modern NBA history. He won multiple NBA championships with a co-star and then won another 2 multiple championships with another co-star. As great and amazing as Pau Gasol is, in his 6 years before joining Kobe's Lakers, he had never won a single playoff game in his career. Kobe and Pau made a great tandem, but let's not act like they were this superstar duo that was expected to dominate the NBA like Durant and Curry are, or like Wade and LeBron were. During Kobe's 3 straight finals appearances, Kobe beat 10 50-win teams in the playoffs. In neither of Jordan's 3 championship runs did he face as many 50-win teams. It took LeBron James his entire 8 straight finals appearances to match the amount of 50-win teams that Kobe beat in only 3 years. My point is essentially that Kobe won his 2 championships without Shaq against some of the toughest competition a superstar player has ever seen. Not only was the competition about as fierce as it gets, but Kobe had the deck stacked against him for his 2 championship runs. During the 08-09 championship season, just 50 games in, Andrew Bynum went down to a torn MCL. Despite the fact that their 3rd best player's season had been essentially ruined, Kobe still led the Lakers to win the championship that season. The following season, only 21 games in, Kobe fractured his index finger on his shooting hand. Rather than missing any time or receiving surgery on the finger, Kobe continued to play throughout the season with the broken finger. Even a broken and wrapped index finger on his shooting hand wasn't enough to stop Kobe from leading the Lakers to their 2nd straight championship. This is what makes Kobe so special. Players with broken bones aren't supposed to lead teams to success, but then there's Kobe Bryant. The reality is, Kobe's career was not supposed to be as legendary as it was. Not when you consider the fact that Kobe was almost always battling through significant injuries, he fought through a loaded Western Conference throughout his career, and he spent the prime of his career with a laughable supporting cast. Yet despite all of that, Kobe still comes out on top with legendary numbers and 5 championship rings. This is why Kobe Bryant is the greatest player of all time. LeBron Ramon James. Heading into the NBA, he was widely known as one of the most hyped prospects in the history of the league. His athleticism and natural talent had the basketball world reimagining what was possible. Now consider this. Potentially, the most impressive thing about LeBron's career is the fact that he came into the league with otherworldly expectations. Some may say the highest expectations that a young player has ever had. And yet somehow he exceeded them. Not only was LeBron a dominant individual force with an insane peak, but he went on to be the absolute model of consistency and longevity. And at this point, is anyone else even close? In LeBron's career, he's earned 20 All-Star selections, the most in NBA history. He also has the most All-NBA selections, and second place isn't even close. He's the NBA's all-time leading scorer with over 40,000 points. And beyond that, he's also the playoffs' all-time leading scorer with a massive lead over Michael Jordan. What's even crazier is how LeBron is 4th all-time in assists, while being the NBA's all-time leading scorer. Outside of LeBron, there isn't a single player in NBA history who is within the top 13 spots in both of those categories. Yet James is top 4 in each of them and still adding to his totals. Only 25 players in NBA history have played at least 19 seasons in their career. And outside of James, not a single one of those players earned an All-NBA selection in their 19th season. On the other hand, LeBron finished in the top 10 spots of the MVP voting as many as 19 seasons apart. Now think outside of basketball for a second. No matter what you're interested in life, you want it to be something that lasts. If you're buying a new car, you want it to last as many years as possible. It doesn't matter if it runs like a beauty for 5 years. You still want it to last you a good 20. If you get married, you want that marriage to last as long as possible. No matter what it is in life, we attach the concept of value to how long it sustains itself. Yet for some reason, people don't do the same thing with an NBA career. Simply put, LeBron has had the longest run of basketball excellence that we've ever seen in the NBA. And again, it's not even close. But enough about LeBron's longevity, because there's so much more to his GOAT case than just that. LeBron's lengthy peak was pretty insane as well. In my opinion, his GOAT case truly began in the 06-07 season, where as a 22-year-old, he led his Cavaliers all the way to the NBA Finals, despite having a relatively subpar supporting cast. In those Eastern Conference Finals, LeBron overcame the heavily favored Detroit Pistons, and famously, in Game 5, he had arguably the greatest single playoff performance in NBA history, as he scored 48 points, 9 rebounds, and 7 assists on 54.5% shooting. It wasn't just his overall stat line though, but it was how he carried his team, arguably harder than anyone's ever carried a supporting cast in the playoffs before, as he scored the Cavaliers' final 25 points and 29 out of their final 30 over the course of the fourth quarter and the 2 overtimes. Later on in Miami, he led the Heat to the longest winning streak since the NBA merger. In Miami, he won 2 championships and 4 trips to the NBA Finals. Then in Cleveland, he brought them to heights that they never seen before, and in 2016, he famously completed the 3-1 comeback to defeat the record-setting 73-9 Golden State Warriors. Now I understand that basketball is a team sport, but there's no way LeBron doesn't get the majority of that credit, when he led both teams in all 5 major stat categories over the course of that series. LeBron is the only player in NBA history to do that in the NBA Finals, and that's exactly what was needed in order for them to win that tough 7-game series. LeBron was far from done though. In 2018, he made an improbable NBA Finals run with an extremely short-handed Cavaliers team. He averaged an absurd 34 points, 9 rebounds, and 9 assists on 54% shooting over the course of that playoff run. That was his 8th straight trip to the NBA Finals, which was easily the longest streak since the introduction of NBA free agency. Then in 2020, LeBron took his legacy to another level entirely, as he led his Los Angeles Lakers to the NBA championship and secured his 4th ring. This was incredibly historic for a multitude of reasons. For one, LeBron became the 2nd oldest Finals MVP in NBA history, as he won the award at the age of 35. That was also the 3rd separate franchise that LeBron won the Finals MVP for, making him the only player in NBA history to accomplish that feat. Now there are several ways to argue in favor of LeBron being the greatest player of all time. But to me, there's 3 ways that stand out the most. One is his overall impact. Every time James arrived on a new organization, the team dramatically improved, and every time he left, the team drastically plummeted. Number 2 is the sustained greatness. Think about this for a second. In his 22-year career, LeBron has played for 3 different organizations. And if you split each of those eras into 3 separate careers, LeBron would be a Hall of Famer 3 times. His resume was strong enough in Cleveland, in Miami, and in Los Angeles. No other player has a claim quite like that. And the 3rd thing that stands out the most is his incredible versatility. LeBron is a 6'9" player who is built like a 1990s power forward, but he runs the floor like an incredible point guard. He has the ability to simply overpower players as a scorer, but he's an absolute artist as a distributor. At his best in Miami, he was just as strong defensively as he was offensively, And even in the areas where he was once weak, like his three-point shooting and his clutch gene, LeBron became elite over time in each of those categories. If the best ability is availability, then James is incredibly strong in that aspect as well, as he's dealt with very few significant injuries throughout his career, despite being one of the biggest, strongest, fastest, and greatest sleepers on the court. If long-lasting individual dominance is what you're looking for, then LeBron is your guy. If insane versatility is what you're looking for, then LeBron is your candidate. If reaching the mountaintop is your priority, regardless of the jersey he's wearing, then there may be no better choice than the kid from Akron, LeBron James. This is why LeBron James is the greatest player of all time.
Is it possible for a player who's universally recognized as the greatest ever at his position to also be underrated? I think it's possible, and this man is why. Although Tim Duncan is often referred to as the greatest power forward in NBA history, many people fail to realize just how strong his GOAT argument is. Part of this is because Tim was such a quiet and reserved personality. His game was very effective, but it was also fundamentally sound and lacked a lot of the flair and flashiness of other greats. He wasn't one to fill up the highlight reel, but if you looked at his numbers by game's end, you'd see that in reality, he was usually the man who stood out as the best player on the floor. Tim Duncan entered the league as a 21-year-old in the 97-98 season, and he was immediately an all-star and elite force in the league. In his first season, he averaged 21.1 points, 11.9 rebounds, and 2.5 blocks on 55% shooting while playing all 82 games that season. In only his rookie season, he was top 15 in the league in scoring, top 3 in rebounding, top 6 in block shots, and top 5 in field goal percentage. He was so impressive in his rookie season that during the 1998 All-Star Weekend, it led Charles Barkley to say, "I've seen the future, and he wears number 21." In his sophomore season, Duncan gave us more of the same production-wise, as he averaged 21.7 points, 11.4 rebounds, and 2.5 blocks per game on 49.5% shooting. An interesting thing to factor in for the season for Duncan is the fact that if you exclude the 1950s, the 1998-1999 season was the lowest scoring season in NBA history, as teams were averaging only 91.6 points per game. Let me put that in context a little more. If you compare 1999 to the current NBA, in 99, teams shot about 11 less shots per game, had nearly 15 less possessions per game, and scored nearly 20 less points per game. My point is that Duncan's numbers were even more impressive than they appear at face value, and if he had played in any other era, he would have had even more points, more rebounds, and more blocks. That year, the twin towers of Tim Duncan and David Robinson led the Spurs to the NBA championship. They were dominant throughout those playoffs and went 15-2 in the postseason. Although both big men played a huge role in winning that championship, it was Duncan who truly dominated the NBA Finals, as he averaged 27.4 points, 14 rebounds, 2.2 blocks on 54% shooting, while playing a monstrous 45.5 minutes per game over that series. As only a 23-year-old, he had took over the NBA's biggest stage and was a dominant Finals MVP, but even that was just a sample of what he was capable of and what we would see from him later in his career. Over the next several years, Duncan would continue to be arguably the best big man in the game as he won back-to-back league MVPs in 2002 and 2003. Speaking of which, Duncan's 2003 campaign is still one of the greatest seasons from a single player of NBA history. That season, he had monstrous averages of 23.3 points, 12.9 rebounds, and 2.9 blocks on 51.3% shooting. Not only was he the league MVP that year while leading his Spurs to 60 wins and the NBA's best record, but he was also first team all-defense that year, which would become a theme throughout Duncan's career. All of that pales in comparison to what he did in the NBA Finals that year though. On the NBA's biggest stage, he had one of the greatest playoff series of NBA history as he averaged 24.2 points, a monstrous 17 rebounds, 5.3 assists, and 5.3 blocks on 44 minutes per game. To say he simply dominated that series would be a gigantic understatement. In the sixth game of that finals, Duncan had one of the greatest single-game performances of all time as he scored 21 points, 20 rebounds, 10 assists, and 8 blocks. Officially, he was credited with 8 blocks, But this game actually has some controversy tied to it, as it appears 2 blocks were not credited to Duncan that should have been, which is this one and this one, which appears to be incorrectly credited to David Robinson. If his stat line had been done correctly, he would have had 21, 20, 10, and 10. That's a freaking quadruple double. In the history of the NBA, only 4 players have officially recorded a quadruple double, and in each of those games, they did it in the regular season. As far as I'm concerned, Tim Duncan was the 5th player to do it, except he did his in the championship clinching game. If that is not a GOAT-like performance, then I don't know what is. That was certainly the prime of Duncan's career, but his success was far from over. Duncan went on to win a total of 5 championship rings and 3 finals MVPs. He truly was the model of consistency, as he played 19 years in his career and averaged a double-double every single year. How many organizations would love to have a player who averages a double-double for almost 2 decades straight? The answer is clearly all of them. In those 19 seasons, Duncan never ever missed the playoffs. That is the most seasons by any player to never miss the playoffs. Duncan was also one of the greatest two-way players of NBA history. It didn't matter which side of the court he was on, the big fundamental was always dominating. He was selected for both the All-NBA team and All-Defense team for 13 consecutive seasons. He's the only player in NBA history to accomplish that. He has a total of 15 All-NBA selections, and he also has 15 All-Defense team selections, which is by far the most in NBA history. The closest player to him has 3 less seasons of elite defense. He has the numbers, the accolades, the championships, and the clutch gene to be a worthy candidate for the greatest player of all time. But one of the most ignored aspects of his GOAT resume is his leadership and his overall impact on a franchise. Duncan always had the utmost respect of his fans, his peers, and of the coaching staff. He was never one to cause any drama, he never caused any dissension among the team, and no teammates were ever uncomfortable playing in a Tim Duncan-led system. Even when he was well past his prime, Duncan kept his team relevant and in contention by making numerous sacrifices financially. Several times Duncan took less money from the Spurs in order to give them more cap space to bring in more talent to play alongside him. Not many GOAT candidates were willing to make that sacrifice for the sake of winning, but that's what Tim Duncan did. If he doesn't make those financial sacrifices, there's a strong likelihood that they don't win their 5th championship in 2014. Whether it's on the court on either side of the ball, or if it's his impact off the court that goes beyond the numbers, Tim Duncan is one of a kind. This is why Tim Duncan is the greatest player of all time.
Michael Jeffrey Jordan. This icon is recognized by most basketball fans as the greatest player in the history of the game. Honestly, I tend to agree with that conclusion, simply because MJ was the closest thing we've ever seen to a perfect basketball player with a darn near perfect career. On top of the fact that MJ was likely the greatest offensive player in the history of the game, he was also arguably the greatest perimeter defender of all time. Let me break those down. First off, MJ's offense. Jordan has the highest career scoring average in NBA history at 30.1. But beyond that, he also has the highest scoring playoff average of all time at 33.4, and no one else is even close. The most mind-blowing part about all of that isn't just the high level of production, but it's just how efficient MJ was while scoring a career 30 points per game. In the totality of MJ's career, specifically at the guard position, he averaged a whopping 31.5 points per game while shooting 50.5% from the field. In the history of the league, only 4 guards have ever had a career average above 20 points per game while shooting at least 50% from the field. Those are Marcus Johnson, David Thompson, George Gervin, and Michael Jordan. And of those players, only 2 of them averaged north of 23 points per game. That was Gervin and MJ, and Gervin wasn't even close. Essentially, Jordan's combination of explosive scoring and deadly efficiency isn't just unheard of, but it's relatively alien-like by comparison. It is analytically proven that as players generally take more shots, their efficiency goes down. That's because when someone shoots more often, they're being less selective. There's less open looks, And since it's evident that he's likely to shoot, the chances are greater that he's swarmed by the defenders, and often double-teamed. For some insane reason, this analytical truth doesn't seem to apply to Michael Jordan at all. He led the league in volume, scoring, and efficiency basically every year. As an offensive player, he's a freakish anomaly that isn't supposed to exist. For his career, MJ won 10 scoring titles, which is easily the most in NBA history, ahead of Wilt Chamberlain with 7. No one else has half as many scoring titles as MJ. But again, that's just the offensive end. And what's insane is that MJ was arguably the best player offensively and defensively every time he set foot on the court. MJ has 9 first-team All-Defense selections in his career, and in each and every one of those selections, he was also the league's leading scorer. Jordan is 4th all-time in career steals, and he has the most ever at his position, as he used his instincts, his massive mitts, and his insane quickness to cause plenty of turnovers. Beyond that, he was simply one of the greatest shot blockers in NBA history, especially when you consider the position he played. For a guard specifically, MJ has the highest blocks per game average in NBA history at 0.9. He was an absolute hound defensively, who was always lurking and waiting to strike on almost every possession defensively, which is the biggest reason why he won the Defensive Player of the Year award in 1988. Other than Michael Jordan, no player has ever averaged at least 30 points per game while winning the Defensive Player of the Year, and MJ did it while averaging 35. Again, stats are nice and individual accolades are nice, but at the end of the day, nothing matters more than winning, and the greatest determining factor of a star's legacy is how he performed when the games mattered the most, and no one stands out more in that crucial aspect than the great Michael Jordan. MJ always took his game to another level in the playoffs, but after that, he took it to an even higher level in the NBA Finals. As you all know, Michael Jordan was a perfect 6-0 in the NBA Finals, and never allowed a final series to reach a 7th game. MJ's naysayers will say that it's a team sport, and MJ can't get all the credit for that 6-0 record. To that I say, well sure, it is a team game, but MJ was the finals MVP in all 6 of those instances. And in nearly every final series, MJ was either breaking records or carrying his team to a historic extent. For example, in the 1991 NBA Finals, MJ set the NBA Finals record by making 13 straight shots without a miss. He also became the first player in NBA history to average at least 30 points and 10 assists over the course of a finals series. Then in the 1992 NBA Finals, MJ immediately proved that he could be an elite three-point shooter if he wanted to, as he set the NBA Finals record for three-pointers made in a half, and tied the record for the most three-pointers made in a game. He also set the finals record for the most points scored in a single half with a total of 35. Then in the 1993 finals, MJ exploded, averaging 41, 8, and 6 over the course of that 6-game series. And his 41 points per game average is still the highest scoring average in an NBA Finals series. And he did that against an NBA All-Defender in Dan Marley. In the 1996 Finals, MJ had a bad series by his astronomically high standards. But a bad series for Jordan is simply an average of 27 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists on 41% shooting. Most star players would happily take that level of production in a heartbeat. In the 1997 Finals, Jordan showed Karl Malone that he was the real MVP when he hit the game-winning buzzer beater to seal Game 1. Then later in the series, MJ had the famous flu game, where he dropped 38, 7, and 5, despite the fact that he was suffering from food poisoning. And then, in the 1998 NBA Finals, MJ carried his supporting cast at a level that we had never seen before in the NBA Finals, as he averaged 33 of the Bulls' 88 points per game over the course of that series. Then in Game 6, he scored 45 of the Bulls' 87 points, which is still the largest portion of a team's offense in a finals game since the NBA merger. He got the final steal and the final 2 baskets to win his 6th championship in the span of 8 seasons. Simply put, Michael Jordan has never had a bad playoff series, and on the game's greatest stage, he was always doing something iconic or shattering records. You might try to argue in favor of some of the other GOAT candidates, but there was almost always some major hole in their resume that Jordan didn't have in his. For example, Russell may have won more championships than Michael Jordan, but he also didn't play in an era with free agency, and he also was not an elite offensive player like Jordan was, as Russell was almost never the leading scorer on his squad. Wilt Chamberlain was a record breaker like MJ, but he didn't take his game to a higher level in the postseason like MJ did. Kobe Bryant won 5 championship rings and was arguably just as skilled, but he wasn't nearly as efficient as MJ was from the field, in both the regular season and in the postseason. Magic Johnson was a winner and made his teammates better, but he was never anywhere close to the defensive player that MJ was, and that is literally half of the game. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar has just as many championships as Jordan, but unlike MJ, he wasn't always the leading man on his championship teams, as Jordan has 6 Finals MVPs to Kareem's 2. And then there's LeBron James, who not only won fewer rings in a much longer career, but he also had several playoff series where he came up incredibly small when it mattered the most, like the 2007 Finals, the 2010 East Finals, and the 2011 NBA Finals. MJ never underperformed to that extent in the NBA playoffs, as he was the epitome of clutch. You're free to have whoever you want as your personal GOAT, but the truth is, no one has a more complete resume and legacy than Michael Jordan. If you want a guy who is the epitome of explosive and efficient, then MJ is your choice. If you want a guy who was arguably the best on both ends, nearly every time he set foot on the court, then MJ is the guy for you. If you want a guy who always excelled in championship situations, whether it be college, the Olympics, or the NBA Finals, then MJ is the winner for you. This is why Michael Jordan is the greatest player of all time.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, formerly known as Lou Alcindor before he changed his name in 1971. Kareem has a strong and extensive case to be the NBA's greatest player of all time. He's the NBA's all-time leading scorer with over 38,000 points, 6 MVPs, and 6 NBA championships. He was one of the best scorers year in and year out. He was an elite defender with 11 all-defense team selections. He was an elite rebounder and was known as the captain during the Lakers' dynasty days of the 1980s. Unfortunately, Kareem very rarely receives the credit he deserves when discussing the greatest players of all time. Despite his otherworldly production, Kareem had a very modest personality. Magic Johnson was the flashy, charismatic one with the fast break and the no-look passes, while Kareem was slower paced, more about fundamentals and routine. Many, including myself, strongly believe this is the reason Kareem rarely gets his well-deserved shine. It's the same reason everyone wants to talk about Kobe and his 5 championships, but no one wants to talk about Tim Duncan and his 5 championships. It's because one had a flashy personality and a flashy game, while the other was the quiet but reliable type. We simply don't praise both styles of players equally. Magic, Kareem, Kobe, and Tim Duncan will all produce on a regular basis, but it's Kobe and Magic who make the highlight reels, while Kareem's skyhook and Duncan's bank shots only show up on the stat sheet. Kareem was so incredibly overlooked that even the Lakers organization failed to show him his respect before they were prompted to do so. In May of 2011, the Lakers had already built statues outside of the Staples Center of Magic Johnson, Jerry West, Chick Hearn, Oscar De La Hoya, and Wayne Gretzky. Those were all well-deserved, but the lack of Kareem getting his own statue more than 20 years after his retirement was one of the biggest oversights in Lakers history. It was in May of 2011 that Kareem shared his strong feelings on the matter when he said, "I don't understand it. It's either an oversight or they're taking me for granted. I'm not going to try to read people's minds, but it doesn't make me happy. It's definitely a slight. I feel slighted." It was soon afterwards the Lakers finally made a statue in Kareem's honor. Despite the oversights of Kareem's prestigious career, he was GOAT quality from the instant he entered the NBA. As a rookie, he improved the Bucks by 29 wins while averaging 29 points and 15 rebounds. Take a second to ponder what I just said. Imagine a player in today's day entering the NBA as a rookie, improving his team by 29 games and averaging 29 and 15. In only his sophomore season, Kareem was averaging 31 points and 16 rebounds and led the Bucks to win 66 games. His second year in the league was impressive enough for him to secure the first of 6 MVP awards. That season, they went on to the NBA Finals and swept the Baltimore Bullets, which resulted in a Finals MVP for Kareem. By the end of only his second season in the NBA, Kareem was an MVP and Finals MVP who averaged 31 and 16. By 1975, Kareem was ready to move on from Milwaukee and demanded a trade to either the LA Lakers or the New York Knicks. He was then traded to the Lakers, and it was then that he began the half of his career that he's most remembered for. In his first season with the Lakers in the 1975-76 season, Kareem had one of the greatest single seasons of NBA history. He averaged 27.7 points, 16.9 rebounds, and a monstrous 4.1 blocks per game. His total of 1,111 defensive rebounds that season is an NBA record that still stands more than 4 decades later. His season was so impressive that he was named MVP of the league that year, despite the fact that the Lakers didn't even make the playoffs. Kareem would continue to be the staple of consistency as him and Magic dominated the NBA throughout the 1980s. Something to remember about Kareem is that he was the perfect center to be paired with Magic Johnson. When choosing your all-time starting 5, if Magic is your point guard, then you must certainly take Kareem at the center position, because Magic loved to run the fast break and push the tempo, and very few centers in NBA history could run the floor with Magic as well as Kareem did. Kareem's skyhook was arguably the most indefensible shot in NBA history. I mean, think about it this way. Every time Kareem was in the post with his back to the basket, his defender knew what was coming. We all did. And yet there was still absolutely nothing he could do to stop it. You had a player who was 7 foot 2 inches tall, who had a 7 foot 5 inch wingspan, who could leap like he was taking a jump shot and would put the ball sky high in the air before flicking his wrist for an almost certain 2 points. Also consider the fact that his non-shooting shoulder was facing the defender, meaning the defensive player would have to try to go across Kareem's body just to contest the shot. This is why the skyhook is the most indefensible shot in NBA history. Honestly, one of the biggest travesties of the modern NBA is that no centers are taking the time to learn the skyhook. But it is an incredibly difficult shot to learn, and a technique that Kareem practiced since he was only 9 years old. Kareem may have been the hardest player to guard that there's ever been. He won more MVP awards than any player in NBA history, and he won 6 NBA championships. This is why Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is the greatest player of all time. Larry Joe Bird, recognized by many as one of the top 10 greatest players of NBA history, but many fail to realize just how strong his GOAT argument actually is. Larry, alongside of Magic Johnson, saved the NBA and helped bring the league to new levels of popularity throughout the 1980s. Throughout Bird's illustrious career, he won 3 NBA championships, received 12 All-Star selections, made 10 All-NBA teams, won 3 MVP awards, and won 2 Finals MVP awards. Larry was also one of the most clutch players in NBA history. He had numerous game-winning shots in both regular season and the playoffs, and he was known for making the big play when his team needed it most, whether on offense or defense. As many of you already know, Bird was an all-time great three-point shooter and just a great shooter in general. He shot 37.6% from three-point range during his career, and he won the three-point shooting contest 3 consecutive years, with Craig Hodges being the only other player to win the contest that many times. Bird was a great all-around scorer and shooter when it came to efficiency, but in his prime, he was unmatched. He was the first player in NBA history to make the illustrious 50-40-90 club. To make the 50-40-90 club, a player must shoot an average of 50% from the field,
40% from three-point range, and 90% from the free throw line over an entire NBA season. In all of NBA history, only 8 players have averaged 50, 40, and 90 over a season, and of those 8 players, only Larry Bird and Steve Nash have done it multiple times. What makes Bird stand alone from Nash, though, was the fact that Bird was a scorer and a high-volume shooter. Bird shot an average of nearly twice as many shots and free throws as Steve Nash per game. Bird was a volume shooter who had multiple 50, 40, 90 seasons, so from that perspective, you could argue that Bird was the most overall efficient scorer in NBA history. Bird was far more than just a scorer and a shooter, though. He was one of the greatest, if not the greatest, all-around player in NBA history. Over his career, Bird efficiently averaged 24.3 points per game, 10 rebounds per game, and 6.3 assists per game. Larry was arguably the greatest passing forward of all time. His court vision, high basketball IQ, and team play was off the charts. This aspect of his game is sometimes overlooked because of the reality that he played in the same era as Magic Johnson, the face of Showtime and arguably the greatest passer of all time. Bird wasn't quite on Magic's level in terms of vision and passing, but as far as 6'9" small forwards go, Larry was as close to Magic's passing skills as it gets. Along with his overlooked passing is his rebounding. People forget he was a 6'9" player who knew how to use his body. As I mentioned earlier, Larry averaged a whopping 10 rebounds per game over the course of his career. He wasn't just a solid rebounder, he was one of the all-time greats at it. Bird has the 49th highest career rebounds per game average in NBA history. Most of the players on that list are either power forwards or centers though, which Larry was not. He played primarily as a small forward. Among primary small forwards, Larry has the 3rd greatest rebound per game average in NBA history. These are one of those stats that testify to the hustle and heart that he played with each and every night of his career. He was also an underrated defender. Larry played with heart and effort on both sides of the basketball every game. He wasn't the greatest shot blocker, but he did average more blocks per game over his career than LeBron James has. Larry also averaged a high 1.7 steals per game over his career. He was tenacious, he was scrappy, and he was a quality on-ball defender. He also made 3 all-defense teams in his career. I'm not trying to make it seem like he was Kawhi Leonard on defense, but Larry was a good defender who often doesn't get the recognition he deserves in that area. Larry was a legend and a leader who impacted the game in just about every way you can, and as a result, his team won 3 championships and made a trip to the finals 5 times. An aspect that I don't often hear mentioned in the GOAT discussion was the fact that Magic was a rival to Bird and Bird was a rival to Magic. In a way, you could say that these 2 legends took away from each other's success. Michael Jordan, for example, had no equal throughout the 90s, so in a way, it's easier for us to call him the GOAT since he so clearly stood out from everyone else. If you take either Magic or Bird out of the equation though, the remaining player stands out that much more. Magic would have won more championships if Larry wasn't around, and Larry would have won more championships if Magic wasn't around. Although you could argue that their impacts and legacies were greater since they were rivals to each other, we can also acknowledge that their GOAT pursuits were hindered by the fact that they were constantly in each other's way. Bird had many obstacles and challenges, but he didn't let that stop him from putting together an impressive, all-around GOAT-worthy career. But with all of that being said, there is one aspect of Bird's career that is more legendary, more jaw-dropping, and more GOAT-worthy than any other aspect of his remarkable career. In the year 1985, Bird was at home with his mother and was wanting to help her build her new driveway. While Bird was out there shoveling gravel for his mom, something happened that would change the rest of his career. Bird brutally injured his back, which would then be an ongoing battle with pain and spasms for the rest of his career. This injury speaks to Larry's pride, hard work, and independence. What's crazy is that I'm pretty sure any Bostonian in that day would have volunteered to shovel that gravel for Larry. Regardless, the damage was done, and ultimately these back issues would play a part in Bird leaving the game earlier than many other athletes. With that being said, this injury begun and took place in 1985. Bird still played 7 seasons after that injury. Listen to Larry's primary doctor describe what Larry was dealing with through those final 7 seasons of his career.
He could manage the pain in a way that very few people can do. There'd be days he could come in the office and he couldn't stand up straight. It was a situation that he was seeing almost daily. He had lost the structural stability in his spine, so it would slip into abnormal positions to try and lock itself to get an artificial stability. That's like getting your finger stuck in a door and somebody's still pushing on the door. So what we had to do was unlock his spine, realign it, do techniques that would hold that for 4 hours, 6 hours, that type of thing, and then he'd go play basketball. His pain and his quest for basketball became all-encompassing. Very few people really knew what Larry was living with.
So let me get this straight. When Larry had won his championship and finals MVP in 1986, this is what he was going through? In 87 and 88, when Larry had back-to-back 50, 40, 90 seasons while averaging nearly 30 points per game, this was the back issues he pushed through? When Larry won the League MVP award in 1986, which was his third MVP in a row, which he is the only player to ever accomplish since the NBA's merger, this is what he overcame to get it done? That is beyond legendary. It's utterly ridiculous. You do realize that Larry only played 5 healthy seasons in his career before he received what many people would consider a career-ending injury, and then spent more than half of his career dealing with the pain and structural damage, and yet he still managed to put together a GOAT-worthy resume. No other NBA legend has anything close to that kind of claim. Say what you want about Larry Bird, but the reality is, he's likely the toughest and baddest dude the NBA has ever seen. This is why Larry Legend is the greatest player of all time. Earvin Magic Johnson, recognized by most as the greatest point guard of NBA history. He was a 12-time All-Star, he made 10 All-NBA teams, he was a 3-time League MVP, 3-time Finals MVP, and a 5-time NBA champion. Magic was known for his remarkable leadership and his extremely unselfish approach to the game. He has the greatest assists per game average in NBA history at 11.2, ahead of John Stockton. Besides Magic and Stockton, no other player in NBA history averaged 10 assists or more for his career. He was just so far ahead of his time. He was a 6'9" giant point guard with the greatest court vision imaginable, who always wanted to push the tempo the instant his Lakers secured the rebound. Earvin Johnson was his birth name, but he earned the name Magic with his incredibly fast, flashy, and mesmerizing style of play. Magic is the definition of a player who makes his teammates better. Every teammate on the court had to be alert at all times because you never knew when Magic would find you, creating an easy scoring opportunity for you. I've actually seen people online criticize Magic for averaging just short of 20 points per game over his career, which to me is a silly criticism, considering that Magic has easily the highest assists per game average of all time. Of the top 10 players with the highest assists per game average in NBA history, Magic has the second highest scoring average among those players, behind only Oscar Robertson. Magic was also a clutch performer. Sure, he had his shortcomings and briefly had the nickname Tragic Johnson for his failures in the 1984 NBA Finals, but he easily redeemed himself from that, and beyond all of that are all the historic clutch moments and game winners of his career. From the baby skyhook in the 1987 Finals to his performance in the 1980 Finals. Speaking of the 1980 NBA Finals, if LeBron thinks that one significant series is enough to make his claim as the GOAT, then Magic has this one game to make his claim as the GOAT. Magic Johnson's rookie season was incredible. As a rookie, he averaged 18 points, over 7 rebounds, and 7 assists. It wasn't his numbers that made this season so legendary, though. It was what he did on the NBA's biggest stage. I'm sure most of you know this story already, but the Lakers were in a hard-fought NBA Finals against the talented Julius Erving-led Philadelphia 76ers. In Game 5 of the NBA Finals, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar sprained his ankle and would not play again for the rest of the series. The Lakers were shorthanded and decided to start Magic Johnson at center for the 6th game of the series. Wrap your head around this for a second. Magic was the Lakers' starting point guard throughout the season, and as a 20-year-old rookie, he was tasked with starting in place of the great Kareem at center. What Magic did next sounds like it came straight from an over-the-top sports movie script. Magic dominated the game, playing at the center, forward, and guard positions at different points in the game based on whatever the Lakers needed on their lineup situations. The Lakers won the game 123-107, and Magic's final stat line was 42 points, 15 rebounds, 7 assists, and 3 steals. It was the definition of a clutch performance. Magic is still the only rookie in NBA history to win the Finals MVP award. Magic is also one of only 4 players to win the NCAA championship and the NBA championship in consecutive years. Imagine any rookie in this year's draft class doing what Magic did, starting the year as a perimeter player and then stepping in at center in the clinching Game 6 of the NBA Finals, dropping 42, 15, and 7. The internet would explode, and media would be declaring him the next GOAT before he's even played a game in his sophomore season. It sounds impossible to even fathom, but that's what Magic Johnson did before many of us were even born to appreciate it. This was just the beginning of Magic's illustrious career and of his dominance over the NBA. Magic played in only 12 seasons in the NBA before he announced his retirement due to the HIV virus he obtained. Magic Johnson went to the NBA Finals in 9 of those 12 seasons in the league. That is astonishingly efficient. He can easily be seen as the standard of NBA excellence due to this. How many other legends can say that they led their team to the finals 75% of the time in their career? Even Jordan, LeBron, and Kobe aren't even close to that level of efficiency. Magic, unfortunately, doesn't have longevity working in his favor. His all-time statistics were cut short, along with his achievements and accolades. Yet despite all of that, Magic still put a GOAT-worthy resume together in the short time he was in the NBA. When Magic's career came to an abrupt end because of the HIV virus, he was still an MVP candidate and still far from the end of his elite status. He was only 31 years old. He was at his career average of almost 20 points a game. He was second in the league in assists at 12.5 per game. He was a back-to-back MVP winner just a year prior, and he just led his Lakers to the NBA Finals only 2 seasons after the retirement of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Magic wasn't just great when his career was cut short, he was likely still the best point guard in the game and a top 3 player in the league. To further drive home the point, I want you to imagine if other NBA legends had their careers cut short as early as Magic's was, and think of how that affects their legacies. Dirk Nowitzki would no longer be an NBA champion. LeBron James would never have won his amazing championship in Cleveland. Shaq would have 3 titles instead of 4, Duncan would have 4 titles instead of 5, and Michael Jordan would have only 3 titles instead of 6. Beyond just all of the lost championships are all of the lost stats, MVPs, All-NBA appearances, and just accolades overall. There was truly a second half of Magic's career that unfortunately we never got to witness. No one ever talks about this aspect, but imagine if Magic never got HIV and had a career that lasted as long as other legends like Kobe, Duncan, Kareem, or LeBron, just to name a few. If that had been the case, Magic could have spent his final few years of his career playing alongside of a young Shaq and Kobe. Are you kidding me? I understand that in all of these what-if scenarios, there's the whole butterfly effect, and that if this what-if actually happened, it could have changed the entire league as we know it with all of its ramifications. With that being said, Shaq signed with the Lakers in free agency. That's still something that could have easily happened even if Magic Johnson was around. Kobe also wasn't drafted by the Lakers, so draft position didn't really matter. He was scouted by the brilliant Jerry West, who fell in love with the young prospect and traded for Kobe. Even with Magic Johnson still around in the twilight of his career, both of those moves could have still easily taken place. How does this change Magic's legacy if he's adding titles alongside of Kobe and Shaq to end his career? Now let me be clear, I'm not saying we should give credit to Magic for stuff that didn't actually happen, But what I am doing is trying to show the impact that longevity can have on a player's career and legacy. I'm also trying to bring an appreciation to what Magic was able to accomplish in far less time than just about every other legend of NBA history. If you want a player who's the definition of making his teammates better, Magic Johnson is your choice. If you want a legend who's leading his team to be title contenders for his entire career, then Magic is your guy. If you want a GOAT who saved the NBA, changed the way the game is played, and put on a show while doing it, then Magic Johnson is the man you're looking for. This is why Magic Johnson is the greatest player of all time. It's the most regurgitated conversation in all of basketball. Mainstream media refuses to put the topic aside because it's always a sure bet to get general audience's attention. And if you go on social media, it seems almost every take and every basketball highlight somehow gets shoehorned into the Jordan versus LeBron topic, as fanboys on both sides can't stop fighting in their honor. Now, to be clear, I've made numerous videos on this topic expressing my opinions, and over time, some of those stances have softened a bit. But although I've given my thoughts on who should be first, second, and third, I've never expressed my opinion on the actual overarching topic itself. Is the GOAT discussion smart or stupid? Is it good for the game of basketball or is it bad? Although most people are willing to engage in the conversation, there are those who try to attack my intelligence for even engaging in the topic in the first place. Now, those people could certainly lighten up a bit, but I honestly can't even say that I fully disagree with them. One of the most ironic things to me is how Michael Jordan fans will fight so hard to convince people of MJ's case as the greatest player of all time when Michael Jordan doesn't even do that himself. At this point, I'm sure many of you have seen this clip, but this is from April 16th, 1996. The Bulls had just won their 70th game in their historic record-breaking season, and in the post-game press conference, when asked if this accomplishment pushed him ahead of all the other greats, MJ had this to say.
No, I think that's something that I really can't say can be established. Each one of us playing at different eras, with different teams, with different levels of success, and to compare all of them and say one's better than the next, it's an unfair justice to the art, or to the artists. You know, being that Magic Johnson, Wilt Chamberlain, all the guys before me were the artists of this game of basketball, and we've all learned from them, and we've improved the picture to a certain extent. And to say that one improvement is better than all of it, it's an unfair assessment.
Even 21 years after that original statement was made, MJ still maintained a similar viewpoint. In 2017, in an interview with a cigar aficionado, Jordan was asked about his opinion on the Tiger Woods and Jack Nicklaus GOAT discussion for the sport of golf. And MJ not only gives his opinion, but he thoroughly explains his thought process for his own sport. Take a listen.
I beg to differ, and I'll give a different analogy to that, because first of all, you're never going to say who's the greatest of all time. To me, I think that's more for PR and more for selling stories and getting hype. Jack and Tiger never played against each other. They never played in the same tournament. They never played with the same equipment. They never played with the same, length of golf course. I never played against Wilt Chamberlain. I never played against, Jerry West. To now say that, one's greater than the other is being a little bit, unfair. I think when you can see the similarities and you understand, this is one way you can judge the two. How much impact did each change or evolve the game? Jack during his time when he played, but Tiger during his time. Now, obviously Jack won more during the time he played. Tiger evolved it to where it was, it crossed a lot of different boundaries, where it's not just a white guy's sport. The black guys, Afro-American, all the minorities play the game. And you play at a level to where it generated so much interest financially that it grew the game from a financial standpoint. Now, does that constitute him being the greatest, or does that mean he's any less than Jack? I think is unfair. Yeah, Jack probably has 18 majors and Tiger's got 14. And I think those are when, that's how people are judging certain things. I won 6 championships. Bill Russell won 11. Does that make Bill Russell better than me and make me better than him? No, because we play at different eras. So when you try to equate who's the greatest of all time, it's an unfair parallel. It's an unfair choice. And I think, those are the demons that, obviously Tiger had to live with, and he's going to be challenged and he's going to be graded upon that. But for me, I think they're both great. I would never say one is greater than the other. That's me. That's my opinion.
Okay.
Again, this take is ironic because nobody fights harder for their GOAT candidate than Jordan fans do. But make no mistake, Jordan isn't the only player who doesn't entertain the discussion. In an interview in March of 2019, Kobe explained his thoughts on people comparing greats to one another, and this is what he had to say.
It's hard for people to believe, but I really don't care. I moved on. So you have a career, you do the best you can with the 20 years I was very fortunate to play, and then you shelf it, you're done. You move on to the next thing. So now I'm focused on these next 20 years. And so those debates are entertaining, I'm sure. And, it's fun for people to engage in those. But for me personally, it doesn't matter.
So when everyone gets into is LeBron better than Kobe, whatever it is, and you hear it, you can't not hear it. You have no reaction.
Sure. No, I think the best way to explain it is I typically do not engage in things that I cannot definitively win. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
It's argument. Argue for what?
If you agree with these perspectives from Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant, then you basically agree that the GOAT conversation is ridiculous altogether. The thing is, not every GOAT candidate holds the same viewpoint and approach. Years ago, LeBron famously got the basketball world in a frenzy when he made this statement about himself.
That one right there made me the greatest player of all time.
For so many reasons.
I was super, super ecstatic to win one for Cleveland because of the 52-year drought. I was ecstatic. Obviously, I showed that the first wave of emotion was when everyone saw me crying. That was all for 52 years of everything in sports going on in Cleveland. And then after I stopped, I was like, that one right there made you the greatest player of all time. Everybody was just talking how they were the greatest team of all time. They was the greatest team ever assembled. And for us to come back, the way we came back in that fashion, I was like.
Now here's the thing. When LeBron made this statement, it initially seemed to do him more harm than good, as seemingly everyone began to take aim at him for his confident viewpoint. Generally, people don't like it when someone sings their own praises, and unless you have the right charisma and character to make it work, like Muhammad Ali for example, then people generally are not going to agree with you, and are usually going to try to remove you from the pedestal that you placed yourself on. Now on the other hand, this was the comment that really sparked the debate, and LeBron used the narrative that has become one of his strongest arguments for the title of greatest player of all time. So maybe this was actually a brilliant move by LeBron, as he challenged people to think outside of the box of Jordan being the greatest ever. But it's just like MJ said, everything here is subjective. They're different players on different teams in different positions from different eras. There's basically no way to objectively compare these legends side by side to one another, because there's just too many variables that are literally impossible to accurately quantify. So basically, I agree. The GOAT debate is in fact stupid, and it's ridiculous how emotionally involved people get over something that they can't objectively win. Now that I've established my view that the GOAT debate is in fact ridiculous and doesn't deserve much credibility whatsoever, I could just end the video here and now, but I'm not doing that, because I believe that the GOAT debate is also awesome. Like I said before, people have criticized me for engaging in this debate as often as I do, and although I see where they're coming from, I also think they're missing one of the fundamental realities of the game of basketball and of sports in general. This is all about competition. The most simplistic objective of basketball is scoring more points than the other team to win the game. It's a competitive form of measurement, so of course, players and fans are naturally going to make those competitive measurements on an individual level. It's simply an extension of that competitive nature. As much as Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant want to act like they're above these comparisons, to a certain extent, these are debates they've also engaged in at one point or another. In 1997, at the ceremony of the 50 greatest players of all time, multiple witnesses have claimed that they saw Michael Jordan and Wilt Chamberlain having an extensive debate on which one of them was better. In 2012, at the Drew League, Kobe engaged with a fan, claiming that he was above Michael Jordan on the all-time list. And another legend, Bill Russell, has never been shy about making his case above Wilt Chamberlain and Michael Jordan. Just because these guys don't say it in front of a mic at a press conference doesn't mean they don't think it, they don't believe it, and it doesn't mean they don't argue it privately. You can make the point that this discussion is pointless, and there can ultimately be no victor. But let's be real, we're competitive guys, and we're still gonna try. In my mind, basketball lore isn't all that different from superhero lore. In reality, you'll never see Superman fight Goku, yet we'll try to argue who would win. In a similar fashion, you'll never see Michael Jordan go up against LeBron James, but we'll still try to argue who would win. Face it, without these conversations, the game and the community is just a lot less enjoyable in general. But I will say this, if I have one bit of advice for the GOAT discussion, it would be to just remember, like Kobe said, there cannot possibly be an objective winner. So don't foolishly attach your emotional state to it. It's truly not worth that much of your energy. And if it is something that goes as far as affecting your mental health or how you treat others, then maybe it's time for some reflection, and considering the fact that maybe you've taken this a bit too far. So what do you guys think? What is your take on the GOAT discussion? And as a bonus question, who would win, Superman or Goku? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below. Every legend of the game had to start somewhere. Some immediately let the world know how great they were, while others left a lot to be desired. So how did your favorite player start his career? Today, we're looking at the Day 1 rookie performances from the NBA GOAT candidates. According to my personal NBA GOAT series, there are a total of 9 GOAT candidates: Wilt Chamberlain, Bill Russell, LeBron James, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Tim Duncan, Kobe Bryant, and Michael Jordan. Let's start with Magic Johnson. It came on October 12, 1979, in a road game against the San Diego Clippers. Magic wasn't immediately running the show as the official point guard, as the Lakers star Norm Nixon still held that official position. With that being said, you could still immediately see Magic's style and his excellent point guard tendencies, regardless of the fact that he was starting at the 2 spot. Offensively, Magic had one of the all-time great debut performances as he dropped 26 points, 8 rebounds, 4 assists, and 4 blocks on 47.6% shooting. But it was the captain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who had the final say, as he hit this iconic skyhook shot as time expired, winning the game 103-102, and the 20-year-old Magic celebrated like they just won the NBA championship. Interestingly enough, as good as Magic was on offense, he was much worse on defense, as he was torched by the Clippers' World B. Free, who dropped 46 points, 7 rebounds, 5 assists, and 7 steals on 65.5% shooting. Magic never went on to be an all-time great defensive player, but fortunately, he did improve quite a bit after this evening. To follow up Magic, we've got to take a look at Larry Bird. Larry's debut game also came on October 12, 1979, in what was simply an incredible day in the NBA. It may seem hard to believe, but there was once a time where Larry had to earn his minutes, although it certainly didn't last very long, as he efficiently filled up the stat sheet in only 28 minutes, with 14 points, 10 rebounds, and 5 assists on 50% shooting. Unfortunately, there is very limited footage available of this game online, but what you need to know is that Larry was his usual Larry self, and his Celtics got the W over the Houston Rockets 114-106. Next, we'll take a look at Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who at the time was still named Lou Alcindor, but out of respect, I'll still refer to him as Kareem. This debut game was on October 19, 1969, in a home matchup against the Detroit Pistons. Of course, he displayed his artistry with his famous skyhook shot, but he actually scored in a variety of ways this night, as he had an all-around dominant debut game, as he poured in 29 points, 12 rebounds, 6 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks on 44.4% shooting. What makes it even more impressive is how he did the majority of his damage while being matched up against the 6'11 Hall of Famer Walt Bellamy, who had no answer for the 22-year-old rookie. This was merely a glimpse of the greatness that he would provide that season as his Bucks won the game 119-110. Next, we'll take a look at another fundamentally sound big man, Tim Duncan. It was on October 31st, 1997, in a road game against the Denver Nuggets. Coming out of Wake Forest, Duncan was one of the most NBA-ready players that the league has ever seen, as his skills, confidence, and maturity was well beyond his youth. In his debut performance, he led his entire team in minutes, playing a total of 35, and he put up solid numbers of 15 points, 10 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 blocks on 66.7% shooting. It may not have been as explosive as Kareem's debut, but Duncan's consistency and reliability on both ends of the court was immediately noticeable after just one impressive performance, and as a result, his Spurs won the game with a score of 107-96. Next up, we'll take a look at the extremely young Kobe Bryant. It was on November 3rd, 1996, in a home matchup against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Now, unlike many of the other GOAT candidates on this list, Kobe was a bit of a slow bloomer and wasn't having a strong impact as soon as he joined his team. Part of that was the fact that he was fresh out of high school, but the other part was due to his coach Del Harris not giving him nearly as many minutes as the veteran players. The young Mamba only played a total of 6 minutes. He took 1 shot and he missed it, and had 1 rebound and 1 block to go along with it. I could drag this on, but to put it simply and concisely, the debut of the Mamba was nothing like the assassin that we would eventually know. His Lakers did ultimately win the game with a score of 91-85. Let's take it way back in time and look at who many people consider as the first GOAT candidate, Bill Russell. His debut performance came on December 22, 1956, in a matchup against the St. Louis Hawks. Interestingly enough, St. Louis was actually the team that first drafted Russell, before they traded him to the Celtics, and Russell wouldn't take long to haunt them for that decision. In this debut game, Russell scored 6 points and snagged 16 rebounds and 1 assist on 3 of 11 shooting from the field. Unfortunately, we don't have his defensive numbers on this night, but as usual, he dominated the boards and got the win as he typically does, with a final score of 95-93. How about his rival, Wilt Chamberlain? His first game was on October 24, 1959, against a team he frequently abused throughout his career, the New York Knicks. Wilt didn't just dominate New York on this evening, but he arguably had the greatest debut performance of all time, as he put up 43 points, 28 rebounds, and 1 assist on 63% shooting from the field. Even right out of the gates, Wilt was playing all 48 minutes. The Knicks tried to defend Wilt with a rotation of the 6'8 Charlie Tyra and the 6'11 Ray Felix, but neither were an answer for him, as the 23-year-old rookie had his way with the New York defense. Obviously, his blocks and steals were not tracked during this era, otherwise this rookie game may have been even more impressive. Next is LeBron James. His first game came on October 29, 2003, in a road matchup against the Sacramento Kings. I'm sure many of you remember watching this game live, just like I did, as LeBron was almost certainly the most hyped draft selection that the league has ever seen. And what's quite astonishing is that even as an 18-year-old kid, he lived up to the moment, as he provided plenty of highlights and played solid basketball throughout, putting up 25 points, 6 rebounds, 9 assists, and 4 steals on 60% shooting. For some people who were pessimistic about his ability to live up to the hype, their doubts were immediately squashed after this monstrous display. Regardless of his terrific play, this rookie game went down as the only loss on this entire list, as the Kings ultimately won the game with a score of 106-92. Last on my list of GOAT candidates is Michael Jordan. MJ's first game was on October 26, 1984, in a home matchup against the Washington Bullets. The craziest part about this debut game is Jordan's career nearly ended just as it was getting started, as he had this terrible fall during a dunk attempt. If the angle of his landing had just been slightly different, it could have been a devastating injury to his arm or neck. Remarkably, Jordan not only stayed in the game, but he played 40 minutes on the evening, recording a stat line of 16 points, 6 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, and 4 blocks on 5 of 16 from the field. It was certainly not his most efficient night, but even at this point, the Chicago crowd could certainly recognize his one-of-a-kind athleticism and potential. His Bulls ended up winning the game with a final score of 109-93. So now it's your turn. Of all the games listed on the screen, which one of these debut performances did you find the most impressive or surprising? Let me know in the comments section below. Every legend reaches its end, but not all finales are created equal. Some legends rode off into the sunset with their heads held high in triumph, while others left the game with just a whimper, wondering if they should have called it quits sooner. Today, we're looking at the greatest basketball artists of NBA history as we analyze their farewell performances and see if any closed out their careers with a masterpiece. Let's start with the one who most recently retired, Tim Duncan. His final game was on May 12, 2016 in Game 6 of the Western Conference Semifinals against the Oklahoma City Thunder. Famously, Duncan aged gracefully throughout his NBA career, so closing it out with a solid performance didn't come as a surprise. We knew there was a chance that Duncan could retire at the end of that season, but I honestly thought he would be sticking around, as he didn't get the appreciative send-off like Kobe did. With that being said, there are worse ways to go out, as Duncan put up a solid 19 points, 5 rebounds, and 1 block on 50% shooting from the field. Not only was San Antonio one of the oldest teams in the league, but Duncan himself had just recently turned 40 years old, and the much younger Oklahoma City Thunder took full advantage, as they closed out the series in commanding fashion with a final score of 113-99. Next, we'll take a look at the Celtics legend Larry Bird. Bird's farewell performance came on May 17, 1992, in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Semifinals against the Cleveland Cavaliers. At this point, Bird's athletic body was deteriorating fast, as he was now 35 years old and had been dealing with severe back problems for roughly half a decade. Not only that, but Magic Johnson's HIV announcement and absence from the league took a major toll on Bird's sense of motivation, which resulted in Larry deciding to hang it up when he still believed he had some game left in the tank. Due to his chronic back issues, Larry missed roughly 4 of the games that series, but he did play in the deciding 7th game. Larry had a modest contribution, but an efficient one, as he dropped 12 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists on 6 of 9 shooting from the field. It wasn't nearly enough, as the talented Cavs closed out the series with a blowout, as the final score was 122-104. To follow up Larry Legend, of course, we've got to take a look at his rival, Magic Johnson. His final game came on May 2, 1996, in Game 4 of the first round against the Houston Rockets. Although Magic retired after the 1991 finals when he had his HIV announcement, he did actually return for a portion of the 95-96 season. His 4th-seeded Lakers were up against the 5th-seeded and 2-time defending champion Rockets. Magic actually played quite well in his first 3 games of that series, but unfortunately, the 4th game was his worst, as he finished with just 8 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists on 2 of 8 shooting from the field. He also had 4 turnovers in his 30 minutes of playing time. Ultimately, Hakeem Olajuwon and the Rockets were just too much, as they eliminated Magic's Lakers with a final score of 102-94. Next, we'll take a look at the captain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. His last game was on June 13, 1989, in Game 4 of the NBA Finals against the Detroit Pistons. This wasn't just a rough game, but a rough series for both Kareem and his Lakers. If they had won this series, it would have given him 7 rings as he rode off into the sunset. But instead, the superior Detroit Pistons swept the Lakers as Los Angeles was dealing with a multitude of injuries, including a hamstring injury to their best player, Magic Johnson. Kareem was known for aging gracefully throughout his career, but on this night, the 42-year-old center just didn't have it, as he was contained to only 7 points, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists on 2 of 8 shooting from the field. It wasn't as close as the final score indicated, as the Pistons won the championship 105-97. We've looked at enough duds of finales, so let's get into the great performances, starting with Wilt Chamberlain. His last game was on May 10, 1973, in Game 5 of the NBA Finals against the New York Knicks. Wilt's Lakers were competing for championships up to the very end, and despite being nearly 37 years old and playing on a bad knee during the final game of a long season, Wilt still managed to play all 48 minutes. On the night, he put up 23 points, 21 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks on 56.3% shooting from the field. He was giving a strong effort and was impactful on both ends of the court throughout, but regardless, his Lakers still came up short. Given how many times Wilt destroyed the Knicks throughout his career, it did seem a bit like poetic justice that they got the last laugh, as they won the championship with a final score of 102-93. How about his rival, Bill Russell? Russell's final game was on May 5, 1969, in Game 7 of the NBA Finals against the Los Angeles Lakers. Bill ended his career the same way he played it, winning Game 7s with a clutch effort. He played all 48 minutes and led his team in both assists and rebounds, as he put up 6 points, 21 rebounds, and 6 assists on 2 of 7 shooting from the field. It was a classic battle with the entire fourth quarter available on YouTube. Unfortunately, since it's only the fourth quarter, I can't count how many total steals and blocks he achieved. But even from just the fourth quarter alone, you can see his dominant impact and influence defensively. It's important to remember that not only was Russell leading his team on the court, but he was also the acting head coach, making him the only player coach to lead his team to a championship. If that's not a legendary way to go out, then I don't know what is. Next, we'll take a look at Michael Jordan. Michael's final game was on April 16, 2003, in a road matchup against the Philadelphia 76ers. Obviously, Jordan already had the perfect storybook ending, but that itch to play again was just a little too strong. Instead, his final game was in the regular season, and it was far from his best performance, as he pitched in 15 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists on 40% shooting from the field. It was mostly mid-range baskets from MJ, but he did manage to get one last finish at the rim. The game was a blowout in favor of Allen Iverson and the Sixers, to such a point that it was basically over by the third quarter. Due to this, Jordan only played 28 minutes in the game, and the crowd was chanting his name as he was on the bench, since they wanted to see him play more. The final score was 107-87 in a bittersweet ending for his airness. Lastly, we'll take a look at what's becoming the most famous farewell, Kobe Bryant's. This game was on April 13, 2016 against the Utah Jazz. The Lakers were 16-65 at the time they were entering this matchup, but you wouldn't know it considering how hyped Staples Center was on this evening. In his 20th season, Kobe was having a terrible year from an efficiency standpoint, as he was shooting a league worst 35% from the field. But a motivated Kobe would exceed expectations for the occasion. Now this game is pretty highly debated concerning how impressive his performance actually was. After all, the Mamba did have to take 50 shots to score his 60 points, although he did make 44% of those shots. For me, the most impressive part of that night was his finish, as he made his final 5 difficult shots and led his Lakers back from a double-digit deficit when there was only 3 minutes remaining. If Kobe misses any one of those clutch shots down the stretch, he probably loses his final game. With that being said, not every moment was totally legitimate competition. My favorite part was when Kobe completely and blatantly shoved Gordon Hayward away, so he could get some space to get the ball for his final free throws. Kobe's smart. He knew that no matter how badly he shoved Hayward, there's no way the refs are blowing that whistle in that situation. He famously finished his night with 60 points, but he also added in 4 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block on 44% shooting, and his Lakers won the game with a final score of 101-96. After making this video, I think it's pretty clear just how special and rare a farewell like this actually is. So now it's your turn. Of all the games listed on the screen, which one of these farewell performances do you think was the most impressive? And explain why it's Kobe. I look forward to reading your comments. So for today's video, I just wanted to get my thoughts out there about the most annoying aspect of the GOAT debate. And I didn't write a script for this one, I really just wanted to get my raw thoughts out there, maybe even with a little emotion tied to it. So I thought a script might not come across as naturally, so bear with me as I just get my thoughts out there. I feel like there's been this weird thing in recent years about the GOAT debate. It used to be that we could debate our favorite players, and all I had to do in the debate was prove that my guy was better than your guy. That was what the debate and what the conversation was centered around. My guy was a better scorer, my guy was a better playmaker, My guy was a better defensive player, so on and so forth. But in recent years, and I don't exactly know why this is the case, the debate has kind of shifted a bit, and now it's all about the supporting cast, for better or for worse. Let's look at 3 players as an example: Michael Jordan, LeBron James, and Kobe Bryant. I do acknowledge that each of these guys had periods of their career where they didn't have as much support. For example, in the 1980s, when Michael Jordan was first drafted, he was joining a struggling franchise, and he did not have the pieces to compete with an Eastern Conference that was stacked with several different super teams. Then you look at LeBron James. In his first stint in Cleveland, he was able to take them to the NBA Finals in 2007. And sure, they had some decent pieces like Mo Williams and Zydrunas Ilgauskas, but still, that's not the kind of team that you would think would upset a perennial contender in the Detroit Pistons. But LeBron did his thing and drug his team to the NBA Finals. Then you look at Kobe Bryant, and from 2005 to 2007, he really didn't have that much support. Sure, he had Lamar Odom, but they were trying to shoehorn Lamar into a Scottie Pippen role. And when he was truly thriving in Los Angeles, that's when he was a sixth man coming off the bench. When you look at the rest of his supporting cast, guys like Luke Walton, Kwame Brown, Chris Mim, and Smush Parker, somehow, with that group, the Mamba was still able to drag them into the NBA playoffs, and even pushed a talented Phoenix Suns team to 7 games. So again, all of these players have had points where they didn't have that great of a supporting cast relatively, and were still able to do great things with their groups. But that's not what I'm talking about. An example of what I'm talking about is a guy like Scottie Pippen. Scottie Pippen is so ridiculously politicized within the basketball community, and it's just frustrating at this point. It's like I can't even talk about Scottie with an objective analytical approach without people assuming my agenda. I have made the smallest compliments about Scottie, about his defensive abilities, about his ability to play the point forward, and about how good he is in transition. And people in comment sections and people within this community will make a big fuss about it and say that I'm secretly a LeBron James fan because I'm trying to elevate Scottie Pippen. Now some of the most passionate Jordan fans seems like they're trying to convince everyone that Scottie shouldn't have been one of the 75 greatest players of all time, when Michael Jordan himself said in his own documentary that you shouldn't bring up Michael Jordan without bringing up Scottie Pippen. On the other hand, it works the same way for LeBron James. You say anything positive about Anthony Davis and suddenly you're trying to take away from LeBron. Or if you talk about how strong his Cleveland group was in his second stint. Nobody takes a bigger dump more consistently on Kevin Love than LeBron James fans. Kevin Love in Minnesota was an absolute problem. He was a great three-point shooter, he was a tremendous outlet passer, he was one of the best rebounders in the entire league, and at his best, he was getting around 25 points per game. Then he went to Cleveland, and instead of being the number 1 option, he became the number 3 option between Kyrie Irving and LeBron James. And of course, his numbers were reduced. And I think that had more to do with the fact that he was playing with those 2 alpha players who are both ball dominant and who both look to score. Naturally, third fiddle players always see their numbers reduced. But LeBron fans expect me to ignore all of that context and pretend that Kevin Love was just a carcass on the court. These narratives drive me insane. Another example of this is Kobe Bryant. And listen, I am very clear and very honest about the fact that I am a massive Lakers fan and a massive Kobe Bryant fan. With that being said, I still think I can be objective at times, and a lot more than some other Kobe Bryant fans are capable of. Look at this iconic photo of Kobe Bryant, Paul Pierce, and Kevin Garnett. This photo is awesome because it displays what Kobe was willing to stand up to and the talent that he had to overcome in order to win his 5th championship ring. But apparently that wasn't enough, and people then photoshopped it to turn into this photo. Lakers fans are using this photoshopped image to preach the narrative that Kobe almost single-handedly overcame a super team Boston Celtics. And sure, it might look like a cool image, but I also think it's highly disrespectful to none other than Pau Gasol. Pau Gasol was a major reason why Kobe was able to win back-to-back championships, winning his 4th and 5th ring. He deserves to be in this image as well. And if you're saying that Kobe did it single-handedly against this super team, you're being massively disrespectful. Gasol deserved to be in that image the instant that he first put on a purple and gold jersey and had an amazing game in his debut, while Kobe basically didn't do much. And in the post-game interview after that debut game for Pau Gasol, Kobe declared that there is a God. That's how excited he was to have Gasol as a co-star. Sure, there is the famous clip where Kevin Garnett is talking about how Kobe Bryant was out there by himself. But KG was clearly wrong here, and he's not giving the respect due to Pau Gasol. In Game 7 of the 2010 NBA Finals, Kobe shot 6 of 24 from the field, and sure, the Mamba stepped up and hit clutch shots down the stretch and secured 15 rebounds, but he needed the help from Pau Gasol, who had 19 points, 18 rebounds, and 4 assists. Clearly, Kobe wasn't out there by himself in Game 7. Again, I've brought up examples for each of these guys where fan bases are purposely trying to diminish the supporting cast of their favorite player, and it's frustrating because it's done in bad faith. It's dishonest basketball discussion that isn't based in true analysis. It's purely based in the fact that they're fanboys. But that's just one side of the coin. Now you get the complete opposite. For example, LeBron James fans will try to exalt Scottie Pippen, and I've even seen some people claiming that Scottie Pippen was the second best player in the entire league when he was on the Chicago Bulls. And I'm telling you, anybody who was old enough to be watching basketball in the 1990s wasn't thinking that back then. Guys like Charles Barkley, Isaiah Thomas, David Robinson, Patrick Ewing, and Akeem Olajuwon are all guys who were seen as well ahead of Scottie Pippen. Scottie was a great player in many aspects, but one of the ways he wasn't as impressive was his scoring. At his peak, he was averaging about 22 points per game, and he was never the best at creating opportunities for himself. But again, that doesn't fit the narrative. And in order to make Michael look small, we have to elevate Pippen as close to his level as possible. The same thing happens with Kobe and LeBron. People say all the time that Pau Gasol should have been the MVP in the 2010 NBA Finals, even when the numbers don't back that up, and even when Kobe was the clear leader of that team. People say that Anthony Davis should have been the Finals MVP in 2020, even though the numbers don't back that up, and even though he clearly wasn't the leader of the squad either. This might just end up falling on deaf ears. But basically what I'm doing is pleading people to have more honest conversation when talking about the greats of NBA basketball. The quickest way you lose my respect as a basketball fan is to try to diminish other players in order to exalt your favorite player. Everybody should recognize at this point that basketball is a team sport. There's nothing shameful about admitting that a great player needed help to win a championship. Everyone does. So with that being said, I'm going to ask you guys to do something in the comment section below. Give me an example of when another guy stepped up and helped your favorite player look better in the process. I look forward to hearing your suggestions in the comment section below. Today's video is pretty straightforward. Although people almost universally agree that these legends are the greatest basketball players to ever live, I still believe there are certain aspects of their game that is very underappreciated. Today, I want to place a spotlight on those underrated aspects, which for one, should have some value for basketball education, but I also think this information can help equip you better when debating your list of the greatest players of all time. So without further ado, let's get into it. First off, Michael Jordan. To me, the most underrated aspect of Michael Jordan's game was definitely his shot blocking. If MJ isn't the greatest shot blocking guard in the history of the game, then he's certainly in the top 3. On defense, Michael was a very sneaky and intelligent player who could read a defense and respond accordingly as the help defender. Combine that with his insane quickness, agility, and leaping ability, and you have the recipe for an all-time great shot-blocking wing. MJ has the most blocks by a guard in a single season, which was a total of 131 in the 87-88 season, and unsurprisingly, that was the season he won the Defensive Player of the Year. Not only is he first on the all-time list, but he's also in the second spot as he blocked 125 shots in the 86-87 season. When people argue between Michael Jordan and LeBron James, this is an aspect that usually goes under the radar. Sure, LeBron certainly has the more famous shot blocking highlights, but contrary to popular belief, Jordan actually blocked more shots per game over the course of their careers, regardless of the fact that he's 3 inches shorter and plays a perimeter position. Make sure you never overlook Jordan's shot swatting accomplishments when considering who's the most complete player. Next is LeBron James. In my opinion, the most underrated aspect of LeBron's game is certainly his clutch gene. I'm not just talking about buzzer beaters or one-possession shots in the final 30 seconds, but I'm talking about playoff situations where everything was on the line and showing up in a big way. Of course, LeBron has the awful 2011 finals on his resume, but far too many people act like his career ended then and there. Since then, LeBron has been constantly dominating meaningful games in the postseason. This is what he averaged in the 2011 finals, and in his 45 NBA Finals games since then, these are the numbers he's averaged, as he's nearly been an efficient and consistent 30-point triple-double on the game's biggest stage. Throughout his career, LeBron has played a total of 8 Game 7s, and in those games, he's averaged 34.9 points, 9.9 rebounds, and 5.6 assists on 48.7% shooting. With a minimum of 3 Game 7s played, that is the highest Game 7 scoring average in NBA history. In this modern day, if you're still saying that LeBron isn't a clutch player, then someone needs to yank you out of the year 2011. Next is Wilt Chamberlain. The most underrated part of his game was his incredibly skillful scoring. Everybody knows this Goliath-like figure was a remarkable blend of strength and athleticism, as he averaged as high as 50.4 points in the 1960s. But often the misconception that people make is that Chamberlain dominated the game simply using brute force, similar to how Shaq did it in the early 2000s, but to an even more dramatic extent. Although Wilt was certainly capable and would occasionally overpower players, he also had one of the greatest fadeaway jump shots in the history of the game. Imagine Dirk Nowitzki's unstoppable fadeaway, but instead of it coming from a 7-foot player with a 7'3" wingspan, it was coming from a 7'1" player with a 7-foot 8-inch wingspan. That was what Wilt Chamberlain was doing in his prime. Not only is there complete compilation videos of him doing that shot, but there are numerous testimonies of Wilt dominating entire games almost exclusively with his jump shot. Next up, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Just like Michael Jordan, Kareem's most underrated skill was his shot blocking. When it comes to the captain, everyone wants to talk about how he was the NBA's all-time leading scorer for many years, and about his iconic sky hook. But what is often overlooked is the fact that he was one of the greatest rim protectors to ever live, as he was officially a league leader in blocks per game in 4 separate seasons, getting as high as 4.1 in 1976. Not only did Kareem used to be the NBA's all-time leading scorer, but he should be the league's all-time leader in blocked shots as well. The reason for this is because the NBA didn't start tracking blocked shots until the 1973-74 season, which means that the first 4 years of Kareem's career, his blocks did not count towards his total. Over his career, he averaged 199 blocks per season, and that includes his twilight years where he was playing less minutes. So even by a conservative estimate, Kareem presumably would have been the all-time leader over Hakeem Olajuwon. With that being considered, I'm very comfortable suggesting that this is a part of his game that doesn't get enough shine. Next, let's take a look at Magic Johnson, whose most underrated skill was his ability to score at will. Magic was a savant with the basketball, as he's arguably the greatest passer that the game of basketball has ever seen. This was his bread and butter, and he's famous for being the successful, flashy leader of the Lakers' Showtime offense. There's no question that Magic's natural preference was being a distributor. But with that being said, Magic could have been a leading scorer whenever it was necessary. He was very reliable with his back to the basket, as he used his size over the smaller guards to be a fantastic post scorer. He also had a very dependable baby hook shot, which he used frequently throughout his career. Magic had 6 games in his career where he scored at least 40 points, and specifically in the 1987 NBA Finals, he led all players in points, outscoring even the legendary Larry Bird and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, as he averaged 26.2 points over the series while still getting 13 assists per game. The 89-90 season was the first year after Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's retirement, and because of this, Magic had to take on a heavier load as a scorer, and he did that extremely well. In the 1990 postseason, Magic averaged 25.2 points per game, which was the 3rd highest scoring average of all players in those playoffs, trailing only Michael Jordan and Patrick Ewing. If he wasn't so unselfish as a giver, he likely would have been one of the best scorers from the 80s. Of course, we gotta follow up Magic with Larry Bird. Honestly, it's hard for me to pick Bird's most underrated trait between his rebounding and his defense, but I think I'll have to give the slight edge to his defense. Now don't get me wrong, Bird was not a defender on the level of Dennis Rodman or Scottie Pippen. But at the same time, you wouldn't be wrong if you described him as one of the elite defenders of his era. A lot of people make the mistake of assuming Larry was a below-average defender, probably because on the surface level, he looks like a slow and unathletic player. But it couldn't be further from the truth. I would argue that hustle and effort are the most important qualities of an elite defender, and Bird played with both of those attributes every time he set foot on the court. He may not have had the quickest feet, but he had extremely quick hands, as he averaged an extremely impressive 1.7 steals over the course of his career, as he was regularly among the league leaders in steals per game. One of the most impressive performances in Bird's career was in 1985 against the Utah Jazz, when he nearly got a quadruple-double, pouring in 30 points, 12 rebounds, 10 assists, and a whopping 9 steals on 59% shooting. One other key detail, Larry didn't even play in the 4th quarter of that game, because it was a blowout. If Larry had stayed in the game, not only could he have got a quadruple-double, but he may have set the record for the most steals ever in a single NBA game. For his career, Larry made a total of 3 All-Defense teams, and he was 3rd overall in the Defensive Player of the Year voting in 1983. And even the defensively legendary Tim Duncan has never finished higher in the Defensive Player of the Year race than Larry Bird has. So if anyone ever makes it seem like Bird wasn't a good defensive player, quickly educate them on how little they know about basketball in the 80s. Next, let's take a look at Bill Russell. To me, easily the most underrated part of Russell's game was his leaping ability. For some reason, everybody talks about the incredible athleticism of Wilt Chamberlain, yet Bill Russell's jaw-dropping ability becomes somewhat of an afterthought. It's quite insane how 2 of the most athletically gifted centers in NBA history both conveniently played in the 1960s. Some of you may have not seen the clip where Russell is sprinting on a fast break, and then he jumps clear over the opposing defender on his way to converting the basket. This single play is evidence of his world-class leaping ability, and when I say world-class, I'm not being facetious. In 1956, Bill Russell participated in the West Coast Relays high jump competition. In this contest, Bill cleared 6 feet 9.25 inches, which tied him for first place with Charlie Dumas. Russell could have went on to the Olympics that year, but instead, he decided to focus on his basketball career. The man he tied with, Charlie Dumas, went on to win the Olympic gold medal in the high jump competition. Luckily for him, he didn't have the insanely competitive Bill Russell going up against him. At the time, Track and Field News had Russell ranked as the 7th best high jumper in the world, and as the 2nd best high jumper in the United States. All of that absurd athleticism was packed into a 6 foot 10 inch frame. It's no wonder why he won so much. First off, Kobe Bryant. To me, the most underrated aspect of Kobe's game was his playmaking ability. Everybody knows that the Mamba's natural tendency was to shoot a high volume of shots. For goodness sake, even Kobe identified himself as a gunner on numerous occasions. Because of this, many people tend to overlook the Mamba's ability to create opportunities for others, as he was a far better passer than he's usually given credit for. Of the players who played primarily at the shooting guard position, Kobe has the second most assists in NBA history, trailing only James Harden. So it's not like he never passed the ball like many of his critics like to claim. Obviously, Kobe's longevity certainly helped in that department, as he had a 20-year career in the NBA. On several rare instances in Kobe's career, he displayed what he was capable of when he focused primarily on getting his teammates involved. In the early months of the Lakers' 2012 to 2013 season, the Lakers were struggling to find their chemistry and win basketball games. As an attempt to shake up the formula, Kobe was moved to the point guard position for a small stretch of games against Utah, Oklahoma City, and New Orleans. In those 3 games, Kobe put up stat lines of 14 points, 14 assists, and 9 rebounds, and then 21 points, 14 assists, and 9 rebounds, and then 14 points, 11 assists, and 8 rebounds. A more selective Kobe shot 59% from the field over that stretch, and the Lakers won all 3 games. In the post-game interview, he was asked how he would do if he always focused his energy on facilitating, and Kobe basically said that he believes he'd be the best point guard in the game. You'd be correct if you said that Kobe loved shooting the ball way more than he liked passing it, but you'd be wrong if you said that Kobe wasn't a great passer in general. Now let's look at Tim Duncan. If you ask me, the most underrated thing about Tim Duncan was his explosiveness, especially early on in his career. Back in the 2000s, there was this common narrative about the San Antonio Spurs, that they were the most boring team in the NBA. Honestly, it kinda makes sense. They were a small market franchise, they had a relatively limited history up to that point, and even their team was wearing extremely muted colors. On top of all of that, their leading superstar was one of the most quiet and stoic personalities in the entire league, and his nickname was the Big Fundamental. Fundamentals are not known for being flashy or highlight worthy. Instead, they're smooth, methodical, and routine. Nothing about this team screamed box office, and because of this, people have been fooled into thinking that Tim Duncan was not an explosive player in his prime, and that's just simply not the case. Duncan actually had a very quick first step, as he would frequently face up the defender out of the post position, and then beat him to the rim. Sure, he's always been a player who would punish you with his fundamentals, but when he occasionally had to elevate over the top and simply slam on top of you, he could do that too. His speed in general is often slept on, as he was often one of the first players back in transition. Similar to Dirk Nowitzki, this ability declined dramatically as he got older, but don't lose track of the fact that he was one of the more explosive bigs in his prime. Next up is Hakeem Olajuwon. His most underrated ability was certainly his pickpocket skills. When everyone thinks of Hakeem's all-time great defense, they think of his shot blocking. And honestly, there's nothing wrong with that, as he's the NBA's all-time leader in blocked shots. But with that being said, that was only a portion of his amazing defense. Over his career, Hakeem averaged an incredibly impressive 1.7 steals over the course of his career. That is easily the highest career average by a center in NBA history. For perspective, Hakeem averaged more steals in his career than Kawhi Leonard, Paul George, and Draymond Green. You could seriously eliminate Hakeem's 3 to 4 blocks per game, and he would still be considered as an elite defensive player. In 1989, he averaged a whopping 2.6 steals per game. That is a mind-blowing average for a center. Even the great Gary Payton, the man who was known as the Glove for his tremendously great smothering defense, only got that high once in his 17-year career. In fact, in the last 14 years of NBA history, no player has averaged as many steals as Hakeem did in 1989. The last player to average that many steals was Chris Paul in 2009. The man may be known as the Dream, but in every way imaginable, he was known to be a nightmare on defense. Next on my list is Shaquille O'Neal. For me, the most underappreciated aspect of Shaq's game was his stellar footwork. There was a couple different choices for me to choose from. Shaq's passing ability and vision is something that people rarely talk about, but I gotta give the slight edge to his footwork. A lot of people view Shaq as the big, dominating figure who mindlessly bullied players in the paint. Although Shaq certainly imposed his will on smaller defenders, he didn't do it without his fair share of skill. Referees are on the lookout for traveling violations, but it always felt like they kept an eye on Shaq even more critically. Opposing centers often had few ways to defend the Diesel. He was the most dominant force in modern basketball history thanks mostly to his brute strength and size. But you don't get as dominant as he was without skill and knowing how to execute. Next is Steph Curry. To me, the most underrated part of Steph Curry's game is his inside scoring and his ability to finish around the rim. Too many people act like Steph is nothing more than a glorified three-point shooter, and because of this, I've heard many peers say that he wouldn't survive in the 80s or 90s due to the punishing interior basketball. I strongly disagree. What people need to understand is that Steph is one of the best and most efficient inside scorers league-wide. Last season, within 3 feet from the basket, Steph made a remarkable 76% of his shots, and the only few guards who were ahead of him shot the ball significantly less. Even more powerful players like Giannis and LeBron, whose game highly emphasizes on getting to the rim, were only slightly more efficient than Steph Curry was inside of 3 feet. Curry was also more efficient in that zone than taller star players like Luka Doncic and Jason Tatum. His elite ball handling and perimeter shooting allows him to create space on the interior as well. So in a way, his greatest skill on the perimeter allows him to be a stronger threat on other areas of the court as well. Don't get it twisted, Steph is the greatest three-point shooter to ever live, but he's so much more than just that. Lastly, let's take a look at the logo Jerry West. The man known as Mr. Clutch was one of the greatest scorers of all time, in both the regular season and the postseason. But if you ask me, the most underrated part of his legacy was his defense as a whole. Somehow, West's dynamic two-way dominance is something that often goes below the radar. West wasn't just a quality defensive player, but he was one of the greatest defenders of all time. The man would suffocate opposing guards with his intense on-ball defense, and he was likely the best pickpocket of his era. Unfortunately, most people are not aware of this because blocks and steals were not tracked until his final season in the league. But that season, at the age of 35, he did average 2.6 steals per game, which was the second best overall league-wide. He was also a quality shot blocker for a guard, thanks to his tremendous leaping ability and his ability to read the opposing offense. West officially made 5 all-defense teams in his career, which is already tremendously impressive for a perimeter player. But the thing is, that honor did not exist until West was over the age of 30. If he had all-defense team selections available to him in his 20s, then he likely would have more all-defense team selections than any other guard in NBA history. Throughout the decades, very few players have been able to average 30 points per game while shutting down the opposing team's best player. Jerry West was one of the few who could do that. So what do you guys think? What's an underrated aspect about your favorite player? Let me know your thoughts in the comments section below. Thanks for watching as always. Make sure to like and subscribe for more basketball content, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Recently, I was asked a question by a viewer that really got me thinking. Of inactive players, who is the greatest basketball player who is not in the Hall of Fame? That's really tough to say definitively, and there's many great candidates for this title. But there's one player whose name I just couldn't get out of my head. For me, if there's one guy who should get in, but currently isn't, it's Tom Chambers. There's a lot of players in the Hall of Fame who are not as talented as this guy. If he played in today's NBA, then a lot of people on social media would be referring to him as a unicorn. This 6'10" power forward played the game like a slashing wing, and he was ridiculously explosive to say the least. He began his career with the San Diego Clippers, and then with the Seattle Supersonics. Over his first 7 seasons with those squads, he averaged roughly 20 points and 7 rebounds on 48% shooting. He could have scored even more during that stretch, but he was sharing the scoring load with talented offensive weapons like Dale Ellis and Xavier McDaniel. But once he was acquired by the Phoenix Suns, he would thrive in his opportunity to be the #1 scoring option. With the team, he averaged as high as 27 points per game in 1990. He was a 4-time All-Star, was a top 10 MVP finalist twice, and eventually, he became a 6th Man of the Year candidate with the Phoenix Suns in 1993. His highlights were jaw-dropping, including one of the most iconic dunks in NBA history, when he absolutely destroyed Mark Jackson with this 2-handed slam. He also has the 3rd highest scoring performance in Phoenix Suns history, when he dropped 60 points in a revenge game against his former team, the Seattle Supersonics. Among inactive players, his 60 points is the most points ever scored in a single game by an NBA player who was not in the Basketball Hall of Fame. Over the course of his career, he scored a total of 20,049 points. Among inactive players, only 2 in NBA history have scored more career points than Tom Chambers, while not making it into the Hall of Fame. To put it simply, this guy was a major problem in his playing days, and is certainly one of the most underrated and underappreciated players in the history of the league. But beyond all of that, he's my choice as the greatest basketball player not in the Hall of Fame. I've been watching the game of basketball for many years at this point, and throughout that time, I've had a core belief that I've never really articulated to anyone. Basically, it's this. There's championship caliber players who never won a championship, and then there's NBA champions who were simply along for the ride. Unfortunately, legacies are defined mostly by the bottom line. Did you win or did you not? It's why Shaquille O'Neal can continue to roast Charles Barkley time and time again on live television, regardless of the fact that the round mound of rebound almost always took his game to another level in the NBA playoffs. If you ask me, when it comes to championship caliber players who never won a championship, one player in NBA history fits that description better than anyone else I've ever seen. You know him as the human highlight film, Dominique Wilkins. What if I told you that Neek wasn't just a great dunker, and he wasn't just a great scorer, but he was without question one of the most complete offensive weapons in the history of the game. And when the postseason came around, somehow he always became even better, and was able to contend with dynastic juggernauts that you would assume his roster would have no business competing with. As Dominique himself has said on many different occasions, you don't score nearly 30,000 points in your career simply as a dunker. On the contrary, Neek was not only an above-the-rim athlete, but he was a mid-range artist, equipped with a soft shooting touch and with pristine footwork. He was a remarkable rebounder for a 6'8" wing, getting as high as 9 rebounds per game in 1991. These incredible attributes enabled Wilkins to complete many impressive feats, like leading the entire NBA in scoring during the 1985 to 1986 season, where he averaged 30.3 points per game, even ahead of elite scorers like Larry Bird, Alex English, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. That season, he led his Hawks to 50 wins in a stacked Eastern Conference, and thanks to this stellar season-long performance, he finished second in the MVP voting, ahead of Magic Johnson and only behind Larry Bird. Dominique was also an athlete who developed his game over time, and as his career progressed, he didn't just become a solid three-point shooter, but he became legitimately one of the best three-point shooters in the entire league. By 1993, Wilkins was hitting a deadly 38% of his three-point shots, while ranking 7th in the league in three-pointers attempted per game. For goodness sake, he was 6th in the league in three-pointers made per game. During that season, on March 9, 1993, Wilkins had his greatest performance from distance, as he scored 37 points while making 8 of his 12 three-point attempts. At the time, that was the Hawks franchise record for the most three-pointers made in a single game. And to this day, only 3 Hawks players have ever made more three-pointers in a game, regardless of the massive inflation in three-pointers attempted. Obviously, all of these aspects of his game are incredible, but the thing that always stood out to me the most is how Wilkins never shrunk under the weight of the moment. When the lights were the brightest, Neek performed at his best, as he always rose to the occasion. A perfect example of this comes from his epic battles with Michael Jordan and Larry Bird. Anytime these elite superstars squared off, you knew you were in for something special. Many of their matchups were simply some of the greatest one-on-one duels of all time, like on December 10th, 1986, when Wilkins outperformed Michael Jordan's 41 points by dropping 57 points of his own on 68% shooting, as he led his Hawks to a massive victory. Those 57 points are still the most points ever scored against Michael Jordan in a single game. Or how about when MJ scored 61 points on Dominique? But it was Neek who had 34 points and who hit the game-winning jumper right in MJ's face. For the record, Dominique dropped at least 35 points on Michael Jordan a total of 15 times throughout his career. Meanwhile, Jordan dropped at least 35 on Dominique a fewer 13 times. Throughout their careers, both guys averaged roughly 30 points per game against one another. To put it simply, on any given night, you never knew who was going to get the last laugh between Dominique and MJ. When it came to the individual matchup, the battles between Larry Bird and Dominique Wilkins were more of the same. In the totality of their careers against one another, Dominique averaged more points per game than Larry Bird, although it was usually Bird who got the victories, as his team was 40-17 against the human highlight film. With that being said, there was no question who had the better supporting cast, as Bird was supported by one of the best centers in the league in Robert Parrish, one of the best power forwards of all time in Kevin McHale, one of the best perimeter defenders in the league in Dennis Johnson, and a 6th Man of the Year winner in Bill Walton. I mean no disrespect to the Atlanta Hawks who played alongside of Neek, as he did have some quality role players behind him in Doc Rivers, and in one of the original symbols of longevity, Kevin Willis. With that being said, the overall supporting cast was simply nowhere close to the level of support that Magic Johnson had, that Isaiah Thomas had, and that Larry Bird had, which is mainly why those legends were able to accumulate multiple championships in the 1980s, while Dominique remained ringless. Even with all of this being the case, Wilkins' ability to excel in the postseason had some people believing that he could actually do the unthinkable and defeat the defending Eastern Conference champion Boston Celtics and make it to the NBA Finals. It was the 1988 Eastern Conference semifinals between the 57-win Boston Celtics and the 50-win Atlanta Hawks. 5 NBA Hall of Famers versus 1. What proceeded to happen was one of the most epic battles in playoff history, with an iconic finish for the ages. In a must-win 4th game, Dominique dropped an efficient 40 points to give his Hawks the victory. But his best performance of the series would come in his most crucial contest, the deciding 7th game. This contest is now fondly remembered in basketball lore as simply the duel. Larry Legend and the human highlight film were trading basket after basket throughout. It was an intense back-and-forth game, capped off with one of the most thrilling fourth quarters in playoff history. As expected, Dominique was his best when he had to be, and heading into Atlanta's final possession, he had torched the Celtics defense for 46 points. The Hawks were down and needed a 3-point basket to force overtime. After seeing Wilkins light them up all night long, the Celtics would not be taking any risks, and decided to foul Dominique intentionally before he could attempt a three-point shot. He proceeded to make the first free throw and then missed the second one on purpose. But Atlanta was unable to secure the rebound, and the Celtics won the series as a result. On the night, Dominique scored 47 points on 19 of 33 shooting, in what was the most important basketball game of his professional career. Again, a team with just one Hall of Famer nearly took down a dynastic team that had 5, all because Dominique was the kind of superstar player who rose to the occasion. As I mentioned earlier in this video, there are NBA champions who were simply along for the ride. And then there's championship caliber players who never won a championship. The latter was Dominique. In an era of organic super teams like the Lakers, Celtics, Pistons, and 76ers, Dominique unfortunately never got to experience that level of a supporting cast, which I believe is the sole reason his career ended without multiple championship rings. But at the end of the day, if you ask me how I personally remember the legacy of Dominique Wilkins, it's that on any given night, regardless of who was out there on the court, Dominique could be the best player out there. It didn't matter if it was Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Julius Erving, or Michael Jordan. On any given night, Dominique could be the best of the very best.
That's not the end-all be-all. I always love a big 2. I don't really love a big 3. People talk big 3, but the big 3 thing has never really worked. And you say, well, what happened in Miami? That wasn't really a big 3. There was 3 guys that went in the lottery, and they did really well individually on their team, so they put up big numbers and had big accomplishments. But when you think about it, Bosh was the ultimate professional. He took a back seat, and he played a role in which, because he had such a high IQ and he was such a professional as an individual, his approach to everything is what made that work.
So as you can see, Clutch Sports is back at it again, as Rich Paul, the founder of the company and the lifelong friend of LeBron James, gave his thoughts on the Big 3 Miami Heat, claiming that they were never in fact a Big 3, but were instead just a Big 2. In this particular video, I'm not going to beat around the bush. I do not agree with Paul's statement, and frankly, I'm annoyed that he even suggested it. In order for an honest person to agree with his statement, they would have to be either one of 2 things. They would either be extremely young, so that they were not familiar with the Big 3 Heat during that era, or they would have to be a very casual basketball fan. I don't want to overstate or understate Bosh's talent and value when he was acquired by the Miami Heat. He was one of the best players in the league, but I certainly wouldn't say that he was top 5. This is actually how I would rank the top 20 players at the end of the 2009 to 2010 NBA season, and let me know in the comments section below how you would change up this order. So for me, Bosh was a borderline top 10 player. He was coming off a season in Toronto where they were 40 and 42, although the second best player on the team was Andrea Bargnani. So it's not like Bosh was necessarily swimming in supporting talent on the Raptors. That season, Bosh averaged 24 points, 10.8 rebounds, and 2.4 assists, while hitting 51.8% of his shots. He was 9th in the league in scoring, 6th in rebounding, 4th in player efficiency rating, and finished 12th in the MVP race, despite the fact that his team had a losing record. Now, contrary to popular belief, Bosh wasn't just a decent player who was putting up empty numbers on a bad team, but he was genuinely one of the most skilled big men in the entire league. His face-up game was dominant, as he was a quick 6'11" center/power forward. His jump shot was incredibly smooth and accurate as far as 20 feet out, and if you bit on his pump fake, he would punish you with his quick first step, as he blew by the defender and finished strong at the rim. One of his very specific areas of impact was as a low post scorer. In the 2009 to 2010 season, right before he joined the Miami Heat, he was literally the most efficient post scorer in the entire league, as he was hitting a tremendous 52.6% of his shots when posting up. This aspect is worth remembering, that Bosh was a traditional big man who was fundamentally sound and preferred to do much of his damage in the low post. So when Bosh officially joined the Miami Heat, he was only 26 years old, and it was the day before we knew where LeBron was heading in free agency. For that single day, many of us believed that the tandem of Wade and Bosh was enough to make Miami a legitimate title contender, and even Dwayne Wade talked about his excitement to play with Bosh.
But this opportunity that me and Chris have to, to team up and play together, it's just an unbelievable opportunity for me to be able to play with someone of his caliber. I got an opportunity to play with Shaq, and that was just, phenomenal. And I get to play with, Chris, right when he hit his prime. So right now I'm one of the luckiest mans, in the NBA and in the world.
Did you notice how Wade said that Bosh was in his prime? The revisionist history that you typically hear from biased guys like Rich Paul is that Bosh wasn't the same player in Miami. He was an athlete on the decline. Now don't get me wrong, his numbers did drop off from Toronto to Miami, but this was not because his game declined. But this was simply because of the fact that Bosh was no longer the number one option, and instead was relegated to a third option behind LeBron James and Dwayne Wade. This reduced role was something that Bosh fully expected and accepted upon joining the Miami Heat. In his very first press conference after joining Miami, he talked about his reduced role and how he was willing to sacrifice for the team.
Everything is all about basketball. It's all about winning. I mean, if it was about the money and if it was about numbers, we'd all go back to our respective teams. It wasn't really about that. I mean, when you get wins, all the individual accolades come. I averaged my career best last year, and nothing happened. So, me personally, I can take it. I just think about it sometimes. I mean, just playing with these guys, yeah, sure, the numbers are going to go down, but like you say, the wins are going to go up, and all that other stuff, it just falls into place.
You see, this was a mature athlete who understand that playing as a team within a system can sometimes negatively impact your individual numbers, but Bosh willingly accepted that in order to win. It was an unselfish and commendable move from an ideal teammate. But now, years later, disingenuous people want to act like those numbers dropped simply because he wasn't that great of a player. He apparently isn't even worth including in a big three. As I mentioned earlier, Bosh ideally plays the game of basketball as a traditional post-up big man. But with LeBron James on his team, Bosh had to adapt and become more of an off-ball perimeter threat. Now, instead of waiting for the rock in the post, Bosh would often be in the corner waiting for an opportunity as a spot-up jump shooter. This is why his three-point attempts started steadily increasing after joining Miami, because he had to adjust his game in order to help his team win. And sure, this all resulted in his numbers dropping as he went from a 24-11 guy in Toronto to a 19-8 guy in Miami. But even with that being the case, his numbers were still relatively impressive, especially for that era. Let me ask you, how impactful was Pau Gasol to the Lakers championship in 2009? He was Kobe's second best player, and he had numbers incredibly similar to Chris Bosh. How about Kevin Garnett for the Boston Celtics in 2008? He also had numbers incredibly similar to Bosh upon joining Miami. And yet, Pau Gasol and Kevin Garnett are celebrated as the second best players of their championship teams, while Bosh has to hear that he's not even a part of the quote Big Two, because he was willing to sacrifice some of his production. Historically, whenever a Big Three assembles, it is completely normal for at least one of those guys to see his numbers plummet, as he becomes the third scoring option. It happened to Wilt Chamberlain when he joined Jerry West and Elgin Baylor in 1968. It happened to Ray Allen when he joined Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett in 2007. And it happened to Kevin Love when he joined LeBron James and Kyrie Irving in 2014. The commonality between all of those third options is that they were all able to win their first championship because they were willing to make the sacrifices. So yes, it was a big three, and Chris Bosh deserves more respect. Upon uniting, they didn't celebrate in a concert-like atmosphere simply because LeBron joined Dwayne Wade and a role player, but rather it was because they were legitimately three superstars, who each earned an all-star selection in all 4 years of them being teammates. Each star player played a monumental role in their team's success, as they won 2 championships in the span of 4 seasons. So what do you guys think? Does Chris Bosh deserve more credit, or does Rich Paul actually have a point? I look forward to hearing your thoughts in the comment section below. Today's video is a little bit different. I've been an NBA fan for as long as I've been alive, but with that being said, I am not old enough to have seen Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, and Michael Jordan make their entire rise throughout the NBA. Yes, I was watching those players over and over again on my dad's VHS tapes. But the fact is, as soon as I was able to think for myself and engage in the basketball community, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, and Michael Jordan were already all-time greats. On the other hand, there's players like Kobe Bryant, LeBron James, and Steph Curry. And in their cases, I was actually old enough to have witnessed their entire careers. And I do remember the talking points about them as they were entering the NBA, in the middle of their careers, and at the end of their careers. I remember what it was like to have questions about whether or not Kobe Bryant would one day be as great as Michael Jordan. I remember what it was like to have questions if LeBron James is actually being overhyped. And I remember a time where we all thought Steph Curry wouldn't pan out because of the injuries. But I think each and every one of us who are long enough to witness these players' careers had one moment where we knew, beyond a shadow of a doubt, this guy was gonna be one of the greatest players of all time. There are some iconic moments that people think of for each of these players, but honestly, I felt like I had a pretty unique perspective on each of them. So I thought I'd share them with you guys and then ask you in the comment section below, when did you know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that a great player would be an all-time great? First off, let's start with Kobe Bryant. And Kobe's is going to be a little bit different, because we knew early on he was going to be a really, really great player. Ever since he had entered the NBA straight out of high school in 1996, he was receiving comparisons to Michael Jordan. And early on, we witnessed iconic moment after iconic moment in his career. One of the major ones was Game 4 of the 2000 NBA Finals, where he took over the game after Shaq had fouled out and hit clutch basket after clutch basket. I think it's fair to say that a lot of us knew that he was going to be an all-time great in that moment. But in Kobe's case specifically, I'm looking at it from the angle of when I knew, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that he was going to be one of the greatest scorers the game had ever seen. Because for a while, that wasn't actually all that obvious. In his rookie season, he averaged about 7 points per game. That increased to 15 in his sophomore season, 19 in his third season, and 22 points per game in his fourth season. The big moment for me came on January 14th, 2002. Shaquille O'Neal had just been ejected and suspended on the previous game against the Chicago Bulls after he basically tried to end Brad Miller right on the spot. Up to this point, I had witnessed several times Kobe take over offensively when Shaq was absent, and this was yet another one of those nights. When Kobe came out of the gates against Memphis, he was extremely aggressive, and he was hitting shot after shot with ease. He was so on fire this night that he had the second 50-point game of his career, and it was actually his career high as he scored 56 points. The thing is, Kobe Bryant didn't even play in the fourth quarter of that contest. He scored 56 points in 3 quarters alone. It wasn't just what he did, but it was the ease in which he did it, and the Lakers had a 39-point victory as a result. I remember vividly telling my dad that one day, when he is no longer teammates with Shaq, that Kobe was going to break scoring records. And you all know what eventually happened. The following season, Kobe would go on to have 9 straight games with at least 40 points. Later on, he would score 50 points in 4 straight games, he would have 62 points in 3 quarters alone, and he would have an 81-point game in which he scored 55 points in the second half alone. So yeah, Kobe was arguably the most explosive shooting guard in the history of the NBA. But that was foreshadowed, and the moment I knew, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Kobe was on his way to becoming this type of scorer was on this game against Memphis, where he dropped 56 points in just 3 quarters. The next player is LeBron James.
And let me tell you, I remember the hype for Victor Wembanyama. I remember the hype for Zion Williamson. And I can tell you, I have never, ever seen a player as hyped coming into the NBA as LeBron James. This guy was on the cover of all of the magazines. He was receiving all of the comparisons. He was doing East Bay dunks in high school. And I remember people illegally giving him gifts, trying to entice him to join their squad. People weren't just assuming this guy was going to be great, but they were saying he was a lock to be one of the greatest players of all time. So just like his Cleveland Cavaliers teammates, I was skeptical about LeBron coming into the NBA. Was he really, truly as good as everyone was claiming? And as a die-hard Kobe Bryant fan at the time, I remember wanting to see Kobe own this guy whenever they matched up one-on-one. So I think it's fair to say that I wasn't very quick to jump on the LeBron James hype train. But the moment I knew, beyond any doubt, that he was going to be one of the greatest players of all time was on May 31st, 2007, in Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals against the Detroit Pistons. At the time, the Pistons were one of the powerhouses of the Eastern Conference, and from top to bottom, their squad was way more talented. LeBron was only 22 years old, so I hadn't put much expectations upon him in this situation. But what he did was arguably one of the top 3 greatest playoff performances in NBA history, as he carried the Cleveland Cavaliers on his back. And I know that the word carried gets thrown around quite a bit in the NBA, but in this instance, it was totally justified. On this night, LeBron scored all of the Cavaliers' final 25 points to end the game, and he did it with clutch basket after clutch basket. Steve Kerr, who was assisting and calling the game, said that this was unbelievable. This was Jordan-esque. Up to this point, I was resistant to embrace LeBron James, but I witnessed him bury ridiculous shot after ridiculous shot, and take over the fourth quarter, overtime, and the second overtime on his way to beating one of the best teams in the entire league. This was the moment where I actually started to question, will he one day be the greatest player of all time? The next player is Steph Curry, and I actually have seen people talk about this in the past on YouTube, and they claim that the moment Steph arrived on the scene was in the 2012 to 2013 season against the New York Knicks. At Madison Square Garden, in front of a nationally televised audience, Steph Curry dropped 54 points on 11 three-pointers made. But I gotta be honest, I didn't see that game as it was all going down. For me, that moment for Steph Curry came in that same season, but 2 months later, and it was actually Kobe Bryant's famous Achilles game. On this channel, I've talked about extensively how epic this game was for Kobe Bryant, as he was dragging the Lakers into the playoffs after a tumultuous season, as he was hitting clutch shot after clutch shot, and pushing through injury after injury, until he inevitably went down with the Achilles tear right before burying 2 free throws to give the Lakers some hope. The craziest part about this game that almost no one talks about is right as Kobe had his last game as an MVP candidate, Steph Curry rose to superstardom. Because many people forget, Steph was absolutely on fire this night, as he was trading basket after basket with Kobe Bryant. On the night, Steph had 47 points, 9 assists, and 6 rebounds, as he was 17 of 31 from the field and made 9 three-point attempts. He looked every bit as good as Kobe Bryant. The cherry on top, and what I believe was a very, very special moment, was the final shot of the game, as Steph Curry heaved this backcourt shot that had Lakers fans gasping their breath. Everyone believed that that shot could have gone in, and then the longtime Lakers commentator Stu Lance famously said,
"Are you kidding me? They ought to give Steph Curry points for doing just that. That young man is dangerous."
This was the moment that I truly realized Steph Curry was on his way to being one of the all-time greats. This guy just wasn't normal in 2013. And then what do you know? A couple years later, he's an MVP. A year after that, he's a unanimous MVP and the leader of the greatest regular season team of all time. And now, we know him today as one of the top 12 players in NBA history. So those are just my thoughts, but now I want to hear yours. What was a moment that you knew a great player was going to be one of the all-time greats?
The Sacramento Kings of the early 2000s are widely seen as one of the greatest teams to never win a championship, and that's probably because they should have won a championship, as it is believed by many in the basketball community that they were screwed out of a championship opportunity in the 2002 Western Conference Finals against the Los Angeles Lakers. For obvious reasons, the talent, depth, and chemistry of that Kings team deserves to be honored and remembered as if they were past NBA champions. But the thing is, usually when people talk about that squad in the present day, they talk about stars like Chris Webber and Mike Bibby. But one member of that roster was equally impactful to those players, yet rarely gets any of the attention. His name is Peja Stojakovic. This guy was a lethal offensive weapon who was way ahead of his time. He was terrifying on the perimeter, as arguably the most dangerous sniper of his era. People forget just how special and unique this athlete was, as he played the game like Ray Allen and Reggie Miller, but he was 6 foot 10 inches tall. As a Lakers fan who vividly remembers all of their playoff battles, I can tell you that we were terrified of this guy. Give him just a second of daylight and we were sure he was going to punish us for it. Now, Peja had a modest start to his NBA career, as he averaged 8 points per game in his rookie season and 11 points per game in his sophomore season. But in his third year, he was made a full-time starter, and this boost of confidence was exactly what his game needed, as he increased his scoring to 20 points per game on tremendous efficiency splits. He was always an off-ball threat, as he kept lurking, moving, and waiting for his opportunity to swing the momentum with a massive 3-ball. With that being said, he had the handle and the ability to make a play for himself whenever he wanted to. This Sacramento squad was known for their beautiful ball movement and their team-first mindset, and Stojakovic willingly sacrificed some of his own opportunities to blend into this system. But there's no doubt in my mind that if he had been in another situation during his prime years, then he could have filled up the stat sheet to an even greater extent than he did. It wasn't just his 3-point shooting, but his shooting touch was pure all over the court, as he led the NBA in free throw percentage twice, and he has one of the greatest career free throw percentages in NBA history, at a stellar 90%. He wasn't just a key contributor for Sacramento, but he was one of their leading stars, as he was second on the team in scoring in both 2001 and 2002, trailing only Chris Webber. Now, what many people forget about their epic 7-game series with the Lakers in 2002 is the fact that Peja wasn't even healthy for it. He missed the first 4 games of that series due to an injury, and when he eventually returned for the final 3 games, it was clear that he wasn't himself, as he put up horrible numbers and horrible efficiency splits. The timing couldn't have possibly been any worse, as this was the best opportunity that this Kings team would ever have at winning a championship. Now, although the prime of this Kings group had come and gone, Peja was still yet to see his individual peak. During the 2003 to 2004 season, Stojakovic would take his game to the next level. It was mostly out of necessity, as their leading superstar Chris Webber had to have microfracture knee surgery, resulting in Webber missing 59 out of the 82 regular season games. For the first time, stepping into the leading role was the perimeter assassin, Peja Stojakovic, and it's a role he thrived in. He put up some career-high averages of 24.2 points, 6.3 rebounds, and 1.3 steals on absolutely deadly shooting splits. Against all of the odds, Peja led his Kings to a remarkable 55-27 record, good enough for the 4th seed in a stacked Western Conference. And as a result, Peja finished in 4th place in the MVP voting, which was ahead of young superstars like Kobe Bryant, Shaquille O'Neal, and LeBron James. Unfortunately, this was the very best that we would ever see from Peja, because his back and neck injuries would begin to limit his time and affect his productivity. After subtle declines from year to year, he eventually found himself in New Orleans with Chris Paul and David West. To a lesser degree, he was impactful for this Western Conference contender, who who surprised many when they won 56 games in the 07 to 08 season, where Peja poured in 16 points per game, including an excellent 44% from three-point range. In terms of his skills and abilities, he had a lot left in the tank. But sadly, his body had something else in mind, as the back and neck issues took their toll. By the start of the 2010 to 2011 season, he was 33 years old and was just a shell of his former self. With that being said, he was in the right place at the right time, as he was a part of the 2011 Dallas Mavericks, who went all the way to the NBA Finals and who shockingly defeated the Big Three Miami Heat. Peja only scored a grand total of 2 points in those NBA Finals, but he was able to end his NBA career with a championship that he deserved in Sacramento. The fact that he had such a short career and played for small market teams resulted in him becoming an afterthought in the years since his retirement. And that's unfortunate, because the truth of the matter is that at his best, Peja Stojakovic was one of the most dangerous and efficient perimeter players in the entire league. In total, he earned 3 All-Star selections and an All-NBA selection in 2004. He was also the NBA's three-point contest winner in back-to-back seasons in 2002 and in 2003. Given his size and skill set, there is zero doubt in my mind that Peja would have tore up this modern NBA, as the rules and style of play in this present game are basically tailor-made for his abilities. When we talk about the greatest what-ifs in NBA history, there's usually several different names that come to mind, like Len Bias, Grant Hill, Greg Oden, and Derrick Rose, just to name a few. One of the players who typically isn't mentioned in that group is Earvin Magic Johnson. And to a certain extent, I get it. Magic had a Hall of Fame career. He won 5 NBA championships, 3 Finals MVPs, and 3 League MVPs. He made 10 All-NBA teams and made it all the way to the NBA Finals a total of 9 times in his career. So relatively to the other all-time greats, he had a very full and successful career. But the truth is, that was all achieved in what should have been the first half of his career. That's because on November 7th, 1991, Magic shocked the basketball world when he announced publicly that he had obtained HIV. And as a result, he was retiring immediately from the NBA. Now, many people assume that this retirement happened in the twilight of Magic's career, but the truth is, that's only because we've grown accustomed to this retirement scenario since 1991. In reality, Magic was nowhere close to the twilight of his career. He was the league MVP just 1 season prior, and he was the league MVP runner-up to Michael Jordan in 1991. He led his Lakers to the NBA Finals right before his retirement, and in his final game before he made the announcement, he put up a monstrous triple-double. He was only 31 years old when he played his final game in 1991. Think about that for a second. That's like LeBron James retiring in 2016, and Steph Curry retiring in 2020. Just imagine how different their legacies would have been if that had been the case. From this sense, Magic Johnson was a major what-if. He had the highest career average for assists in NBA history, so if he had kept playing, he may have ended up as the NBA's all-time leader by the end of his career. The Lakers also remained very competitive throughout the 1990s, so it is very possible that Magic could have made it to the NBA Finals several more times. Imagine if he had 13 or 14 Finals appearances by the end of his career. If Magic had played until he was 40 years old, like Michael Jordan or LeBron James, then that would have meant that Magic would have been teammates with Shaq and Kobe for the final 4 seasons of his career, including the 1999 to 2000 season, where the Lakers won the NBA championship. Imagine a world where half of Shaq and Kobe's years together, they had Magic Johnson running the floor as their point guard. In this universe, you have to wonder, would Magic have 8 or 9 championships? If that was the case, how could he not be viewed as the GOAT ahead of Michael Jordan? Now make no mistake, I know full well that Magic did come back for the 95 to 96 season, and promptly retired at the conclusion of that year. But here's the thing,
I don't think Magic retires again in '96 if he never retired the first time in 1991. When Magic came back in 1995, he was trying to adapt to a young team that wasn't used to his leadership and mindset. Famously, players like Nick Van Exel and Cedric Ceballos didn't mesh well with Magic Johnson, and there was jealousy and chemistry issues due to there being a new sheriff in town. It ended up being a chaotic and tumultuous season, to say the least. And when Magic retired for the final time at the end of the 1996 season, it wasn't because he had nothing left in the tank, but it was because he was tired of the drama and wasn't enjoying the team as much as he used to. If Magic never retires the first time in 1991, then there's never this awkward changing of leaderships and atmospheres. And instead of Magic learning to play with guys like Van Exel and Ceballos, they would instead be learning to play with him. I truly believe that if Magic never retired due to HIV, then he likely ends his career as the greatest winner in NBA history since Bill Russell. Maybe that universe even makes more sense in the grand scheme of basketball, because after all, Magic Johnson was the ultimate teammate. He was the greatest example of a guy who made his teammates better. In the very first season of his career, he started at center in place of an injured Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and won the championship with some jaw-dropping numbers. Yes, he won championships with Kareem by his side, and people usually use that fact to discredit him. But in the first season after Kareem's retirement, Magic led his Lakers to a 63-win season. And the season after that, Magic stunned the basketball world by taking the Lakers to the NBA Finals once again. Regardless of the weapons at his disposal, Magic was going to be competitive year in and year out, and he proved that time and time again on the basketball court. So now it's your turn. If Magic had never been forced to retire in 1991, how do you think we would view his legacy today? In the epic history of the NBA, some stories stand out above the rest, not just because of the stats we read in the box score afterwards, but because of how it felt in the moment. They're passed down from generation to generation, from old fans to new fans. And what makes those stories last long after the final buzzer is when the greats who lived it, the athletes themselves, can recall them with perfect clarity, as if they never left the moment at all, either still basking in the glory or drowning in the nightmare. This is one of those stories. And to explain some of the context, let's go back almost 25 years ago, to June 14th, 2000. It was Game 4 of the 2000 NBA Finals. The Lakers were up 2-1 over the Indiana Pacers. The series was hanging in the balance. A 21-year-old Kobe Bryant had missed all of Game 3 and most of Game 2 with a sprained ankle. Now, just days later, he was not only back, but was about to play 47 of the 53 total minutes on what he would later call a quote, throbbing ankle. The Lakers were led, of course, by the most dominant force in the league at the time, Shaquille O'Neal, who was at his absolute apex. He was averaging an insane 38.7 points and 18.7 rebounds per game through the first 3 games of Shaq's first NBA Finals for the Lakers. But in this game, however, it wouldn't be Shaq who finished the story. After the first quarter, the Lakers looked flat, going down 10 points early. Kobe had as many points as he had turnovers. Shaq was only 1 of 5 from the field, and Reggie Miller was already in rhythm with 10 quick points. Indiana led the entire first half, and at halftime they were up 54-51. The Lakers were ice cold from distance as a team, 1 for 7 from 3, and both Shaq and Kobe were in foul trouble with 3 each at the end of the first half. Early in the third quarter, with the Lakers still searching for control, Kobe picked up a potentially killer 4th foul. Most coaches would have pulled him immediately, but Phil Jackson did not, and Kobe made him look like a genius. In the span of just 3 minutes, Kobe doubled his scoring total, jumping from 6 points to 12 points and shaking off the rust of the first half. And by the time the third quarter ended, the Mamba had 16 points and was starting to take control of the tempo.
Entering the fourth, the Lakers led for the first time in the game, 80-77. But Reggie Miller, who unusually was 0 of 7 in the fourth quarter through 3 games, decided that Game 4 would be different. He scored 13 points in the fourth quarter alone, hitting 5 of his 6 shots, including 3 for 3 from downtown that would keep Indiana breathing. Shaq, meanwhile, did everything he could to carry the load, dropping 13 points in the final period of regulation, but missing his last 4 free throws down the stretch. Now Kobe was quieter on the stat sheet with just 4 points in the quarter, but he was slowly starting to build towards something much bigger. Now I could sit here and walk you through every second of what happened next, or we can watch a rare moment where 2 legends, one rising and one aging, remember it for themselves. Kobe Bryant shared his memory of this time with Shaq just before we tragically lost him. And Reggie Miller just recently told his side of the story on the All the Smoke podcast. So what you're about to hear is both parts of this iconic story, told by these 2 all-time great players. Take a listen.
My favorite Kobe moment is in the finals in Indiana. I'm like, damn, I let the team down again. And you put your hand on my shoulder and said, don't worry, big fella, I got it. Always knew you was a bad cat, but that moment right there, because you had no fear, I was like,
well, you know, I knew how much it meant to you. Tactically, I don't think anybody knows this, but yeah, I was filming some show the summer before, and Reggie Miller was up there, UCLA.
Kobe and I did a shoot. At the time, you guys remember on MTV, The Real World, the cast, the people that all lived in the house. This is when reality TV was just starting. And this was a chance, he and I, this is before we made it to the finals.
And I said, okay, they got a really good team in Indiana. We might see these guys. And I said, let's play one-on-one.
Gail D'Agostino, who, she worked with both of us. And she came to me and she's like, hey, just letting you know, Kobe's gonna wanna play you one-on-one. I'm at the height of mine. He's just, this is his second or third year, maybe, second year.
And we played one-on-one. I proceeded to really measure him.
So we're on the court. He's like, teach me that step back.
And see what he liked to do defensively, see where he moved, see where he was weak at, what I could exploit.
Like, what are you looking at? Are you looking at the feet, the knees? Like, how do you do it going left, and how are you doing it right? Like, don't they close? So I'm out there teaching them and doing all this. Fast forward to the finals.
I file out.
We're thinking, we about ready to tie this thing up. They had won the first 2 in Staples. We won game 3. We're about ready to tie this thing up.
And so when that happened in the finals, we were here, I knew what I had. I knew what I could take. I knew what he would give me. And it was just a matter of just measuring him and going to work.
Damn Kobe Bryant turned into, and not only did he turn into the reincarnation of MJ, that same that I was teaching him, those step backs.
He hit that 3, yeah.
He's hitting it on me. Wah, wah, wah.
So it was a thought-out attack for him.
This dude was prepping for this moment 3 years ago. He is using this, what I taught him, on me and us. They win that game, they win the series in 6.
Now, in the midst of all this drama, a crucial detail from this game has been largely forgotten. On the last possession of the game, a terrible foul called on Rick Fox, occurring before the ball was even inbounded, gifted Indiana a technical free throw, and possession with 5 seconds remaining. A successful three-pointer would now win this game, and Indiana had the NBA's most lethal three-point shooter ever at this point in time. Reggie Miller, with the weight of the game on his shoulders, managed to create a decent look from the right wing. An impressive feat considering everyone in the arena knew the ball was destined for him. The shot, sadly for Miller, clanked off the back iron. This near miss, the what could have been, must have been a heavy burden for Miller to bear for all these years, and this was his one and only opportunity in the NBA Finals. If luck is really what happens when preparation meets opportunity, then in Game 4 of the 2000 NBA Finals, Kobe Bryant was one of the luckiest men alive.
But it wasn't just random. It wasn't just a fluke. Looking back, it all makes sense. The way Kobe carried himself, the confidence in his eyes, the way he rose up and hit that first shot over Reggie Miller. You could just tell he knew. He knew he was the most prepared player on the court. He knew this moment might come when he was with Reggie at UCLA years before. And when it finally did, under the bright lights of the NBA Finals, Kobe didn't hesitate. He was ready. For most of his legendary career, LeBron James has carried an unusual burden. Not just the weight of expectations, but the weight of scrutiny. From the moment he stepped onto the NBA hardwood at 18, LeBron has lived his life under a microscope. We watched him grow, evolve, stumble, and soar, all under the relentless glare of the social media era, a platform quick to amplify both great success and perceived shortcomings. Since the day he was drafted into the NBA, he wasn't just compared to NBA players. He was compared to legends from the very moment he was in the public eye. And while much of the basketball world did admire his brilliance on the court, others found plenty of reasons to critique him. He was too passive, too selfless, but one of the biggest was that he was not enough of a killer on the court. When people talk about cold-blooded competitors, they bring up Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant, players who, when they smelled blood, didn't hesitate. They didn't defer, they destroyed. Now, by the time we reached the 2017 to 2018 season, LeBron James had certainly cultivated a clutch gene, silencing many of his doubters with game-winning heroics etched into NBA lore. Yet despite this, the whispers persisted. Memories of moments like the 2010 Eastern Conference Finals against the Celtics and the agonizing 2011 NBA Finals against the Mavericks, where he seemed to shrink under the immense pressure, lingered in fans' minds. Even his triumphant championship victory with the Cavaliers in 2016, a historic 3-1 comeback, was not so much a dominant display of force, but more of a desperate rally with their backs firmly against the wall. But the 2017 to 2018 season and the ensuing playoffs would become the stage for LeBron James to finally, unequivocally, silence this particular criticism. It was his moment to demonstrate to the world that beneath the layers of playmaking brilliance, he was ruthless. He was unrelenting. This wasn't the LeBron we had grown used to seeing. This was something darker, more focused. This was the LeBron that many doubted existed. To understand how monumental this season was for LeBron, we need to go back to the 2017 playoffs. LeBron was coming off of his 7th straight NBA Finals appearance. No one had done that since Bill Russell. In that 2017 Finals, LeBron became the first player in history to average a triple-double on the league's biggest stage. And yet, the Cavaliers had lost. Something was breaking apart behind the scenes. The relationship between LeBron and Kyrie had deteriorated, and it showed during the 2017 playoffs. According to teammate James Jones, there were many days during the playoffs when Kyrie didn't speak to a single teammate. The tension, palpable to those within the Cavs organization, began with Irving's growing desire to step out of LeBron's considerate shadow and environment. Then, in the offseason, the departure of former general manager David Griffin, which then led to the revelation that Cleveland had even considered trading Irving to the Indiana Pacers for Paul George, all reportedly stunned the fiercely independent point guard. His desire for autonomy, to lead his own team and cultivate his own culture, outweighed the allure of playing alongside of one of the greatest players of all time. Reports even surfaced that Irving threatened to sit out the entire 17-18 season and undergo knee surgery if his demand was not met. The Cavaliers were forced to deal their young superstar. In August 2017, Kyrie Irving was traded to the Boston Celtics. The Cavs received a package involving Isaiah Thomas, Jay Crowder, and Brooklyn's 2018 first-round pick. Now, Isaiah Thomas was coming off of an incredible season, averaging 28.9 points per game and earning the nickname King of the Fourth for his late-game heroics.
But that same fantastic regular season had taken a toll on the smaller guard's frame. Thomas suffered a serious hip injury that would drastically affect his future. He wouldn't return to the court until January of 2018, and until then, LeBron was essentially carrying the Cavaliers by himself. Fortunately for Cleveland, Kevin Love stepped up in Thomas's absence, enjoying a resurgent start to the year. By the time Thomas was finally cleared to play in his first game in a Cavaliers uniform, the team held a respectable 24-12 record, good enough for the third seed in a middling Eastern Conference. However, the chemistry between LeBron James and Isaiah Thomas upon his return never materialized, and the Cavaliers' performance suffered as a result. From Thomas's debut on January 2nd until just before the trade deadline on February 6th, the team stumbled to a dismal 6-10 record. Their defense was the second worst in the league during this stretch. The period of disarray was at its apex, with an especially horrible second-half collapse against the Orlando Magic, a team at the bottom of the Eastern Conference standings with no realistic playoff aspirations. There were inexplicable lapses in effort, with LeBron visibly disengaged on multiple possessions, at times allowing the offense to function at a disjointed 4-on-5. The result was an embarrassing 116-98 defeat, a low point that amplified the growing sense of crisis surrounding the Cavaliers. The humiliating loss to the Magic served as a stark wake-up call. Between that game and their next contest against Jimmy Butler and the Minnesota Timberwolves, trade discussions began to swirl with increasing urgency within the Cavaliers organization. It was clear that drastic measures were needed to salvage their season and appease their increasingly frustrated superstar. In that pivotal matchup against the Timberwolves, a noticeable shift occurred in LeBron James's demeanor. A fire seemed to reignite within him, a passion that had been conspicuously absent for over a month. He delivered a virtuoso performance, tallying 37 points, 10 rebounds, and 15 assists. But the box score was only part of the story. In the dying moments of overtime, LeBron showcased a renewed intensity, first swatting away a potential game-winning shot by Jimmy Butler, and then, with ice in his veins, calmly sinking a game-winning basket on the ensuing possession. And then, almost immediately after that thriller against the Wolves, the Cavs blew up their roster. They traded away nearly half their team, including Isaiah Thomas, Dwayne Wade, Derrick Rose, Jay Crowder, Iman Shumpert, and Channing Frye. In return, they brought in younger and more athletic players: George Hill, Jordan Clarkson, Rodney Hood, and Larry Nance Jr. Reinvigorated by the new additions and sensing an opportunity to compete for yet another championship for his city, LeBron James elevated his game to an even higher level in the final 30 games of the regular season. He averaged 29.5 points, 9.8 rebounds, and 10 assists on 54.1% shooting to close out the regular season. He was doing everything: scoring, playmaking, leading, and make no mistake, he was the only reason Cleveland stayed afloat. LeBron's Cavaliers managed to secure a 4th seed in the Eastern Conference. While many analysts and fans acknowledged LeBron's individual brilliance, there was a widespread skepticism about the team's overall chances of making another deep playoff run. The prevailing sentiment was that reaching the NBA Finals for a 4th consecutive year would be an exceptionally arduous challenge, even for a player of LeBron's caliber. In the first round, the Cavs faced the Indiana Pacers, a gritty, hungry team led by Victor Oladipo. The Pacers came out firing, delivering a decisive 98-80 blow in Game 1, sending a clear message that this series would be no easy path for the defending Eastern Conference champions. The two teams traded blows over the next 3 games, splitting them at 2 apiece. This set the stage for a pivotal Game 5 in Cleveland, a must-win for both squads. In this high-stakes encounter, LeBron James delivered a performance for the ages, scoring a staggering 44 of his team's 98 points. including a clutch game-winning three-pointer that sealed a crucial victory and gave the Cavaliers a 3-2 series lead. It was a dagger, a statement, and a glimpse of what was coming. This game marked a discernible shift in LeBron's approach. This was not the typically unselfish player always looking to make the optimal pass. This was a man determined to will his team to victory through sheer offensive force, undeterred by any adversity. In that moment, LeBron was destroying any remaining narratives about his lack of killer instinct. This wasn't LeBron making the quote right basketball play. This was LeBron saying, "I'll take it from here." He was becoming the cold-blooded scorer that the basketball world had long wondered if he could be. The series returned to Indiana for Game 6, where the Pacers fought valiantly to force a decisive Game 7 back in Cleveland. In that winner-take-all contest, LeBron James, playing all but 4 minutes, exerted an almost suffocating control over the game's tempo. He deliberately slowed the pace to an incredibly methodical 87.2 possessions per 48 minutes, a stark contrast to the league's regular season average of 97.3. In this slower, more deliberate environment, LeBron was able to dictate the flow, meticulously dissecting the Pacers' defense. He scored 45 points, grabbed 8 rebounds, dished out 7 assists, and even snagged 4 steals, carrying his team on his back and securing their passage to the second round. Next up, the Toronto Raptors. The Raptors had entered the 2017-18 season with a singular goal: to secure the coveted number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference playoffs, thereby guaranteeing home court advantage, and, they hoped, finally vanquishing the LeBron James-led Cleveland Cavaliers, who had eliminated them in the previous 2 postseasons. Their mission was successful. Behind their all-star backcourt duo of Kyle Lowry and DeMar DeRozan, the Raptors had a franchise-best 59-win season, and indeed claimed the top seed. This was supposed to be Toronto's year, their opportunity to finally dethrone the king. The significance of this contest cannot be overstated. If LeBron James was to guide his underdog Cavaliers past this formidable Raptors squad, he would need to be more than just good. He would need to be ice cold, instilling a level of fear and intimidation in his opponents unlike anything seen before in his career. What transpired was a performance of such utter dominance against an entire team that the internet renamed the city of Toronto to LeBronto. In a stunning 4-game sweep, LeBron averaged an unbelievable 34 points, 8.3 rebounds, and 11.3 assists per game, shooting an incredibly efficient 55.3% from the field. But the raw statistics failed to capture the extent of LeBron's mastery in this series. It was how he dismantled the Raptors that was truly breathtaking. He hit impossible turnaround fadeaway jumpers from seemingly every angle in Game 2. He casually banked in a 1-foot floater off the glass to win Game 3 at the buzzer, with the Cavaliers not even bothering to call a timeout. By the end of the series, LeBronto was born. The Raptors, utterly demoralized, would be forced to completely overhaul their core in the ensuing offseason. The Eastern Conference Finals presented a fascinating contrast. On one side stood the veteran-laden Cleveland Cavaliers, their sights set on a 4th consecutive NBA Finals appearance. On the other, a youthful and exceptionally talented Boston Celtics team, who had weathered early season injuries to their key veterans and forged an improbable playoff run around a core of an average age of just 25.1 years old. The series that unfolded was a grueling back-and-forth battle, a true dogfight that pushed both teams to their limits. Inevitably, the Eastern Conference crown would be decided in yet another dramatic Game 7 for the Cavaliers and LeBron James, who by this point had been physically and mentally exhausted after navigating such a demanding playoff journey. Once again, Game 7 came down to the pace of play, which LeBron deliberately dragged down to a snail's pace of 86. He was consciously pulling this young, athletic Celtics team into an era of basketball they had only witnessed as children, a slower, more physical style that was commonplace in the mid-2000s when LeBron was entering the league, and a style with which he was incredibly familiar. This deliberate shift in tempo seemed to rattle the Celtics, whose youthful exuberance was stifled. They shot an abysmal 7 of 39 from three-point range, their worst performance from beyond the arc all season. LeBron, displaying an almost superhuman endurance, played all 48 minutes, scoring 35 points, grabbing 15 rebounds, and dishing out 9 assists. He willed his team to victory, securing his 8th consecutive NBA Finals appearance, an achievement matched only by the legendary Bill Russell. This improbable triumph set the stage for the 4th consecutive NBA Finals showdown between the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Golden State Warriors. While matchup fatigue was undeniably a factor for many viewers, Game 1 of this series would witness arguably the greatest scoring performance of LeBron James's illustrious career. Facing the overwhelming firepower of a Warriors team led by Kevin Durant and Steph Curry, LeBron knew he would have to play near-perfect basketball just to keep pace, and in Game 1, he basically did. He poured in an astounding 51 points, along with 8 rebounds and 8 assists, shooting an incredibly efficient 59.4% from the field, trading basket for basket with the seemingly unstoppable Warriors. Tragically, LeBron's Herculean effort was ultimately overshadowed by one of the most infamous blunders in NBA Finals history, a late-game miscue by his teammate J.R. Smith. This blunder seemed to deflate all of the remaining energy and motivation LeBron poured into this game, and the Warriors ultimately prevailed in overtime, 124-114. The frustration and anger LeBron felt after this devastating loss reportedly led him to break his hand by punching the whiteboard in the locker room. He apparently played the remainder of the NBA Finals series with this significant injury, later admitting that he, quote, let the emotions get the best of me. But in defeat, something had changed. For the most part, people no longer questioned LeBron James's killer instinct. They no longer doubted if he could take over a game in the biggest moments. He did it over and over again, against younger teams, better teams, and longer odds. In 2018, LeBron didn't just silence his critics, he redefined his legacy. He didn't need a super team. He didn't need a perfect roster. All he needed was the ball, the moment, and a reason. And he gave us one of the most iconic playoff runs in NBA history. It wasn't about stats, it was about mentality. This was about showing the world that LeBron James wasn't just a great basketball player, but this season, he was a killer, and he proved that beyond a shadow of a doubt. Steph Curry is simply amazing. He's a 4-time NBA champion, a 2-time MVP, he's the all-time leader in three-pointers made, and he's now in the argument for being considered as a top 10 player in NBA history. If you're a fan of Curry, then you probably clicked on this video ready to come to his defense, as you assumed that I'm about to go on this giant rant criticizing him. Well, put down your pitchfork and torch, because I'm actually doing the opposite, and pointing out how the perception of Curry and his impact has ultimately affected how much he's appreciated or lack thereof. Let me ask you longtime basketball fans a question. Remember the narrative that you couldn't win an NBA championship as a jump shooting team? That existed for a very, very long time in the NBA. The narrative was basically that soft teams were not built for the postseason. The belief was that when the playoffs started, in order to succeed, you had to embrace a grit and grind type of approach, one that emphasized physicality and defense, and a jump shooting three-point team was generally viewed as the opposite of that. For the most part, this was basically a true narrative all the way through the 2010 NBA Finals. But in 2011, the Dallas Mavericks won the championship as primarily a jump shooting team. But they were more seen as an exception to the rule, because the Mavericks were the underdog in the finals and they had been failing to get it done years before that. And then, after their championship run, they were unable to repeat their success for the rest of Dirk Nowitzki's career.
On the other hand, in 2015, the Golden State Warriors won the championship as a jump shooting team. And then they won it again, and again, and again. By the early stages of their dynasty, the narrative that jump shooting teams couldn't win championships was officially and completely dead. Under Steph Curry's leadership on the court, the Warriors changed the perception of playoff basketball and the entire concept of winning basketball. Along with that, Steph Curry won the league MVP in 2015, and then in 2016, he proceeded to become the first ever unanimous MVP winner in NBA history, as he led his Warriors to a record-breaking 73-9 season. Prior to the beginning of the 2016 NBA Finals, many people were beginning to claim that Steph Curry had now surpassed LeBron James as the best player in the NBA. It's hard to say if the majority of people were saying this, but at the very least, a large portion of the basketball community was making this claim. This wasn't just any player temporarily becoming the face of the league, but this was a 6'3" jump shooter. This was a guy who made an NBA record 402 three-point attempts on the season, when no other player in NBA history had ever made it to 300. This was jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, and unlike anything we had ever seen before. We had never seen someone make so many 30-foot bombs so regularly and so casually. It was literally amazing. And not only was he must-see TV, but he was quickly becoming almost everyone's favorite player to watch. He hadn't just changed the narratives about winning basketball, but he made basketball fans reimagine what the best player in the NBA could look like. It didn't have to be a towering Goliath like Wilt Chamberlain. It didn't have to be a stylish unicorn of an athlete like Michael Jordan. It didn't have to be a scary combination of size and speed like LeBron James. Now, people believe that the best of the best could simply be a skinny, undersized player with a nifty handle and an incredible jump shot. This period of time during the 2016 regular season was when Steph was the most celebrated. Sure, maybe he's moved up on most people's all-time lists since then. But as for the adoration and wonder of Steph Curry, it had never been stronger than it was in this moment in time. Then, things started to change. In the 2016 NBA Finals, the Warriors famously choked away a 3-1 lead, losing the championship series to LeBron James and the Cleveland Cavaliers. Then soon after, the Warriors added a prime Kevin Durant to their 73-9 squad, and what was one of the most shocking acquisitions in basketball history. Overnight, the Warriors went from the organic Cinderella team that everyone was rooting for to the unfair juggernaut villain who took the easy road. With an absurdly stacked roster, the Warriors proceeded to win the championship in 2017 and in 2018. But many people believed that those were some of the most boring seasons in NBA history, due to the Warriors warping the balance of power in the league. To make matters worse, during Golden State's dynastic run, their former head coach Mark Jackson famously got all of the sports headlines when he said that Steph Curry ruined the game of basketball. Basically, he said that Steph's three-point shooting had been so impactful that it essentially inspired a young generation of basketball players to ignore other aspects of the game and focus almost exclusively on three-point shooting. To a certain extent, this seemed to be the case in the NBA as well, as other organizations were looking to replicate the Warriors' success, and inevitably, everyone began shooting an insane amount of threes. After the rise of Steph Curry, the league spiked to the highest volume of three-point shots in history, and it's a number that's still climbing to this very day. Over time, this came with its own series of drawbacks. NBA viewership has become a growing concern, as many old-school basketball fans have given up on the modern game, claiming that it's a dying league. There are many reasons to speculate as for the cause of declining viewership, but one of the most popular choices is how the NBA has been watered down as a jump shooting league that lacks any defense or diversity of styles. It's one thing for nostalgic fans to make this claim, But in the years since Curry's rise, active NBA legends like Greg Popovich, Kevin Durant, and LeBron James have said that the NBA has become too one-dimensional and too influenced by the three-point shot. Now more so than ever before, NBA fandom has become extremely divided, with some celebrating where the league is today, while others have tuned out almost completely, only occasionally engaging when it's about criticizing the modern product. And whether or not it's fair, Steph Curry is the face of this modern product. He ushered in this new era of NBA basketball, thanks to his skill and dedication. But what was once celebrated and seen as a marvelous wonder has now grown stale and repetitive in the eyes of many. To some, Steph Curry is the symbol and cause of what's wrong with the modern NBA. Now, is this fair to Steph Curry? Absolutely not. And I personally still cherish the talent and artistry of his game. I still fondly remember the way he captivated audiences between 2014 and 2016. And I don't think I will ever look back on those years with disgust. But the reality is, many people are not appreciative of his changing influence on the game like they once were. And as a whole, it's affecting his legacy and how he will be remembered by the masses. Steph Curry is one of the greatest players and one of the most influential players of all time. But he'll also be remembered as the player who split basketball fandom. One day, he was the face of the league and the media darling. And now today, he's the symbol of NBA division, and what is one of the sadder evolutions of a basketball legacy. You could call him the Zen Master, the Lord of the Rings, or simply the greatest coach in basketball history. Phil Douglas Jackson was not just a basketball mastermind, but a psychological mastermind as well. This guy knew how to motivate his players, how to push the right buttons, and how to get a team of egomaniacs to come together and achieve a common goal. Thanks to his incredible leadership, he was able to win 11 NBA championships and earn 13 trips to the conference finals in just 20 seasons of head coaching. Now, some of you may say, well, of course he won so much. Look at the talent he was blessed with. And although that is true, I would ask you in response, how did that talent fare without him? Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Kobe Bryant, and Shaquille O'Neal collectively played 33 seasons under Phil Jackson, and in that time, they had a combined total of 20 championship rings. Without Phil Jackson, those same superstar players played a combined total of 37 seasons, and in that time, they only won one championship ring. That fact alone should be enough to convince people of Phil's one-of-a-kind greatness as a head coach. But regardless, I'll continue to elaborate. If you ask me, what makes Phil Jackson so excellent has nothing to do with the X's and O's. Sure, he was a great coach from an X's and O's standpoint, but his bread and butter was his ability to get the most out of a variety of different individuals. Early in his career, the narrative about Michael Jordan was that he was a selfish ball hog, a guy who put his scoring before the team. And this is why people believed that he would never win nearly as many championships as Magic Johnson and Larry Bird. Then Phil stepped in, convinced Jordan to give up the ball and play within the triangle offense system. And as a result, they immediately started collecting Larry O'Brien trophies. Shaq and Kobe were failing in the Western Conference playoffs time and time again, as they were seen as a group without solid leadership. Even in 1998, when they had 4 All-Stars on the team, in Shaq, Kobe, Eddie Jones, and Nick Van Exel, they were unable to get it done. Then stepped in Phil, who taught them to work as a group and remain poised under pressure, and they proceeded to immediately win 3 straight championships. After writing a book where he literally called Kobe Bryant uncoachable, he rejoined forces with the Mynba and won 2 more championships with nearly a completely different roster. He took situations that were either shaky or volatile and turned them into championship moments. A perfect example of that is in the case of Dennis Rodman. You have to understand, Rodman was seen as a basket case before he joined the Bulls. He was viewed as an uncoachable locker room cancer, especially after his departures from Detroit and San Antonio. and many people believed that his antics would likely destroy the Bulls from within. Phil immediately built a relationship with Rodman and coached him in a unique way that would get the best out of a player that many doubted at the time. Even without the greatest rosters, there is plenty of evidence of Phil's elite coaching ability. For example, after Michael Jordan's first retirement, very few people expected the Bulls to remain in title contention. But Jackson coached the '94 Bulls to 55 wins and the second round of the playoffs. If it wasn't for one of the most controversial foul calls in NBA history, that team might have gone even further. Another example was the Lakers in 2006. Everyone gives Kobe credit for leading a team with starters like Smush Parker, Kwame Brown, and Luke Walton to 45 wins and a playoff berth. But it was Phil Jackson who coached that team, and no one ever gives him much credit, which is criminal when you consider the fact that Kobe was missing the playoffs the previous season with a different head coach. I understand the arguments for other coaches, but I don't believe any of those cases are nearly as strong, as there's simply no way that you luck your way into winning 11 championship rings, regardless of the talent on the roster.
Talk about Oscar Robertson. You're talking about the quintessential triple-double. Oscar was smooth. He was strong. He had a back-end move where he'd back you down into the paint. You couldn't stop him.
Oscar Robertson is the best basketball player I ever played against. I mean, he had no weakness.
When I look back in my career, he's the greatest player I ever played against, period.
People don't understand how dominant a player he was, especially in his younger years. If he had played now with a three-point shot, who knows what he would have done.
Oscar Palmer Robertson. Most of you know who this legend of NBA history is. The first player to ever average a triple-double over the course of a season, and still just one of only 2 players to ever accomplish the feat. But many people nowadays struggle to grasp the skill and legacy of Oscar. Was he just a selfish stat patter? Was he just a pretty good player who took advantage of a less advanced era? He also doesn't have many recognizably iconic highlights. All of these questions and unknowns make it difficult for many NBA fans to put his talent in perspective and figure out where he ranks among the greatest players of all time. That's where this video comes in, as we're diving into the career and evaluating the legacy of the man known as the Big O. Oscar Robertson was selected with the first overall pick in the 1960 NBA draft by the Cincinnati Royals. As a 22-year-old, Oscar was entering the NBA as one of the most pro-league ready rookies the game has ever seen. He was a 6'5" point guard with a strong build, and he knew how to use it. In his rookie campaign, Oscar took the league by storm, averaging 30.5 points, 10.1 rebounds, and 9.7 assists on 47.3% shooting in what is easily one of the greatest rookie seasons of all time. It pretty much goes without saying that he was that year's Rookie of the Year winner. Oscar's game wasn't flashy by any means. We recognize that today, but they knew it then too. There were certainly more exciting styles among his peers at the point guard position, but Oscar preferred a more patient and methodical approach, which doesn't translate to the most awe-inspiring highlights 60 years later. But it was effective, and that's what mattered. Many times, Oscar would simply back down his opponents and score from the post, using his IQ and his reliable jump shot. Scoring was just one of his many gifts, though. Another area he dominated was on the boards, as he used his anticipation and low center of gravity to secure his high rebounding numbers. Oscar's rebounding is a skill of his that I don't think he gets enough credit for, and there's several reasons for this. For one, in recent videos on this channel, we've talked about how rebounding numbers were inflated in the 1960s. The pace of play was faster at the time, which meant more shot attempts, and more shot attempts equals more rebounds. Not only that, but the league as a whole didn't shoot as efficiently back then, which means even more rebounds. That's why there were usually a handful of players averaging near 20 rebounds per game in that era. With that being said, you'd still be wrong to simply disregard Oscar's elite rebounding abilities, because although it was normal for players to get incredibly high rebounding numbers in that era, it wasn't normal for players like Oscar. In each of his first 5 seasons in the league, Oscar finished in the top 20 of rebounds per game leaders, ranking as high as 9th place overall. In each of those 5 seasons, Oscar was the only guard to finish in the top 20 in rebounds. With the game played more around the interior in those days, the rebounding department was dominated almost exclusively by all the big centers and forwards.
but Oscar was the anomaly. And of course, we can't leave out his playmaking abilities, as he had great court vision, was a fantastic passer, and was constantly among the league leaders in assists. By only his sophomore season, Oscar was ready to have the year that would make him famous for decades to come, as he put up triple-double averages of 30.8 points, 12.5 rebounds, and 11.4 assists on 47.8% shooting, leading the Royals to their first winning season in 8 years. This iconic achievement made him a legend, as he was the only person to ever achieve the feat up until Russell Westbrook did it in 2017. But the craziest part is his triple-double achievement is actually so much better than people realize. Technically, 1962 was the only single season of his career where he averaged a triple-double, but he came very close to doing it several times. Some years, his assists would be well over 10, but the rebounds would be well below 10. And some years, the assists would be below 10 and the rebounds would be well over 10. Over the course of his first 5 seasons of his career, he averaged 30.3 points, 10.6 assists, and 10.4 rebounds on 48.6% shooting. That is ridiculous. So although he's famous for averaging a triple-double for a season, in reality, he averaged a triple-double for 5 seasons. Despite his constant incredible play, when it came to the playoffs, the Royals were constantly being eliminated at the hands of the far more talented Boston Celtics and Philadelphia 76ers. This ongoing theme of putting up monstrous numbers just to lose in the playoffs started to build some negative narratives about Oscar as a player, whether they were deserved or not. Some were starting to say that he had a selfish style, and that he was too ball dominant, and that he needed to be more comfortable in a free-flowing offense where he isn't calling all the shots. Although he remained extremely productive for years, with all of these narratives and stigmas going on, and with plenty of tension in the locker room for a number of reasons, the relationship between him and the Royals began to sour, and eventually he was traded to the Milwaukee Bucks. At this point, this was basically the best thing that could have happened to an aging Oscar Robertson, because after being with a mediocre supporting cast for years, in Milwaukee, he would be joining a young and dominant Lou Alcindor, before he became Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. The combination of the 23-year-old Lou Alcindor in the interior and the 32-year-old Oscar orchestrating from the perimeter was a tandem that was ready to dominate the basketball world, and that's exactly what they did. At one point, the Bucks won 20 straight games, which was an NBA record at the time. They finished the regular season with a 66-16 record, while bolstering the league's best offense and the best defense. Although Oscar's numbers had significantly dipped now that he was sharing the floor with Alcindor, it was a sacrifice he was more than happy to make in order to win, and they kept doing that into the postseason. They crushed the Warriors in 5 games, crushed the Lakers in 5 games, and then swept the Baltimore Bullets in the NBA Finals, with Oscar putting up 23, 9, and 5 on 52% shooting. He had finally won that elusive championship, cementing his already impressive NBA legacy. Looking at the totality of his career, he made 11 All-NBA teams, he was a 12-time All-Star, and he was the 1964 League MVP. When it comes to the respect he gets among his contemporaries, it was basically as high as it gets. But amongst the community of NBA fans, he's not quite appreciated to the same extent, and that's a tragedy. He might not have the flashiest game, he might not be dunking from the free throw line, but at the end of the day, he got it done.
Dirk, battles. That's the first thing that comes to my mind. Playing each other twice in the NBA championship. You're going to walk away with some scars. You're going to walk away with a healthy version of dislike and a healthy version of how much you respect and how much love that you can have for a competitor. I love Dirk as a career he had, and a career that is a legendary career that a lot of people still, once again, don't talk about. And just to be able to compete against him and win a championship in 06, that really solidified like my career and my talents. And then to watch him come back and win his in 2011, even though it hurt us as a team, as a fan of the game, I can appreciate what that did for the game of basketball and what that did for one of the game's greatest players.
One of the most incredible comebacks in NBA Finals history.
That one championship was enough. He'll need to win 3, 4, 5. That one for him.
Every once in a while, a player sticks around for so long that people lose track of how lethal he was in his prime. There are many examples of players who fit that description, like Vince Carter and Dwight Howard. But my favorite example of that is none other than Dirk Nowitzki. Dirk was a 7-foot power forward / center who played 21 years of his career faithfully for the Mavericks. He was also a 14-time All-Star and made 12 All-NBA teams. He's currently 6th on the all-time scoring list with 31,560 points. Everybody knows that Dirk is an all-timer and a future Hall of Famer, but the area I want to focus on in this video is the prime of his career, because Dirk was truly something else during that time, and people are either too quick to forget or too young to fully understand his impact during that time. So let's evaluate his greatness by taking it back to the beginning of his career up through his prime days. Dirk was drafted in 1998 with the 9th overall pick by the Milwaukee Bucks, before they ended up trading him to the Dallas Mavericks for the big man, Robert Tractor Traylor, in what was possibly the most regrettable decision in Bucks history. But it didn't look that way initially, since Dirk's career got off to a very slow start. The 98-99 season was a lockout-shortened year that only had 50 regular season games. Dirk was only 20 years old and was having a difficult time adjusting to the style of American basketball. A skinny, lengthy perimeter big man wasn't something that was common in the late 90s, and the physicality was taking its toll on him. Fans were even sarcastically calling him Irk Nowitzki due to the lack of D in his game. In only 20 minutes a game, Dirk averaged 8.2 points and 3.4 rebounds on just 40% shooting. It was also a very forgettable season for the Mavericks as a whole, as the team missed the playoffs and finished with a 19-31 record. It was so difficult on Dirk that he even said he considered leaving the NBA and heading back to Germany to play out his basketball career over there. Fortunately for us all, he didn't end up doing that. Several changes were made for his sophomore season. For one, Mark Cuban purchased the team. Dirk credited Cuban for changing the team's atmosphere into a winning culture. Under Don Nelson's coaching, and with another year of development, Nowitzki significantly improved his play and all of his numbers, averaging 17.5 points, 6.5 rebounds, and 2.5 assists on 46% shooting, which was good enough to finish as the runner-up for the Most Improved Player award. They didn't make the playoffs this season either, but the following year is when their winning days would begin. From the 2001 to 2010-2011 season, the Mavericks had over 50 wins each year with Dirk leading the way. Over this 10-year stretch, he averaged 24.3 points, 8.8 rebounds, and 2.8 assists on 48% shooting, 38.5% from 3, and 88% from the free throw line. This is a point I want to take a moment to emphasize, is this man's uniqueness and efficiency. During this era of basketball, the game was dominated by bruising, back-to-the-basket big men like Shaquille O'Neal, Tim Duncan, Kevin Garnett, Chris Webber, and Amari Stoudemire. And then there was Dirk Nowitzki, who dominated with finesse, fadeaways, and efficient shooting from distance. During Dirk's prime, the league was shooting less than half the amount of three-pointers they're shooting today, and yet still he stood out in that era with that style. The truth is, the man was so ahead of his time that he shouldn't have been as good as he was, given the era he played in. A player like Dirk Nowitzki is made for today's game, and there's no question in my mind that he would have an absolute feast in this current era. Speaking of efficiency, his most efficient season of his career was the 2006-2007 season, where he averaged 24.6 points, 8.9 rebounds, and 3.4 assists on 50.2% from the field, 41.6% from 3, and 90.4% from the free throw line. That's a historic 50-40-90 season. When you factor in his size, his sharpshooting abilities, and his signature fadeaway, you can begin to see how a prime Dirk Nowitzki was one of the most indefensible players of all time. There were so many occasions where he was going to score, and there was absolutely nothing the defender could do about it. It was that 50-40-90 season where his Mavericks won a franchise record 67 games, and he was named the league's MVP. Now this is where some of Dirk's prime years get a little bit tricky. As we mentioned, the Mavericks won a lot of games during that era, and were often going to the Western Conference playoffs as a high-seeded team. Yet despite that, the Mavericks often came up short in the playoffs. An often forgotten aspect of Dirk's legacy is that before the 2011 NBA Finals, the NBA community by and large viewed Dirk as a player who was an underperformer in the postseason. Some would even go as far as saying he was a choker. I don't think I would go that far, but there is some merit to it. In the 2006 NBA Finals, the Mavericks had a 2-0 lead in the series over the Miami Heat and then lost the next 4 straight. Some people believe that had more to do with the refs than Dirk and the Mavericks, but I digress. In the following year, Dirk's MVP season, where they won 67 games, they were upset in the first round by a seemingly less talented Golden State Warriors team. This was an MVP-led Dallas Mavericks team that had just won a franchise record 67 games and was the top seed in the conference, losing in the first round to an 8th-seeded team in 6 games. And then, in the next 3 years after that, his Mavericks lost in the first or second round despite being a 50-plus win team each year. These were significantly huge blows to the legacy of Dirk Nowitzki, but we all know how he redeemed himself. The famous 2011 NBA Finals, where Dirk's Mavericks upset the super team Miami Heat of LeBron, Wade, and Bosh. I don't think there was ever a time in NBA history where one series mattered more to one player's legacy than the 2011 Finals mattered to Dirk's legacy. He showed up big, dropped his 26 points per game and 9.7 rebounds per game while securing the Finals MVP. But if he hadn't pulled that off, well then people would still remember him as a great player who couldn't get it done in the postseason. Fortunately, he did win in the Finals and his legacy was saved. With all of this being said, I personally think it's pretty remarkable that he even won a championship. Just about the entirety of his career, he was lacking superstar help. He had Steve Nash early in his career, but at that point, Nash was not the player he would be in Phoenix. Who else did he have? Michael Finley? Jason Terry? Tyson Chandler? Josh Howard? An old Jason Kidd? He was basically never a part of a trio or even a duo that you would expect to win championships. If you think about many of the great players who played in that era, many of them were much more fortunate with the co-stars they got to play with. Kobe had said that for the longest time he had tried to recruit Dirk to play with him on the Lakers. Imagine if that had happened. How much winning do you think Dirk would have done then? But Dirk had always turned him down, because he never wanted to leave his Mavericks. And honestly, that's what makes Dirk so special. He could have won more elsewhere, he could have been a part of a super team, but instead he was loyal and played 21 years for the same franchise, which is the most seasons in NBA history for a player to play with only one team. He wasn't the quickest, he wasn't the strongest, and he wasn't the greatest defensive player. But the truth is, Dirk was a loyal legend who wasn't expected to win a championship, and given his circumstances, he probably shouldn't have, but he did. And that's much more than many legends can say. He wasn't the greatest ever at his position, he wasn't an all-time great two-way player, but he was an all-time great from an efficiency standpoint, and he was one of the hardest players to guard the NBA has ever seen. He was also one of a kind, and he did it his way. I said it once and I'll say it again. The way he played his game, there is absolutely zero question in my mind that he would torch today's league.
What makes a player legendary isn't always about stats or individual hardware. Sometimes it's just about the following they build amongst us hardcore basketball fans. Today, we're counting down the top 10 cult classic NBA players of all time. You know the type. The guys who, for one reason or another, captured our hearts and imaginations in a way that often felt bigger than their actual stats. These are the players who, despite maybe not being on an all-star team every year, or carrying their teams to multiple titles as the main guy, carved out a special place in our memories. Think of it like this. A cult classic film isn't the biggest blockbuster hit, but it's the movie you and your friends have watched 20 times and quoted endlessly. So in basketball terms, these are players whose popularity goes way beyond their box score. Whether they built fan bases through their personality, style, or even just one unforgettable moment. These are the guys that fans love, sometimes irrationally. They might not be Hall of Famers, but they're legends in our hearts. And just to be clear, this is a very personal and subjective list by nature. I expect everyone to have a list completely different from mine. So please, let me know in the comments section below who are some of your favorite cult classic players. Without further ado, let's get into it. Number 10, Mark Madsen. Now Mark Madsen might not be the first name that pops into your head when you think of NBA legends, and that's exactly why he's perfect for this list. This guy was the definition of a blue-collar player. Madsen wasn't flashy, he wasn't dominant, and he wasn't even a starter. But what he did bring to the table was relentlessness. Every minute Madsen was on the court, he gave everything. He was that guy hustling for a rebound, setting screens, and celebrating like he just hit a game winner, even if he only played 2 minutes. Us Laker fans adored him for his hustle.
His nickname Mad Dog fit his energy perfectly. He was a back-to-back NBA champion with the Lakers in 2001 and 2002. And for anybody who was a fan of the Lakers in the early 2000s, it is impossible for us to forget his iconic corny dancing celebration during the NBA championship parade that perfectly sums up why we loved this cornball so much. Madsen might have averaged just 2.2 points per game in his career, but he was the kind of blue-collar player that teammates respected and fans never forgot. Number 9. Yao Ming. Yao Ming wasn't just a basketball player, but he was a cultural phenomenon. Standing at a massive 7 foot 6 inches tall, his arrival in the NBA as the first international player selected with a top pick in the draft was a monumental event. He carried the hopes and dreams of an entire nation on his broad shoulders, and he delivered in a big way, both on and off the court. Now you might think, Yao Ming, a cult classic? And yes, he was a star. But Yao's impact wasn't just on the NBA level, it was worldwide. The guy was selected to the All-Star game every year of his career, including his last year where he played in only 5 games. And that was because of how adored he was in his homeland of China and around the world. He was the bridge between the NBA and Asia. Yao made the Rockets a global brand. His combination of skill, size, and humility created one of the most devoted fan bases that basketball has ever seen. Even though injuries shortened his career, Yao became a Hall of Famer, a 3-time Olympian, and let's not forget his role as China's flag bearer in those 3 Olympic Games. Yao now serves as the president of the Chinese Basketball Association, where he started his own basketball journey. His cult status didn't fade with time, it grew. Number 8. Alex Caruso. Alex Caruso doesn't look like your typical NBA player. In fact, some people joked he looked more like Ernie Johnson's son than a true hooper. But then, he'll pull off a chase down block or just dunk on someone's head. That mix of unassuming looks, elite defense, and never back down attitude made Caruso a legend in LA, at every stop he's had in his career since. Caruso is the embodiment of hustle. You watch him play, and it's like he's got an extra gear that nobody else has. He's diving for loose balls, taking charges, and just relentlessly hounding opponents on defense. Speaking of defense, many consider him one of the best defensive guards in the NBA right now. He's smart, he anticipates plays, and he's not afraid to get physical. That kind of effort and commitment is something fans truly appreciate. His contributions to the Los Angeles Lakers championship run in 2020 are undeniable. He wasn't the superstar, but he was an essential piece of that puzzle, providing crucial defense and smart decision-making in key moments. And it's not just the title. His consistent defensive excellence has earned him several all-defensive team selections, solidifying his impact on winning. Caruso is the perfect example of effort and hustle earning respect. He's the kind of player every team wishes they had, the ultimate glue guy who makes everyone around him better. Number 7. Boban Marjanovic. At 7'4", Boban is obviously one of the tallest players in NBA history. But what made Boban special wasn't just his size, but it was his gentle soul. He's widely known as one of the kindest, most likable players the league has ever seen. Anytime Boban checked into a game for his team, the crowd exploded. He wasn't out there often, but when he played, he made an impact. Whether it was grabbing rebounds, scoring with a soft touch, or lighting up the arena with his smile. Even though he hasn't been a consistent starter throughout his career, Boban's limited but memorable on-court appearances have only added to his mystique. Every dunk and every hook shot feels special because of his sheer size. His off-court ventures have further cemented his cult following, from hilarious TV commercials to his unforgettable role in the movie John Wick 3. Boban has transcended the basketball world and become a recognizable figure within pop culture itself. Number 6. Chris Birdman Anderson. Chris Anderson didn't just play basketball, he attacked it with energy, emotion, and enough tattoos to fill up an art gallery. Birdman went from being the first D-League call-up in history to becoming a key defensive piece for the Big Three Miami Heat. In 2013, he shot 80.7% in the playoffs and helped Miami win the title. But stats were never the whole story with Birdman. His cult classic status extends beyond his impressive stats and championship ring. His unique tattoos, colorful hairstyles, and eccentric personality made him a recognizable figure in pop culture. He wasn't afraid to be himself, and that almost always resonated with the fans. His high-energy playing style was infectious, and his passion for the game was clear every time he stepped on the court. The Birdman was a true original, and his unique character made him a beloved figure in the NBA. Number 5. Vinnie Johnson. When the Pistons needed a bucket fast, they turned to Vinnie Johnson, the man called the microwave because he could heat up in a hurry. He wasn't a starter, he wasn't flashy, but he was clutch. In fact, it was Johnson who hit the game-winning shot to clinch Detroit's second straight title in 1990. That moment sealed his place in NBA history, and in the minds of every bad boy Pistons fan at the time. For a guy who came off the bench, Johnson made his minutes count, putting up double figures for 7 seasons straight in Detroit. One of the most underrated aspects of Johnson's game was his incredible durability. He played all 82 games 7 times for the Pistons. In his other 2 full seasons in Detroit, he played 79 and 78 games, meaning he missed a grand total of just 7 games during 9 full seasons with the Pistons. That kind of reliability coming off the bench is invaluable, and will always be endearing to the fans. Number 4. Jason Williams. White Chocolate was a walking highlight reel. Elbow passes, no-look dimes, and crossovers that made defenders dizzy. He wasn't an all-star, he wasn't even a consistent starter late in his career, but when it comes to how he's remembered, none of that truly mattered. He made basketball fun. Williams had instant stardom as soon as he entered the NBA, as his debut perfectly coincided with the cultural shift in the late 1990s and the early 2000s. His highlight plays were all over SportsCenter, and he was a regular in Slam magazine at the same time that Eminem's Slim Shady LP was blowing up. He was one of the few who represented the and one influence on basketball culture, bringing that flashy street ball style to a wider audience. Jason Williams' NBA legacy isn't defined by dominant scoring or all-star appearances. Instead, it's built on his electrifying, unconventional, and downright dazzling playmaking. He was a guaranteed highlight every night, a point guard who played with a flair and swagger that was unlike anyone else in the league. Number 3. Derek Fisher. Derek Fisher might not have been the flashiest or most statistically dominant player, but his NBA legacy is undeniable. One of the things that's fascinating about Fisher is a recent analysis that came out that actually recognizes Fish as the player with the most teammate star power in NBA history. Think about that for a second. Throughout his 18-year NBA career, Fisher played alongside of 5 teammates who each finished in the top 10 of MVP voting. We're talking about absolute legends of the game, like Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, who both finished in the top 10 of MVP voting 8 times during Fisher's tenure. He also shared the court with the younger Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook. That's an unbelievable amount of high-level talent to play alongside. Playing with all those all-time greats gave Fisher the opportunity to be a part of some of the most iconic moments of all time. And while he certainly benefited from having talent around him, it would be a mistake to overlook his own contributions to those championship teams. Fisher was a tough, smart, and incredibly clutch player. He wasn't afraid of the big moment, and he often delivered when the pressure was at its highest. Whether it was with clutch 3-pointers, or he was taking a pivotal charge just when his squad needed to swing the momentum. And if you know NBA history, then of course you know this shot. Game 5, 2004 Western Conference Semifinals. 0.4 seconds on the clock. Fisher catches, turns, fires, and that's all she wrote. It was one of the most jaw-dropping game winners ever, and one of the greatest in Laker history. His consistency and reliability made him a favorite among Laker fans. We knew that even if he wasn't going to drop 30 points, he was going to give us everything he had and be ready to hit a big shot if needed. Number 2. Jeremy Lin. For a brief but unforgettable stretch in February of 2012, Jeremy Lin wasn't just a basketball player, he was a cultural phenomenon, a folk hero in the eyes of millions. The story of Linsanity is one of perseverance, opportunity, and a lightning-in-the-bottle moment that took the NBA by storm. Think about the context. The New York Knicks were struggling, having lost 11 of their previous 13 games. Jeremy Lin was an undrafted guard, a virtual unknown who had been sleeping on his brother's couch. His agent had even told him before the game on February 4th, 2012, that if he didn't play well that night, it would likely be his last game in the NBA. Talk about pressure. But then, something incredible happened. Lin came off the bench that night and exploded for 25 points and 7 assists in a much-needed win. And that was just the beginning. 2 nights later, he dropped 28 points and 8 assists against the Utah Jazz. The defining moment, though, came in a matchup against Kobe Bryant and the Los Angeles Lakers at Madison Square Garden. Lin put on an absolute clinic, scoring 38 points, including a dagger three-pointer right in front of the Lakers bench. But the magic wasn't over yet. On Valentine's Day against the Toronto Raptors, with the score tied and the clock winding down, Lin waved off a screen and calmly drilled a game-winning three-pointer at the buzzer. In his first 5 career starts, this sensation from Harvard scored a staggering 136 points, the most by any player since the NBA/ABA merger. He went on to lead the Knicks to 10 wins in 13 games, completely turning around what looked like another lost season in the mecca of basketball. Suddenly, Jeremy Lin went from sleeping on couches and being mistaken for a team trainer to landing on back-to-back Sports Illustrated covers and being named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. The first American-born NBA player of Chinese or Taiwanese descent had an unprecedented run for an undrafted guard playing in the league's biggest market. Before we get to number 1, here's my incredibly long list of honorable mentions. Let me know below which one of these guys should have been in the list instead. Number 1, the GOAT himself, Brian Scalabrine. At the top of the list is the king of cult legends. For a certain generation of NBA fans, the White Mamba became something far, far more than just the role player that he was in reality. He became a legend, an almost mythical figure whose impact went so far beyond the box score and entered the realm of pure internet folklore. Scalabrine was never a prolific scorer. In his 11-year NBA career, he never averaged more than 6.5 points per game in a single season. By all traditional metrics, he was a career role player who spent a lot of time watching from the sidelines. But that's precisely where the magic of Scalabrine lies. He became the NBA's equivalent of Chuck Norris, the subject of countless over-the-top, hilariously dramatic online posts and memes. You see lines like, quote, "In a league that has seen legends take the court such as Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, and Magic Johnson, there is perhaps no greater icon in NBA history than Brian Scalabrine." The absurdity was the point, and fans couldn't get enough of it in the 2010s. The White Mamba nickname bestowed on him by the passionate Boston Celtic faithful was a testament to how beloved he became despite his limited playing time. It was ironic, for sure, playing off of Kobe Bryant's legendary Black Mamba moniker, but it was also coming from a place of love from the Boston faithful. Celtics fans appreciated his hustle, his team-first attitude, and the fact that he seemed to genuinely enjoy being a part of the team. While Brian Scalabrine might have been the ultimate ironic superstar, the love and admiration he received from the fans was very real. He became a symbol of the hardworking, team-first player who finds a way to contribute and connect with the fan base, even without the gaudy statistics. So there you have it, 10 players who may not be remembered as all-time greats, but they'll always be remembered by their fans.
I love Shaq, but I'm disappointed in his career because I think he left a lot out. He didn't take it serious enough. He didn't get himself in the best physical condition that he needed to be in year and year out. He was a 52% free throw shooter.
Mm-hmm.
He missed probably 100 games due to various injuries.
He did.
A lot because of his weight.
You're correct.
I believe he should have had at least 2 MVPs.
Mm-hmm.
I believe he should have had another 1 or 2 NBA Finals, and when he retired, he should have been the third all-time leading scorer in history, behind Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Karl Malone. But he underachieved.
Who would Shaq be if he had your work ethic?
He'd be the greatest of all time. Yeah, I wish he was in the gym. I would have had 12 rings.
So you hear it over and over again, even from people who really know their stuff. The narrative that Shaquille O'Neal didn't live up to his potential. He didn't work as hard as he could have, that he left a lot on the table, and that his longevity doesn't stack up to many of the greatest players of all time. But is this actually the case? I mean, sure, of course there's some truth to a certain extent. Even Shaq admitted in his conversation with Kobe Bryant that he didn't always treat his fitness as a priority. And then, when it came to his free throws, Shaq did refuse to try Rick Barry's free throw form, simply because he was a prideful guy who thought it looked stupid. But with that being said, was his conditioning and longevity really as bad as people make it seem? Honestly, I'm not so sure. And today, I'm pushing back a bit on this widespread narrative about Shaq. Now first off, you guys know I love Kobe, and he's my favorite player ever, and I treat most of his comments as if they came from a wise sage of basketball wisdom. But not everything the guy said was complete gospel. For example, he said in this interview that he would have won 12 rings if Shaq had his work ethic. And what's funny is that no one ever mentions that Kobe and Shaq only played 8 seasons together. So unless Kobe's work ethic was so good that he could somehow win 2 championships in only 1 season, this comment is basically total cap from Kobe. Now Shaq entered the NBA at the age of 20, and he was immediately a force, as he won the Rookie of the Year award in his debut season. Then, in only his sophomore season as a 21-year-old, he was averaging 29 points, 13 rebounds, and 3 blocks on 60% shooting. In only his second year, he was already second in scoring, second in rebounding, and first in field goal percentage. Shaq was an MVP finalist in his first couple of seasons, and then in his 13th season in the NBA as a member of the Miami Heat, he was second in MVP voting, behind only Steve Nash. For some perspective, in Michael Jordan's 13th season, he was retiring from the Chicago Bulls and was about to become a Washington Wizard. Magic Johnson and Larry Bird were retired before they even reached their 14th season, and once Tim Duncan reached his 13th season in the NBA, he would never again be a top 5 finalist in the MVP voting. Shaq was arguably the best center in the NBA for nearly a decade and a half. Yet by the way people talk about him, you get the impression that he only dominated the league for 5 seasons. Sure, he could have lasted longer and achieved more if he had Kobe's work ethic. Of course. But isn't that true of all of us? Who would you be if you had Kobe's work ethic? Who would I be? Who would Hakeem Olajuwon be? Who would Giannis be? Who would Luka be? Basically, no other player in NBA history has ever had quite the insane and maniacal work ethic that Kobe had. So naturally, this what if could apply to just about anyone. But for some reason, we only hold Shaq to this monumental standard, even though he was dominant for nearly a decade and a half straight. Now some of you might say, we're not just talking about Shaq being great, we're talking about his peak. Alright, if that's the case, let's look at it from that perspective. Shaq's absolute peak as a basketball player was the 1999 to 2000 season, where he averaged roughly 30 points, 14 rebounds, 4 assists, and 3 blocks, on his way to his near-unanimous MVP season. This was after Shaq had put on a significant amount of weight and muscle. So sure, he was a physical specimen, but compared to his thinner and quicker sophomore season in Orlando, it's not like the production was all that different. But for the sake of the argument, even if Shaq's greatest individual season was so far ahead of any other seasons he's ever had, is it really fair to hold him to that standard when we often don't hold other all-time greats to that same standard? For example, Steph Curry's unanimous MVP season in 2016 is so far above and beyond any other season he's ever produced.
And yet, we don't punish him for failing to maintain that same level of dominance year in and year out. Wilt Chamberlain is famous for averaging over 50 points in a single season, but he only averaged over 40 points in 2 seasons of his career. So why don't we punish him in the same way that we do for Shaq, for failing to maintain his peak? Now I get it. Some of this bad PR Shaq brought upon himself by coming into training camp fat on multiple occasions, and by admitting that he often relied on Kobe to carry the team in the earlier parts of the season. But again, we're talking about a man who finished as the 9th highest scorer in NBA history, who led his team to the NBA Finals 13 seasons apart, who was a 15-time All-Star, a 14-time All-NBA player, and a guy who was a legitimate MVP candidate for 13 straight seasons. They say with great power comes great responsibility, and we all know that Shaq had plenty of power. And yes, when he was on the court during his prime, he was in fact Superman. But is it possible that we're holding him to a standard that was even too high for Superman to reach? For goodness sake, every time I hear someone take a dump on his longevity, even though he was an NBA candidate for nearly a decade and a half straight, I want to ask them what they wanted from him instead. Was he supposed to be an MVP caliber player for 17 or 18 seasons straight? How many players have actually done that? Spoiler alert, you can count them on one hand. At the end of the day, Shaq could have got more out of his career if he had an obsessive work ethic. But at the same time, there's no question in my mind that this narrative has become vastly overblown, to the point that the criticism has become silly and unreasonable, especially when people dare to call him a disappointment. There's a lot of things that Shaq's NBA career was, and disappointing is definitely not one of them. So recently, I saw this post on X and it made me facepalm big time. The topic of the most influential players in NBA history is a pretty frequent discussion, especially on social media. And what's annoying about posts like this is it literally says in the post the most influential players ever, while only having guys represented who played during their lifetime. The truth is, when you're really looking at who were the most influential players in NBA history, there's a lot more that gets factored in than simply how cool the player was, how good the player was, or how many people look up to him. Today, I'm bringing you my list of the top 5 most influential players in NBA history. And honestly, I thought about making this a top 10 list, that way I can include more players. But part of me feels like the reason this is such a spicy topic is because we usually only limit it to 4 or 5 players. So it really starts to get tough to narrow it down and decide who gets left off. So please, let me know in the comments section below how your list differs from mine. First off, at number 5, I've got Allen Iverson. Anyone who lived in Philly during the rise of Allen Iverson can tell you all about this guy's influence, as he brought hip-hop culture to the NBA. He was so authentic, real, and genuinely himself that he was constantly getting fined by the NBA for how he presented himself. For example, this guy put pressure on the NBA to loosen up their dress code. And as you all have noticed, in the years since, the NBA has become extremely loose, as players are now allowed to express themselves wearing just about whatever they want. On some occasions, they look fantastic, and on others, not so much. Allen Iverson was an incredible talent, and the way he played the game with swagger, with style, and with supreme confidence, he inspired a new generation of basketball fans, ones that could relate to an undersized underdog, as AI was on many occasions. Some are going to say that he doesn't deserve to be on the list, and some are going to get mad at me saying that he isn't high enough. But for myself personally, he'll have to settle for the 5th spot on this list. Number 4, Steph Curry. He is quite simply the greatest shooter in NBA history, as he is the league's all-time leader in three-pointers made, and by quite a margin. He literally changed the way the game is played. I was living in the San Francisco Bay Area during the rise of Steph Curry, and let me tell you, just from playing pickup ball in 24-hour fitness, I could see the influence of Steph Curry, as guys were pulling up from 30 feet out with extreme regularity when they had no business doing so. The NBA itself became a three-point shooting league because of his impact, as everyone wanted to emulate the Warriors' success. Nowadays, kids and even prospects around the world are focusing on their three-point shooting because everyone wants to play the game like Steph. And for goodness sake, the Golden State Warriors became the most valuable franchise in all of sports, mainly due to Steph Curry's greatness. If you had told me in the early 2000s that the Warriors would go on to be the most valuable franchise in sports during my lifetime, I would have told you that you were crazy. But again, we have Steph Curry to thank for that. Number 3, Oscar Robertson. Some of you are going to hear that name and are going to scratch your head. But before you roast me in the comments section, you need to understand, this guy had one of the biggest impacts in the history of the NBA. It was Oscar Robertson himself who took the NBA to court and challenged the league over its lack of player mobility. There's a cool story here, and honestly, I'll probably do an exclusive video for it at some point. But what you need to know is that NBA free agency didn't exist before Oscar Robertson. And if it wasn't for him stepping in, free agency might not exist in the NBA. And especially when you look at this current era of basketball players, where guys are teaming up, pairing up with their friends, and making super teams left and right, you have to go all the way back to the early 1970s in order to understand how that all was possible. Then after that, this guy was Mr. Triple-Double, as he was the first player in NBA history to average a triple-double over the course of the season. Beyond that, he helped Kareem Abdul-Jabbar win his first NBA championship in 1971. So yeah, beyond the fact that he's the reason for free agency, he was a pretty darn good player as well. At the number 2 spot, I have Magic Johnson and Larry Bird. And I know, some of you are going to be annoyed that I put Magic and Bird in the second spot. So technically, this would be the top 6 most influential players in NBA history. The thing is, I think the impact of these two guys is completely inseparable. Magic Johnson is not as special as he was without Bird, and Bird is not as special as he was without Magic. Their rivalry defined an entire era of NBA basketball, and ever since then, the NBA has been looking to replicate that rivalry. It also happened for the two greatest franchises in the history of the sport, greatly enhancing their value and their legacies. To this day, we are always referring to fast break highlights as Showtime, and that is thanks in large part to the Showtime Lakers. The rivalry between these two inspired countless plays, documentaries, films, and TV shows, and we are far from done seeing stories written about them. But beyond all of that, the greatest impact that these two guys had was the fact that they saved the NBA from extinction. Because the truth was, the late 1970s saw some of the worst basketball ratings of all time. As the fandom was divided, drug abuse and violence were rampant throughout the league, NBA games themselves were on tape delay until Magic and Bird took off in the NBA, and they were in desperate need of a savior or two when Magic and Bird showed up. So it's not an exaggeration to say that these two guys literally saved the NBA. And if they never happened, there's a good chance that we don't have a National Basketball Association to enjoy in this modern day. Number 1 comes as no surprise. It's Michael Jordan. It's one thing for Magic and Bird to save the league, but as they were making their exit, there was Michael to take the torch. And not only did he carry the NBA forward, but he took it to heights that the game had never seen before. Through Michael Jordan's influence, and by being the face of the Dream Team, he made the NBA global, as massive crowds throughout various different countries were all flocking en masse to see Michael Jordan play. To this day, the NBA ratings in the finals were the highest of all time when Michael Jordan was playing. But after that, he inspired many of the greatest players who came after him, as they looked to replicate his timeless skills. He also has the greatest selling basketball shoe of all time, and even several decades after he's played his last game in the NBA, they continue to fly off the shelves. I could see an argument for Magic or Bird at the number 1 spot, since they quite literally kept the NBA afloat. But no one, absolutely no one, has ever had a greater impact on basketball's popularity than Michael Jordan did. So that was just my list of the top 5 most influential players in NBA history. And this is my honorable mentions list. And some of these were really difficult to leave off my list. So let me know in the comment section below, which one of these honorable mentions would you put in the top 5? And if you did that, which one would you take out? I look forward to hearing your thoughts in the comment section below. Right now, we are in the midst of one of the all-time great MVP races, which led one of my dedicated viewers to ask the question, what are the top 10 MVP races in NBA history? Now, when I'm looking at this list, I'm not just breaking it down by how close the races actually were, but what also matters to me is the depth of the race. Sure, if two players are having all-time great historic seasons, then that is going to be impressive and carry some weight. But in the instances where there were 5 or 6 guys that you legitimately could have given the award to, well then that's going to carry some weight as well. But as always, these are just my choices as the top 10 MVP races in NBA history. So if your opinion differs from mine, please let me know in the comment section below. But without further ado, let's get into it. Number 10, the 2008 MVP race. You guys all remember this one very well. It was the epic battle between Kobe Bryant and Chris Paul. Kobe ended up winning this award, and it was his first and only MVP of his career. I think the big separating factor was the fact that the Lakers had the best record in the Western Conference at 57-25. On the year, Kobe averaged about 28 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, and nearly 2 steals. You compare that to Chris Paul, who was averaging 21 points, 4 rebounds, nearly 12 assists, and 3 steals. It was mostly a two-man race, and we knew that one of these two players were going to win the award. With that being said, Kevin Garnett did put up a decent effort, as he averaged roughly 19 points, 9 rebounds, and 3 assists while being the Defensive Player of the Year in his first season with Boston. And then LeBron James came in 4th, as he averaged 30 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists, while hitting 48% of his shots. This was definitely one of the closer races and a good way to start off this list. Number 9, the 1975 MVP race. This one certainly had the depth, as it was rich with a lot of Hall of Famers in their prime. The winner of the award was the 23-year-old underrated legend Bob McAdoo, who put up averages of 34.5 points, 14 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 blocks on 51% shooting. Just a little bit behind him was Dave Cowens of the Boston Celtics, who averaged about 20, 14, and 5 on 47% shooting. Then you had Elvin Hayes of the Washington Bullets, who averaged 23, 12, and 2 blocks on 44% shooting. Then at 4th, you had Rick Barry, who averaged about 31 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists, while being the Warriors' go-to superstar. And then at number 5, you had the best overall player of the 1970s, which was Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who averaged 30 points, 14 rebounds, 4 assists, and 3 blocks. Statistically, he was an absolute monster, but the biggest reason he finished only 5th was the fact that his Milwaukee Bucks finished the regular season with a 38-44 record. Then at number 6, you had Nate Tiny Archibald, who averaged about 26 points and 7 assists on 46% shooting. Without question, this was one of the deepest MVP races in NBA history, as 5 players finished with double-digit first-place votes. Number 8, the 1993 MVP race. During this season, 3 of the greatest players of all time were all conveniently having the prime of their careers simultaneously. The first was Charles Barkley, who enjoyed winning his first and only MVP award of his career. And as a member of the Phoenix Suns, he averaged about 26 points, 12 rebounds, 5 assists, and nearly 2 steals on 52% shooting. The runner-up was Akeem Olajuwon, who had an utterly monstrous season of 26 points, 13 rebounds, 3 assists, and 4 blocks on 53% shooting. Voter fatigue may or may not have played a factor, because finishing 3rd was Michael Jeffrey Jordan, who also had a dominant performance, averaging 33 points, 7 rebounds, 5 assists, and 3 steals on 49.5% shooting. Charles Barkley and the Phoenix Suns were certainly the most interesting and newest story, as the acquisition of Barkley helped charge them to a 62-20 record, which ended up being the best record in the NBA. And as usual with the MVP award, they like to give it to the guys that are winning. Number 7, the 1963 MVP race. At this time in history, the MVP award winner was decided by the players and not the media, which some may argue is a better or worse system, but regardless of that fact, there is no question that this was one of the deepest and most impressive MVP races of all time. The player who won the award was Bill Russell, as he was honored for his team play, for his leadership, and for the ways he contributed towards winning. On the year, he averaged about 17 points, 23 rebounds, and 4 assists on 43% shooting. But the rest of the list is utterly jaw-dropping as well, because the runner-up for the award was the great Elgin Baylor, who averaged 34 points, 14 rebounds, and 5 assists. Then you had Oscar Robertson, who nearly had his second straight season averaging a triple-double, as he put up about 28 points, 10 rebounds, and 9.5 assists. Then in 4th place was Bob Pettit, averaging 28 points, 15 rebounds, and 3 assists. Then Jerry West came in 5th, who only got 2 first-place votes, yet averaged 27 points, 7 rebounds, and 6 assists. All the way down in the 7th spot is the amazing Wilt Chamberlain, who on the year averaged 45 points, 24 rebounds, and 3 assists, and he also had by far the most win shares on the season. He didn't earn a single first-place vote, and this mostly had to do with the fact that the Warriors only had a 31-49 regular season. And at the time, there was a narrative that Wilt was a bit of a selfish player who cared more about scoring than winning. And because of this, he didn't get more love from his peers in the MVP voting. Regardless, it's mind-blowing that someone could put up these numbers and finish only 7th in the MVP race. But truly, that just speaks to the quality of this group. Number 6 is the 2024 MVP race. I know this just recently happened, so to some people it might seem like recency bias, but the truth is, this was one of the deepest and most competitive MVP races that we've ever seen in this league. The winner was Nikola Jokic, as he averaged about 26 points, 12 rebounds, and 9 assists, while hitting a ridiculous 58% of his shots, and while dominating the NBA in basically every advanced stat. Second place was the young SGA, who averaged 30 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, and 2 steals, while being extremely efficient for a guard, as he led his Oklahoma City Thunder to a surprising first seed in the Western Conference. In third place was Luka Doncic, who averaged a monstrous 34 points, 9 rebounds, and 10 assists, while hitting nearly 49% of his shots. In fourth place was Giannis, who only secured 1 first-place vote, despite averaging 30 points, 11 rebounds, 6 assists, and 1 steal, while hitting a ridiculous 61% of his shots. And a complete afterthought was Jalen Brunson, who averaged 29 points, 4 rebounds, and 7 assists, while leading his New York Knicks to the best season they've had in over a decade. When a couple decades pass, I think we'll fondly look back on this race as one of the deepest ones that we've ever seen. Number 5, the 1987 MVP race. If we're being honest, this was only a 3-man race between 3 of the top 10 greatest players in NBA history. Winning the award was Magic Johnson, who was leading the Showtime Lakers while they were at their very best. On the year, he averaged 24 points, 6 rebounds, 12 assists, and nearly 2 steals, while hitting 52% of his shots. His Lakers also had the best record in the NBA at 65-17. With that being said, some might think that he actually stole the award from Michael Jordan, who finished second, because on the year, MJ averaged 37 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, and 1.5 blocks on 48% shooting, in what was easily one of the most impressive two-way seasons that we've ever seen from a perimeter player. Finishing third with only 1 first-place vote was Larry Bird, who averaged 28 points, 9 rebounds, 8 assists, and 2 steals, while having 50-40-90 percentages on the season, as he led his Boston Celtics to the best record in the Eastern Conference. Imagine averaging nearly a 30-point triple-double season where you hit 50, 40, 90 percentages and lead your team to the best record in the conference in what was the stronger conference at the time, and you only finish with one first-place MVP vote. If that doesn't tell you just how competitive this three-man race was, then I don't think anything will. Number 4, the 1990 MVP race. This one was absurdly close in what was a three-man dogfight. The guy who won the award was Magic Johnson of the Showtime Lakers, who on the year averaged 22 points, 7 rebounds, 11.5 assists, and nearly 2 steals, on 48% shooting. What's crazy is that Magic won the award while having far fewer first-place votes than the guy in second place, and that was because, overall, he had the highest ranking on average. The guy who finished in second was the 26-year-old Charles Barkley of the Philadelphia 76ers, who averaged 25 points, 11.5 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 steals, while hitting a ridiculous 60% of his shots. In third place was Michael Jordan, who averaged nearly 34 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, and 3 steals, while hitting 52.6% of his attempts. Honestly, in this highly competitive race, I think you could have given this award to any one of these 3 players, and the vast majority of the basketball community wouldn't have a problem with it. Number 3, the 2003 MVP race. When you look at the final tally, this was mostly a two-man race between Tim Duncan and Kevin Garnett. But the reality is, there was about 7 players who legitimately could have been given the award based on how they performed that season. As I mentioned, Tim Duncan was the winner, as he led his San Antonio Spurs to finish with a 60-22 regular season. And on the year, he averaged 23 points, 13 rebounds, 4 assists, and 3 blocks, as he was an absolute monster on both ends of the court. Kevin Garnett of the Minnesota Timberwolves finished second, averaging 23, 13, and 6. Kobe Bryant had one of the best seasons of his entire career, as the 24-year-old finished third in the MVP voting and ahead of his teammate Shaq, as he had averages of 30 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, and 2 steals on 45% shooting. Tracy McGrady finished in fourth. His Orlando Magic didn't have a very great season in the standings, but he was that season's leading scorer, averaging 32 points, 6.5 rebounds, and 5 assists. Fifth was Shaq with his usual dominant season, averaging 27, 11, and 3. In sixth place was Allen Iverson, putting up his usual AI numbers. And all the way down in seventh was Dirk Nowitzki. Imagine putting up these numbers, leading your team to 60 wins, and having the second most win shares in the entire league, while finishing 7th in the MVP standings. Truly, one of the most competitive seasons of all time. Number 2, the 1988 MVP race. This one mainly came down to 3 all-time great players, but when you look at the depth overall, it was utterly jaw-dropping. The winner of the award was a young Michael Jordan, who had what many people believe the greatest individual season of all time. On the year, he averaged 35 points, 5.5 rebounds, 6 assists, 3.2 steals, and 1.6 blocks, while hitting 53% of his shots and while winning the NBA's Defensive Player of the Year. He was a terrifying monster on both the offensive end and the defensive end, while leading a Chicago Bulls team to 50 wins, who had no business winning that many games. Second place was Larry Bird, who averaged 30 points, 9 rebounds, 6 assists, 1.6 steals, while having 50, 40, 90 percentages. Bird was the epitome of efficient this season. And in third place was Magic Johnson, who was still leading the all-time great Showtime Lakers, as he averaged roughly 20 points, 6 rebounds, and 12 assists, while hitting 49% of his shots. I could keep going about the rest of the list, but just look at the strength of the competition between spots 4 through 8. Look at the numbers that these guys put up. Almost any other season, any one of these guys could be winning the MVP award, but they just happened to be going against Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, and Magic Johnson when they were at their individual best. For goodness sake, let's scroll down all the way to the 12th spot, where you'll find the all-time great Isaiah Thomas,
who led his Detroit Pistons to 54 wins, who eventually went all the way to the NBA Finals. This is quite possibly the deepest MVP race of all time. Here is my list of honorable mentions, should any of these seasons have made the top 10 list instead. I look forward to hearing your thoughts in the comment section below. Number 1. The 1962 MVP race. This one is not only famous, but it was incredibly historic, as it includes many NBA records. The winner of the MVP award this season was Bill Russell, who was absolutely revered within the league at this time, as he was not only an NBA champion, but he was seen as the ultimate winner and as the ultimate team player. On the year, he averaged 19 points, 23.6 rebounds, and 4.5 assists, while leading his Celtics to a 60-20 record, while being widely recognized as the best defensive player in the entire league. Second place was Wilt Chamberlain, who averaged a mere 50.4 points per game, 25.7 rebounds, and 2.4 assists, while hitting 50.6% of his shots. Without question, this was certainly the most monstrous and jaw-dropping statistical season of all time, but due to Bill Russell's winning impact, they gave him the award. Then in third place, you had Oscar Robertson, who had the first triple-double average over the course of a season in NBA history, as he averaged roughly 31 points, 12.5 rebounds, and 11.5 assists, while leading his team to a 43-37 record. In fourth place was Elgin Baylor, who averaged a stupid 38 points, 18.6 rebounds, and 4.6 assists. With that being said, Baylor did miss a significant amount of time that season due to his service in the military. Then in fifth place was Jerry West, who averaged about 31 points, 8 rebounds, and 5 assists. And in sixth place was Bob Pettit, averaging 31 points, 19 rebounds, 4 assists, while making 45% of his shots. Any single one of these players could have won the MVP award that season, and it would have made sense based on the gaudy numbers they put up. But ultimately, they gave it to the guy who is the greatest example of a winner, and that theme has remained intact throughout the vast history of the MVP award. Despite what you hear from kids on modern day social media, there has actually been many athletic freaks in the NBA's history. Some of the greatest dunkers the league has ever seen did in fact play before either of us were born. Today, I'm bringing to light some players that I will not let you guys forget. First off, Stromile Swift. This 6'9" power forward entered the NBA in the year 2000. And although he was no superstar or even an all-star for that matter, he was certainly a highlight getter and a remarkably ferocious dunker, as he has some incredible highlight compilations that almost never get any shine. One of the reasons he's not really remembered, other than by the biggest basketball nerds, is because this dude spent his entire career playing on bad teams. But like I said before, this guy was ferocious, and he had the kind of attitude and personality where he was going to let you know about it. The second player is Desmond Mason. If we were to hold a massive slam dunk contest tournament where the greatest dunkers in NBA history all competed against one another, Desmond Mason would be my dark horse candidate. This dude was insanely athletic. As a 6'7" small forward, he could make just about any kind of dunk, including windmills, east bays, from the free throw line, whatever. But beyond that, he was actually a pretty solid basketball player. Earlier in his career, he was a Sixth Man of the Year candidate, and later on, when he was starting for Milwaukee, he was averaging about 17 points per game. He was a remarkable above-the-rim player, whether it was in the dunk contest or in the actual games, and he was actually the NBA's dunk contest winner in 2001. Next is Jason Richardson. This 6'6" wing actually competed in the same era as Desmond Mason, as the two went toe-to-toe in the slam dunk contest and one of the most underrated dunk contest battles in NBA history. He won the slam dunk contest in back-to-back seasons in 2002 and 2003. Before Zach LaVine was flying through the air doing a variety of dunks with insane ease, that's what Jason Richardson was doing, as he made windmills, East Bay dunks, and variations of East Bays look insanely easy.
If he was a superstar player, then these dunk contest victories would be remembered even more fondly, and you'd be seeing these dunks over and over again for the rest of time. But instead, seeing that he was just a solid role player, they're now a bit underrated and overshadowed by comparison. Next is the 6'10 power forward Larry Nance. When everybody likes to talk about how players are now bigger, stronger, and faster than they were in years past, Larry Nance Sr. is a great player to bring up. Because as impressive as his son is as a dunker, there is no question that Sr. is bigger and more impressive. This guy was the NBA's first ever dunk contest winner, which took place in 1984. And personally, my favorite dunk of his was this one, which they actually only scored a 44. But to be quite frank, I don't think I ever saw this dunk again in the NBA's dunk contest, so this should have been at least a 49. He was also a solid player overall, as he averaged as high as 22 points per game with the Phoenix Suns in 1987, and with his size, length, and his ability to cover ground, he was also a very solid defensive player. The last player we're looking at in this video is the 6'4 shooting guard Darrell Griffith. This guy was a high flyer and a quality player. He was the NBA's Rookie of the Year in 1981, and this guy was so magnificent above the rim that he earned one of the greatest nicknames in NBA history, which is Dr. Duncanstein. Imagine having a nickname like Dr. Duncanstein as a 6'4 player. Unfortunately, he's not really remembered because he spent the prime years of his career with the Utah Jazz before they acquired Karl Malone and John Stockton. With that being said, Utah fans will fondly remember this guy as one of the most jaw-dropping athletes of all time. But like I said before, he was quite the quality scorer overall, as he got as high as 22 points per game in 1983. And he would be quite dangerous in the modern NBA, as he was actually the most efficient three-point shooter in the entire league in 1984. So that was just a quick little reminder that there have always been remarkably skilled athletic freaks throughout the NBA. And please, let me know in the comment section below who is a player that you'd like to bring attention to. I look forward to hearing your suggestions in the comment section below. Thanks for watching as always, make sure to like and subscribe for more basketball content, and I'll see you guys in the next video.